The entire sky was covered with almost black clouds, from which torrential rain poured without stopping for a long time. A man with dark hair and a white robe watched this from the room through the window, and did not understand why it was pouring like that. The young man thought that in this weather no one would want to go somewhere, so there would be no clients today. Everything around seemed somehow gloomy. All the people on the street had umbrellas. The man picked up a fly swatter. He did not understand why flies fly in such weather. If it's raining, then you don't have to wait for patients. Usually this principle was followed in their industry. The young man was a physiotherapist, or rather a chiropractor to put it more professionally. It might seem to ordinary people that he was simply sticking electric heating pads on their backs. But first, he always carried out the necessary inspection, and then he pleased them when he removed the heating pads after a long time of use. Many visitors did not like the inspection. They said that they were terribly busy, and asked just to quickly put everything on. However, even for muscle, menstrual, and nerve pain, no matter how severe the pain, it is possible to provide treatment with just a pair of hands. He was a well-known therapist at a rehabilitation clinic. There were only 2 things that were considered important for physical therapists. Many miracles happened thanks to his social skills and sleight of hand. Many visitors asked him if he was no worse than the local director. Some were sure that he earned a lot there, and if he left there, he could open his own clinic. The young man easily agreed with people, even taking out a loan to found his own clinic. The phone on the beige wooden table vibrated. The doctor received messages through some messenger. The man walked up to his workplace, slowly took the phone and began to bring it to his face. Some girl sent him a message and wrote that she would be waiting for him in the cafe in front of the clinic after work. The man calmly read this message. Not a single emotion appeared on his face, as if he didn't care. Half an hour later, in the same messenger, he received a message from the girl that she had arrived at the appointed place. The young man invited her to have a drink with his friend, but she refused because it would take a lot of time. She just wanted to talk. The rain did not stop all day. All the streets were slightly flooded, and there were no people visible in the alleys. The door of the building opened slightly. It was wooden beams, beautifully glued together, and there was glass in between. A young man in a beige coat entered the room, closed his umbrella, and put it in a specially designated bin. At one of the tables sat a pretty girl in a black coat, burgundy skirt, and beautiful ankle boots, drinking her black coffee. The young man called out to her joyfully, his mouth opened wide, his eyebrows raised very high. The guy approached her and asked why she was sitting in the far corner. According to him, he barely found her. The cute girl waiting for him was his girlfriend, whom he had been dating for a little over 10 years. The young man began to scratch the back of his head and noted that usually the lady of his heart did not sit in the corner like that. The girl was clearly dissatisfied with something. She hit the table with her fist and asked what the guy even knew about her. After this brief attack of unreasonable aggression, she sighed heavily and said not to pay attention. The girl began to speak in a calm voice about the reason for their meeting today. She needed to say something very important. After this introduction, the guy hit the table with his fist. He felt something at that very moment. An awkward proposal to break up came out of his mouth. The rain outside the window seemed to start pouring even harder. This heated up the situation. The girl clearly did not expect that her interlocutor would utter such words. She immediately raised her head and looked into his face. The young man was surprised by such a reaction, because in his opinion she was going to say exactly that. He was not mistaken. The girl slightly bowed her head forward and began to look at him very seriously. She said that she had another boyfriend. He was also a doctor, and unlike the main character, he had a future. The girl looked away to the side, looked there for a while, and then closed her eyes. She had nothing more to say. She decided to leave, got up from her seat, took an umbrella, and without saying goodbye, left. A man with a neat hairstyle and a blue suit with an umbrella was already waiting for her on the street. He invited her to his car. At that time, a few meters behind her, behind the glass, sat the guy she had abandoned, with whom she had been together for 10 years. A young man working as a chiropractor thought that he was left completely alone in this world, and the rain only made everything worse. After some time, he found himself in a bar with a bottle of alcohol, apparently going to wash away his grief. The guy turned his head. Something caught his attention so much that he opened his mouth. A guy with red hair stood in the doorway and said that he knew that everything would turn out exactly like this. He smiled, came closer, and asked why his friend was sitting in the farthest inconspicuous corner. The guy hit the glass of alcohol on the table with all his might, so that the contents began to pour out of the container. The young man was shocked by the news that the girl was cheating on his friend, so he again asked her to break up. The young man convinced his interlocutor that he was also very talented, because he had his own clinic and position. Time was ticking. The young people themselves did not notice how it struck 1 in the morning. It was time to leave. A couple of friends barely went outside. The doctor began to hail a taxi for them, while the red-haired friend could not even stand still. The young man did not want to get into the car, since, according to him, there were many girls left in the establishment. The main character looked at this with sad eyes, of course. He was in great pain, but he tried to restrain himself. The day began to fly by before his eyes. At first, he swore at the flies for flying in such weather, and then pictures flashed before his eyes of how his girlfriend told him that she had someone else. The young man did not understand why his life was so miserable, what he was doing wrong. He noticed that shooting stars were flying by. Since his life was so miserable, he decided to make at least one wish. The young man began to ask that he become the best physiotherapist, that he earn a lot, that he regain his honor again. The words that his ex-girlfriend's new lover was better than him kept playing in his head. He wished that he would become the best physical therapist who would never lose to that doctor. Suddenly, something very strange happened. Some kind of blue explosion appeared in front of the young man. He even dropped the umbrella from his hands. The guy was lying on the ground. He didn't want to die like that because such a death seemed worthless to him. The level improvement system was launched. The weather was beautiful outside. The sky was blue. The guy who works as a doctor woke up and felt like his head was exploding. He woke up right at his desk and realized that yesterday he had too much alcohol and drank too much. Memories of the police taking him to his place of work began to flash before his eyes. He was very ashamed. He remembered that yesterday he saw a falling star, was surprised by this memory, and shook his head. You got up from your chair, began to drink water because your throat was dry, and turned your attention to the clock. He remembered that he had a guest scheduled for this time. Just as he began to walk through the door, it all happened so unexpectedly that the doctor did not have time to coordinate and could only issue a greeting. The patient was terribly tormented by his back. He asked to look at it and say something. The doctor could not refuse. The man pulled his left hip while carrying things, and the pain did not want to go away, no matter what he did. The doctor offered to examine him and carefully helped him walk to the couch, holding his hand. The young man began to conduct an examination, pressing on the necessary points that would help him establish a diagnosis. A quest sign appeared on top of him. Training began. He needed to cure the patient and earn points. Completing the training would give him some kind of special opportunity. The young man thought that he had drunk too much, that he was hallucinating, and began to rub his eyes. But when he opened his eyes again, in front of him was the same blue sign with white letters. The inscription on it was unchanged. From a lack of understanding of the whole situation, from its unexpectedness, he pulled his hand towards the sign and fell to the floor. The young man could not understand what was happening to him. This thing defied logical explanation. The patient burst into tears, turned to the fallen doctor and asked if his back was that bad. The doctor pointed to the blue sign and asked if his patient was seeing what he was seeing, hoping he wasn't going crazy. But unfortunately, the patient did not see any colored sign and thought that he was being mocked. The frightened doctor continued to point his finger at the sky and say that he saw a blue sign, which most likely scared the client away. The young man began to go through all the options in his head, even thought that he was dreaming, and all this was unreal. The patient asked if he was going to start the examination. He realized that it was time to get down to business, and then think about the whole situation. The therapist got up from the floor, brushed himself off a little, scratched the back of his head, apologized for the wait, and said that he would start work now. The basic principle for any doctor was that the patient always came first, and everything else was secondary. The guy reached out to the sick man. It was clear from the unfortunate man's face that he could no longer endure this pain. It was preventing him from living. The doctor lifted his jacket and tried to begin the examination, but the sign showed that the level of his magic eyes was too low to identify and understand the patient's illness. The young man read that he could obtain more detailed information about the patient if he increased the level of his magic eyes. The guy thought that he shouldn't be distracted by this. This patient seems to have injured his lower back on the left side. Thus, he had to limit many of his movements, otherwise he would have lower back pain. This behavior would lead to strengthening of the muscles on the right side and weakening them on the left side. If this is the case, then he needs to strengthen the muscles on his left side by doing some light exercises. The goal was to achieve balance in his body and avoid stress on his left side. The doctor was about to slowly tilt the man to the right, warning him of his intentions towards him. The young man himself leaned into his back to perform the exercise correctly. Sweat flowed down his face. He carefully watched every movement. After being asked how he felt, the man replied that when he increases the load, the pain becomes much worse. The young man could not understand what was going on, because before he had done everything very simply, he easily treated people. The treatment turned out to be incorrect. Clumsy handling of the patient could lead to his discomfort. The man grabbed his back and tried to get up. His pain was so strong that it could be felt from a distance. The patient asked to try another method or something. The main character asked to wait a little. The young man decided not to sacrifice the patient's health and ventured to an incomprehensible increase in level. First of all, he needed to improve his magic hands and eyes in order to cure that patient. The magic eyes were improved to the second level. Now the guy could accurately identify the patient's illness. The young man in his life could not have imagined that such a thing could happen to him. He was impressed by everything that was happening to him now. The doctor began treatment. The man felt better, and the pain disappeared almost instantly. The patient asked if it was a massage. They did not answer his question and asked him to sit on a chair nearby. It was not a massage, it was a treatment. The doctor learned from somewhere that he puts on the right shoe first, and the tongue is often turned to the left. The patient could not understand how a person unknown to him knew such details about seemingly intimate things. But it was easy to understand. His pelvis was deformed to the left side. Because of this, his spine was also curved. It was for this reason that his lower back hurt. The doctor carried out treatment that was aimed at correcting all his problems. The professional also noted that he knows that his client has repeatedly tried massage and acupuncture. After this, the doctor spent a long time explaining to the patient what he needed to do so that such a situation would not happen again. Time flew by very quickly. As soon as the young man had said the most important thing about the patient's illness, he asked if he had answered all his questions. The man didn't even notice that he had been sitting there for more than half an hour. Time flew by very quickly. He had to go. Now the patient felt much better. He put on a jacket, at the same time thanking his savior. The door to the office closed. There was an inscription on the door in the language of that country, which explained who was sitting in that office. The young man leaned back in his chair and exhaled with relief. It was a difficult undertaking that took a lot of effort. After that, a blue sign appeared in front of him again, which said that he had carried out successful treatment, and as a reward, he would be given 3 points. The young man thought that it really worked. Because the patient looked joyful, he had an idea to improve everything else. He carefully selected the criteria by which he needed the highest performance. First of all, he chose the magic brain. The magic brain has been upgraded to level 2, and as a result of the upgrade, it is now able to more accurately treat patients and apply the necessary force to perform a procedure, thanks to its increased focusing ability. The guy couldn't help but be surprised by what was happening to him, but he was offended that he wouldn't be able to tell anyone about it. But suddenly an unexpected idea came to his mind. Cold sweat ran down his face. He looked away. The young man thought that the improvement was something his friend bought for him. He took one book from the whole series and began to carefully study each page, reading every word. There was a modest but especially kind and warm smile on his face. His glasses helped him see. He read the printed text in a beautiful multicolored cover for some time. He was interested. After the guy read the last line of the book, he sharply slammed it on the table, which certainly happened in his head. After reading several books, he stood up and looked at his watch. It turned out that only 30 minutes had passed. The young man realized that he had read and absorbed so much information in a short time thanks to his magical brain. In this case, he decided to read all the books about his specialty. His desire to become a real professional came true. The main character has increased the level of understanding of the proprioceptive neuromuscular treatment method, the level of understanding of the Bobath therapy method, myofascial syndrome, polio, Shigawa syndrome, and more. There was not a cloud in the sky. The weather seemed heavenly compared to yesterday's daily downpour. The young man reread almost all the books, although he no longer had patience. But the magic brain was a miracle for him. The guy began to take all the books he read to the closet that stood in his office next to the cooler. A young man wearing a jacket with faux fur on his hood walked into the office and waved his hand cutely. The main character was not very happy about this meeting. He grabbed his head and sat down at his workplace. But the young man who came had a smile on his face. He came to check how the doctor was doing. The guy who works as a doctor did not understand why such guests came to him today. The young man fell with all his body weight on the sofa and began to drink liquid from a bottle, which he took without asking. He asked if the young man had any patients today. He replied that there was nothing new and everything was as usual. The guy heard somewhere that the main character broke up with his girlfriend, found out that she cheated on him with her colleague or something like that. The doctor did not understand why today he had to endure such an attitude towards himself. But unfortunately for him, there was nothing to be offended by indeed. This was exactly the situation. A handsome young man with a bouquet of red roses in his hands invited the girl to become his life partner. Many school children nearby watched this picture. Everyone rejoiced and applauded the courage of this boy. But the girl could not agree. She looked away detachedly at the other young man. Ultimately, after listening to all the proposals, she apologized and said that she liked someone else. No one expected such a turn of events. All the classmates went to their places, because the spectacle was over. One of his classmates approached the young protagonist and invited him to go to the cafeteria together to have lunch. a young man saw a guy who proposed to meet a girl and was refused, running to the toilet in tears. The teacher was sure that everyone already knew that there were 10 days left before the exam. They had to be ready for it. A week has already passed since the incident with the public refusal, and the young man still cannot attend classes. He is probably terribly ashamed. All of this action took place in high school, which was a place where students realized the value in unity. The main character walked home slowly in his beige coat and with a backpack on his back, thinking about something of his own. The guy met a girl he liked. She asked him how the exams went and how he wrote them. They smiled timidly, looking at each other, both understanding that there was something more than friendship between them. A dialogue began between them. They began to giggle sweetly. I couldn't even believe that this was already 10 years ago. Now, a couple of days ago, this sweet, modest girl, who refused the main handsome man at school, broke up with this modest guy. During the parting, her face showed only complete indifference, perhaps a little apathy. She was really tired of this relationship. Going out into the street with his red umbrella, a handsome young man was waiting for her, who was sincerely glad to see her and invited her to get into his car. She looked at him with love. It's hard to judge her, because we don't know what she went through in this relationship. The main character didn't even want to look in the direction his ex-girlfriend went in immediately after the breakup. Rumors about the separation spread very quickly. A day was enough for everyone around to know about it. A visiting acquaintance heard that his ex-girlfriend's new lover was driving around in a foreign car. He stayed in the hospital, despite the fact that his car was dirty and pathetic, but he always had money on his card. An acquaintance thought that the main character would do better since he has his own clinic. If you have a lot of money, then having a girlfriend is not a problem. The doctor asked you to stop and not continue these stupid thoughts. Also, the tactless young man asked his interlocutor what he was going to do with the loans and suggested working together in a hospital. They are looking for new doctors. The hiring process is quite unique. The hospital where he worked was the best rehabilitation center in the entire country, but the thought crossed his mind that the interlocutor was not good enough to work there, and began to leave. Tired of these meaningless conversations, the main character rose from his seat and was about to close the door behind the uninvited guest. After that, he collapsed on the sofa, exhaled heavily. He didn't like this meeting. He didn't want to repeat it. By the way, my dear YouTube viewer, I want to tell you that for me, there is no better medicine than your comment under the video. Like and subscribe. It heals me literally from all ailments. Thank you for watching and be always healthy. But the young man began to think about his personal life, about the future, about all the words that had just been spoken to him. A blue table appeared in front of him again. He pulled his hand towards it. All the improvements made were written on it. It was truly surprising, because he had never seen anything like this. He could not even imagine that this would happen to him. But it was no use. It would be another matter if it helped him win the lottery. The words of his red-haired friend began to pop up in his head that he was talented, that he needed to work somewhere else and get rid of that clinic. And immediately the next day, there was an offer to move to another clinic. He began to think about whether this was possible with his skills. He walked over to his computer, sat down in a chair, and began typing quickly on the keyboard. In the end, it was worth it for him to try, because he was tired of the stagnation in life. After some time, the boxes were filled to the brim with books about medicine, about manual therapy. In general, they took all the most important things. An adult man with a receding hairline entered the office. The main character thanked him for coming so quickly. After this, the guy went to the bank. His credit status was fine, and there was a feeling that life was getting better. These changes made him feel both good and sad at the same time. It was hard to understand what they would lead to. A message arrived on his mobile phone at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The gadget vibrated and made it clear that he needed to read it. The young man took his device in his hands, brought it a little closer to his face, read the message and was delighted. And he received a message from the hospital. He was congratulated on passing the document verification stage, and now he had to come to the office on Wednesday. The young man did just that. At the appointed time in the appointed place, he was already standing and waiting in line. As he rode the subway, he wondered what this peculiar hiring process meant. He didn't like this misunderstanding. The guy even closed the clinic, so everything should have gone well. The young man stepped onto the last step of the subway stairs. His eyes widened, his pupils dilated. The hospital was simply huge, but it's clear why, because all the best in the country, of course, stood out very much. The main character could no longer wait for the interview. He wanted to quickly end all the difficulties in his life and exist as a normal person. He went inside. A nice girl met him at the reception and asked how she could help him. The guy answered without hesitation that he had an interview today for the position of a physical therapist. After asking where he should go, the answer was that to the 7th floor, to the employee recruitment department. He pressed the elevator button and waited for it to arrive. The hospital looked no worse than an expensive hotel. The young man arrived at the floor he needed, the 7th, and something plunged him into serious shock. The corridor was filled with people wanting to work there, but there was only one vacancy. A woman in stern glasses said that they were starting the interview. They would start with more experienced doctors. She said to go through when their name was called. It became easier for the main character. It turned out that many people there were beginners who had almost no experience. But soon the young man was confused by the fact that the first group arrived a long time ago. A lot of time had passed. The elevator doors began to open. A young girl who was late came out and asked if the interview had started. Looking around, she noticed the main character, came closer to him and asked if she could sit next to him. The young man smiled sweetly and politely replied that there was such an opportunity. He was ready to wait with her. The guy looked at her with peripheral vision, but did not turn his head completely towards her. It was clear that the girl was seriously worried. The lady turned to face the main character, apologized, and decided to ask again if the interview had started. The young man answered positively, but clarified that at first employers began to call experienced doctors. The young people sat for some time in awkward silence, looking in different directions. Fear and anxiety hung in the air. Because of this young girl, he himself began to worry. Emotions were magically transferred to him. The guy turned his head in her direction, began to examine the girl, but he noticed one thing that surprised him. He turned to the girl and first apologized. The young woman didn't really understand what the stranger wanted from her. The main character smiled cheerfully, handed her a patch and said that it seemed like she might need it. Indeed, without even noticing it, the girl rubbed the back of her feet in her high-heeled shoes. She began to tearfully thank the young man, introduced herself. Her name was Mary. She hoped they would both pass the interview and work together at the hospital. The main character replied that he hoped so too, but he was embarrassed that she thought he was one of the newcomers. A woman in a white suit and strict glasses came out and named several names, among which was the name of the main character. The young man got up from his seat, began to straighten his tie, and took small steps towards the door through which he needed to enter. The girl was surprised, because she was told that only experienced ones were called first. Her brown eyes opened wide. The young man did not understand such a reaction, asked what was wrong, and a misunderstanding arose between them. The main character smiled modestly. His fears were confirmed. She really thought that he was a newcomer. The guy turned his whole body to her, wished her luck, said that he hoped everyone would accept them. The young lady did not expect this. Her mouth closed as if locked. She silently reached out her hand for her departing acquaintance. The young man walked as if in an action movie. His eyes were full of determination. He was going to undergo this kind of interview for the best result. He did not care at all what would happen there. 3 adult men sat at a table in the office. They gave the impression of experienced doctors. The candidates sat down on chairs right in front of them. They began to sort through the papers and examine them. The man from the edge began to say that starting from the left end they had therapists, and began to list their names. Everyone sat with their mouths open. Everyone caught the name of their future bosses. They all wanted to move on. Promising positions, according to the head of the therapeutic department, did not require such things as self-introduction. They decided not to delay for too long and get to the main thing using the remote control. They turned on a picture behind them about the occurrence of a stroke and its treatment. The young people continued to sit with their mouths open. They were surprised by every subsequent action of their future employers. They were all on nerves. The main character looked at this with bated breath. He could not understand whether this was some kind of interview. In front of him was a treatment plan for a patient with paralysis resulting from a stroke. The man asked how they would treat this patient. They were given a minute to think. It seemed too easy for such an interview. The main character smiled. Apparently the right, correct thoughts came to his mind. The 3 chairmen of the commission carefully watched the reactions of the young people, while simultaneously being distracted by their papers. They listened carefully to all the candidates' answers. And this was the end of their question and answer interview. But it turned out that this was just the beginning. It was time to start a real full-fledged interview. The man got up from his seat, walked up to the curtain, and pushed it aside with his hand. Everyone was surprised by this turn of events. The main character understood what his friends meant when he said that he would not be peculiar at all. Behind the curtain sat 3 patients of different builds. They were in hospital wheelchairs. The candidates could not hide their shock at the events taking place. Everyone had their eyes wide open. They all stood in a strictly straight pose. The main character understood that thanks to the improvement system, he had an undoubted advantage. He bowed his head slightly and began to think about what exactly he had to do now with these patients. If they all have the same cases, it will be easier to control a small patient with short stature. One of the commission members said that they could choose their patients. Those who did not have time were late. The main character chose a man similar to him and said that he would try to cure him. The young people were shocked by how quickly he made what seemed like a difficult choice. After some time, they were already standing behind their patients. They were provided with cases. The protagonist patient in the past actively loved to play billiards and was a kind of professional. But now, due to immobility, he cannot straighten his elbows. The goal of treatment is to help him play billiards again without any extraneous discomfort. The man in the middle, who was treated by a young girl with red hair, is unable to hold the steering wheel, which is why he cannot drive. The purpose of his treatment was to give him back his job as a truck driver. A man on the edge, a little overweight. He had difficulty moving due to lameness. The goal of treatment was to make him able to walk on his own. After the employer had finished reading everything, he told them the time and said that he would give them 20 minutes for treatment. The main character was hooked on the words about billiards. His eyes acquired a bright blue tint, and thoughts began to creep into his head. He sat down in front of the patient in the wheelchair and asked what his name was. A kind, gentle smile graced the young man's face. A rough treatment plan began to form in his head, and he asked if his client could stand up. The patient was dissatisfied. Other doctors had already begun his treatment. He did not understand how much longer the young man would talk. The man in the stroller actually had nothing wrong with his legs. He got out of his seat without any difficulty. After this, the young man asked to imagine that the couch next to them was a billiard table, and asked to try to take a playing position. He touched the couch, immediately felt an unpleasant, sharp pain in his elbow. It was difficult because he could not straighten his elbows. The problem was really immobility. Treatment options began to pop up in my head. It would be good to start with ice. The main character decided to try to raise his elbows to opposite sides, using all his strength, just like lifting weights in training. Hero used contralateral facilitation on the less affected side to improve the painful area. Muscles never move alone, because all muscles invariably influence each other. And this applies to both the right and left hand, and to all muscles of the body, without exception. When one muscle asks for help when it can't move, another has too much stress. The phenomenon whereby a stimulus applied to the stronger side strengthens the weaker side. The main character began to persistently ask the man to straighten his right arm. This technique was called cross-training. The patient was delighted that his problem had disappeared. He shouted loudly that he could straighten his arm. The commission members carefully watched all the specialist's manipulations, of course. They paid special attention to the most promising employee. A man with a receding hairline reported that time was up, and that everyone who had come had done a good job. The patient sincerely thanked the doctor. Even a few tears rolled from his eyes, and the main character shook his hand. The sign said that the treatment was complete, and that they received 10 points as a reward, and an additional 5 points as bonuses. The young man thought that everything was highlighted at the wrong time, and pulled his hand up so as not to see the sign. But his hand passed through it in the background. The now healthy patient could not believe that he could move his hands again. This was the most important reward for the main character. His eyes began to sparkle from what he saw. One of the commission members looked thoughtfully at the young man and scratched his chin, trying to remember his name. After some time, the main character left the hospital. The announcement of a successful interview will be published only on Friday. It was wonderful sunny weather outside. Despite a considerable number of clouds, they did not block the rays of the sun. After the interview, the commission members sat at the table and discussed who should be hired, who deserves it. A man with a receding hairline proposed a girl with reddish hair and blue eyes for this position. According to him, she did well in the interview, which is more important since she already works for them. She will have excellent relationships with the doctors, which will be an additional bonus. The man with the green tie agreed with him. The fact that she was from their hospital was a positive factor. They held the main character's resume in their hands. There was a full-face photograph of him on it. They all carefully studied it. For some time, they sat in silence just because they were reading. Indeed, the choice was not an easy one. They had to think a lot. The head doctor of the hospital told his colleagues that they found the main character quite interesting and asked for their opinion. The two men agreed with him that he was undeniably good, but that girl worked in their hospital at the beginning of her internship. They say she did just as well as that young man. The man asked them if they were choosing someone from within, would they even need to conduct an interview? This phrase was said rather rudely. The two men looked at each other. They were clearly in agreement, but their plan was not going as it should. In an incredibly rude tone, he decided to ask which of the two young men performed better, because the answer was obvious. The man with a receding hairline said that he had already told him his answer, but the girl turned out to be unworthy of first place. The man at the head of the table asked if a fair society was not a key aspect in the modern world. Internal promotion of employees is great, but you need to prioritize skills. Asked to discuss this again, tell him later. Had to choose between a young man and a girl with red hair. The main character came home, pressed the power button on his computer, looked at the time and was surprised. Apparently he wanted to see the results and started clicking to get to the site with the results. But what he saw shocked him. His mouth opened. Cold sweat ran down his face. His eyes opened so wide that they almost fell out. The commission members gathered in the meeting room again to finally make a decision, because it was impossible to delay. A man in a green tie asked a colleague with a receding hairline if he was really going to end things like this, because he thought he had told the girl that he would give her the position, but it was not clear what he could do for this. They must follow the director's decisions. The resumes of all the participants were lying on the table. In this case, the man suggested recruiting an 11th group of interns who would be professionally trained in this profession. It turned out that the main character passed the interview. He was very happy, raised his hands up, and began to glow. He happily fell onto his bed. The leveling system really helped and was incredible. But after thinking about it, he rose to a sitting position and remembered about leveling up. The table asked whether the young man had a desire to use his primary points to increase his level, and possible improvements were displayed there. In total, he had 15 points. He was thinking about improving his magic hands. This is a very important skill. But what also caught his attention was the magical face and mouth. He didn't understand what it was, but unfortunately, they might be useless if they were promoted. But the young man decided to take a risk, wanted him to have a balanced character, enhanced his magic mouth and magic face. The magic face was improved to the 2nd level. His facial features became more expressive, and now it seemed to others that his face had no flaws. Statistics appeared in front of him. He began to carefully study everything, because he himself did not understand what had increased. It was written there that he turned into an incredibly handsome man with just one click on the table. He went to the mirror, began to examine himself, trying to find changes, and touched his chin with his hands. He did not find any obvious changes, but he was still happy. The magical face and mouth were now in action, helping him in life. The weather outside was still very warm and pleasant. I wanted to go out and get some fresh air. The main character put on his strict office suit, stood and showed off in front of the mirror in his apartment, and even thought that he was too happy. A whole week had passed since the invitation was received. The young man was putting on his shoes to go somewhere. During this time, the guy managed to activate his magic brain. He didn't lose a single day. He spent all the time improving his skills. He sat for long hours at his workplace, periodically had lunch. It was important for him to constantly study new information, since such an opportunity arose. He carefully studied everything, from books about his specialty to information about hospital employees. The most important person in the hierarchy was the chairman, followed by the director, and then the heads of various departments. In that hospital, there were as many as 3 departments of the ward complex. The young man became the head of the 3rd. The main character worked under the guidance of a more experienced doctor. He got to work by subway and drove for some time to the desired stop. While he was driving, he was so lost in thought that he almost missed his station. He came to his senses only when he heard the phrase that the doors were closing. He exhaled with relief that he left on time. Because he could have been late. His shoes were perfectly cleaned. He stood proudly in front of the hospital building. She still looked amazing. The breath was still in his throat, even though this was not the first time he had seen her. Out of the corner of his eye, he accidentally noticed a person from behind and did not understand why this girl seemed familiar to him. The girl also raised her eyes forward. Her bangs made it a little difficult for her to look because her head was slightly tilted. Her hair slightly obscured her eyes. The young people recognized each other. Indeed, this girl was Mary. They were very surprised at this meeting. It was the experienced doctor whom she had mistaken for a newbie last time Mary was petrified like a statue. The girl did not understand why he appeared so suddenly. His facial expression spoke volumes. In her eyes, he looked at her very menacingly, unkindly, but in fact he smiled sweetly and extended his hand to her. The girl apologized, bowed to him, and said that she did not expect to see him there. Last time she was rude. In her opinion, he looked very young, so she thought that he was also a newbie. The main character replied that nothing bad had happened. This happens, and invited her to go further with him. While they were riding in the elevator, they rode in silence. Only an unpleasant, annoying melody played. The girl looked at the young man. In her eyes, his face acquired incredible beauty. His nose was expressive, his lips were plump, his hair was amazing. Mary became even more embarrassed, slightly shrugged her shoulders, and in her head only the phrase about how handsome he was spinning. They went up to the 7th floor to the recruitment department. There was again a huge line of people. The main character thought that this was the 11th group of interns that he had read about on the website. The head of the ward complex, a middle-aged man with dark hair, a slightly slicked hairstyle, and expressive cheekbones, came out of the office. He approached the main character, extended his hand to him, called his name. The guy began to rise from his seat. The head of the ward complex did not understand how the stranger knew his appearance. He immediately replied that he had seen his photo on the hospital's website. The thought immediately ran through the man's head that he had prepared well. He had heard that the guy had passed the interview well. Without undue embarrassment, the guy replied that he tried very hard, but their attention was distracted by another detail. Two adult men in formal suits were breathing heavily, standing still. It was clear that they were running, and apologized for being late. The main character determined by sign language that his direct superior was angry. He told the young people not to worry, because only 15 minutes had passed. Their hospital kept a clear record of working hours, so they didn't have to apologize. Since everyone was now in place, he suggested that no time should be wasted. First, they needed to discuss the condition of the patients. Behind the head of the department was a crowd of people in surgical suits. They all looked very important. With his long fingers, the boss began knocking on the boss's door, asking if he could come in. He pointed to the main character and said that this was the new assistant to the head of the department, and the rest were interns who started working today. The young man bowed, and they said in unison that they were glad to meet you. The attention of the bald man was attracted by the main character. There were rumors about him that he was doing excellent treatment. The young man thanked him, but did not understand what was wrong with him because he seemed irritated. The man lay down on his chair, did not do any particularly important things, asked the others to go to work, because it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. The head of the department bowed to him and said that he understood his instructions and would go and carry them out. Then it was 5 minutes past 10. He suggested saying hello to the rest of the doctors and starting work. Everyone unanimously, as a single organism, agreed with his proposal, because they didn't have much of a choice. The doors to the office opened, and from there everyone was blinded by a bright, cold color. No one could yet see what was inside. But once my eyes adjusted, it turned out that this was the main treatment room with all the necessary innovative equipment. There was a device for dynamic assessment of postural disorders, which significantly simplifies the work and makes it more accurate. There was also an improved support bandage that was also used in diagnosing health problems related to the musculoskeletal system. But what surprised him most of all were the robotic crutches, which made moving when the bones were dysfunctional significantly easier. They could not imagine such equipment in the physical therapy center where he previously worked. The head of the department clapped his hands to get attention and said that they were meeting in the second physical therapy room. In front of him stood 22 interns who were ready to study day and night, and one professional. The man apologized in advance for being a little meticulous on this first day of March. He heard about an incident with a patient who got hurt because of the doctor's long nails. It was just outrageous. He wanted them to take care of their nails. Some interns began to discuss this, saying that patients should also think about their nails, because they have them even longer. The manager needs them all to cooperate and try their best to avoid complaints from patients and department staff. Now the man asked them to use their skills to show them how good they are. The interns unanimously, like chickens in a chicken coop, answered any questions and supported any idea. The man said that they would discuss everything urgent and disturbing them next time. He also asked everyone else to say hello to their newcomers and asked them to introduce themselves. The main character bowed and introduced himself as Kevin. Now he was an assistant to the head of the third department of the emergency room. He bowed very low to express his respect and reverence for those with whom he would be working. It seemed to him that they were not particularly happy with him, and admitted the possibility that he was exaggerating. The blue sky was reflected in the perfectly clean windows of the hospitals, and on the top floor there was a green cross. The manager asked the new guys to make sure that they took good care of everything, and now they needed to get to work. The head of the third department of the emergency room asked the main character to come to him for a minute. They retired to the restroom. The door was closed, but there were 3 glass inserts in it. He handed him a list of patients the previous assistant had been responsible for, which was now his responsibility. He doesn't have anything planned for today, so he can sit there and go over his treatment in detail. The head of the third department stood with 2 glasses in his hands, and did not know whether he was allowed to say a certain thing or not. Kevin reached for the glass and thanked him. He said that he could safely say anything. The head didn't know whether he felt it or not, but in the hospital, everyone has a close relationship with each other. That is, literally very close people. Many people there started as interns and climbed the career ladder for a long time. Mary bowed to some employee. These close relationships sometimes seem strange in the eyes of new employees. The head turned his head away from the newcomer. Since he is not from their hospital, the man suggested that he show Kevin his good side, in which case he will definitely be accepted. The main character now understood why it seemed to him that they didn't like him. The man with blonde hair said that he needed to go to the patient. Kevin held his head. Thoughts came into his head one after another. It turns out that passing the interview was not the last difficult task in that hospital. A blue sign appeared in front of him with a quest to increase his reputation. The goal was to increase his reputation in the hospital to 60. Kevin studied the information provided and realized that the reputation was simply at the bottom. This was his very first quest, and at the same time he had such a serious and difficult task, he grabbed his head and began to think. And the reward for such work was so good, the question settled in his head about why he got a job there. And his boss's words began to flash in his head that if he showed his good side, he was sure that he would be accepted. The young man simply looked at the ceiling for a while and tried to build a rough plan for further actions, because nothing was clear. Continuing to think, he stood up and picked up the patient's medical history. For time was not rubber. Time passed. It always passes unnoticed when a person is engaged in a serious, important matter. The manager entered the office and asked his assistant if he had lunch, accompanied by a sweet smile. He brought the intern of the 3rd department to his office and pointed out them so that he would not be afraid. The manager asked the 2 doctors to greet the assistant. They had sad, slightly angry faces. Kevin introduced himself, said his name, and said he was looking forward to working with them. The girls stood rooted to the spot. They clearly did not like this meeting. They both looked like ancient Greek statues. The manager boldly invited them to work together. This meeting was very cold. The cafeteria was located on high floors and looked very pleasant, like a cafe in an upscale area. 4 people sat at the table in silence, heads bowed, eating rice with various additives. The girl with red hair stood up and said that she had to go and that she was not very hungry. Kevin didn't understand at all why everyone didn't like him so much. He bowed his head even lower. He was ashamed. The manager asked the young man if he remembered this girl, because she was also at the interview and was sitting next to him. Frames began to flash before his eyes. Indeed, such a girl was next to him. He did not recognize her. Now he understands everything. He prevented her from getting a promotion. Most likely because of this, they hate him. The manager noted that no matter what Kevin thought, it was all written on his face. His emotions gave him away. After all, there are no such hospitals anymore. The young man promised to try his best. A girl with brown hair, who was sitting next to him, asked the main character not to slurp so loudly. The table appeared in front of Kevin again. It was written there that his reputation in the hospital had increased by 1 point. Mary and several other interns greeted the supervisor and asked if they could sit with them. The man waved his hand at them and said that they could sit with them in complete comfort and not somewhere separately. The assistant, as he thought, was already familiar with them, but he still decided to repeat their names again. He has an excellent memory. The man began to list the seeds of the interns who were standing nearby. Among them was Mary. He also did not forget to introduce Kevin because he was his assistant. He was also their senior, so they could consult with him if questions suddenly arise. The young people answered positively in chorus. The smile never left their faces. They were surprised by everything around them. The sun was shining so brightly that it was reflected on all surfaces and made sunbeams. There was a knock on the rehabilitation therapy specialist's office, insistently enough to be noticed. A man with a huge belly turned around in his leather chair to face the entrance and asked what was wrong. The girl with red hair replied that it was nothing special. She just thought he was tired and brought him a glass of coffee. She was persistent, and even after refusing, she told him to come closer to her and drink coffee. The man looked to the side with a sad look. He understood what was about to happen. He told her that this time he didn't even have a say because of the director, the head of the hiring department, and he tried to recommend her, but the director stood his ground. He asked her not to worry, because he would try and arrange for him to have a medical error or some kind of incident. They were going to kick him out in a couple of months. The rehabilitation therapy specialist looked at this girl with gentle eyes, a pinkish light literally pouring from his eyes. He told her that this position would be hers. She just needed to wait a worthless couple of months. The day was coming to an end. The sky was painted in different colors of the sunset. This could not help but delight the tired workers. Kevin didn't know that the sun was still shining when you left work at 5 o'clock in the evening. He took a deep breath of the evening air. Closing the clinic was a great decision for him. They called him from the side. The young man did not turn his head. He simply looked to the side. His old acquaintance ran out of the door and suggested that he go to the clinic where they were. The young man asked to talk. Kevin, of course, was surprised by this turn. The guy was surprised that they were in the same uniform. The young man offered to talk a little later. An old acquaintance aggressively began to ask about what he had done. No one understood. He grabbed Kevin by the shoulder, started shaking him, and asking if he seriously didn't understand what their conversation would be about. He gave a tip that this happened at the interview. His teeth were clenched. His eyes expressed anger. He squeezed his shoulder very hard. The main character thought that he was talking about increasing the level. An old acquaintance said that there was no need to talk about such things within the hospital, and told me to follow him. Kevin's face clearly reflected misunderstanding, perhaps fear, and cold sweat ran down his face. The young people walked to the nearest cafe, sat down at a table. There were no people around at all. An old acquaintance began to ask him about what kind of magic he used, what kind of powers helped him. Kevin began to say that he didn't know about any magic. didn't understand what else could be talked about. The young man began to scream, asked to stop playing dumb, and asked how long he had known the head of the hospital. The main character didn't understand what to talk about here, because they didn't even know him. It seemed to the guy that his friend was angry because he was accepted. But the reason for such a choice was generally unclear. The main character got angry when he found out that the hospital had decided in advance that they would promote the girl with red hair. In this case, the question arose as to why he was recommended to get a job there at all. It turned out that it was in order to laugh at him. The guy started denying it and said that he just wanted to talk to him and congratulate him on his new job. Kevin got scared when he thought about what he found out about his superpower and how it helped him pass the interview. A friend of the head had a puzzle that the guy passed because of him, in which case he asked for a treat. The main character thought that they should treat him because the interlocutor himself said that he wanted to congratulate him. An old acquaintance said that they would celebrate another time, that it was time for him to go. Kevin did not know whether he could relax or not. It was completely dark in the city now. The street was illuminated by light from apartment windows and car headlights. The main character's best friend, who had red hair, cheerfully waved his hand at him and showed him where he was sitting. Red asked him how his first day at work was. The guy asked him not to even start because the hospital was very strange. The friend didn't understand why, what was wrong with it. The main character began to order 2 glasses of draft beer. They clinked glasses. The foam from this drink began to spill beyond the container in which it was. This was not surprising to him. The medical industry was like this everywhere. It was very sad that you couldn't even deny it. Kevin began gulping down his glass of alcoholic drink while his friend in a green hoodie looked on. After some time, several empty bottles of strong alcohol were already on the table. The young man asked his friend if he liked games. The equally drunk interlocutor, barely opening his mouth, said that he really likes games. In this case, he asked to tell him what he thought about the game becoming a reality. He asked him to imagine how one fine day the screen of a gaming system would appear in front of him so that he could think about it. Tears flowed from the eyes of the red-haired friend. His face expressed complete misunderstanding. His glasses were so huge that they took up half of his face. A friend thought that something had gone wrong with him due to sudden changes in his life. Kevin asked not to pay attention to his question. He needed to think about tomorrow's treatment. A friend asked what he was worried about, because he got a job at the hospital thanks to his abilities, so he could use them. The young man did not believe that he could do this, but it was stupid to doubt it, because he is very smart. Kevin decided that he was paying for tonight's dinner. His friend could eat as much as he wanted. The redhead replied that it was obvious that it was the main character who paid. He was not surprised by this information. Kevin was about to go home, but his friend replied that he wanted more beer. An expensive car drove past the establishment. In recent days, everything had been going so well for the driver that he hoped that it would continue. He was released from the army, and now he just had to wait until he was settled in the hospital. There was a sly smile on his face. With all 32 teeth, there was clearly nothing good in it. In his opinion, that pathetic loser thought he could handle him. It's good that everyone falls into their place in life. This was the same guy who answered his ex-girlfriend's door while holding an umbrella. He turned around specifically to see the look of the one whose girl he was taking away. He looked closely. Kevin also looked through the window of the establishment where the love of his life was leaving. The young man laughed gloatingly and remembered that Kevin always looked at him with that expression on his face. From these thoughts, he pressed on the gas and accelerated, achieving a very high speed. The next working day began in the main treatment room of that innovative hospital. Kevin sat near the couch, reading the patient's medical history, thinking about future treatment. The doctor looked at the time, realized that he should come now, looked with a lifeless gaze. The button to open the door was pressed, and after a few seconds, the iron inserts moved apart in different directions. A bald, slightly overweight man was wheeled into the office. A gray-haired woman of average height was pushing the stroller. The woman greeted him, asked how the doctor was doing, introduced him to the patient, accompanied by a sweet smile. In turn, the main character also introduced himself, said that he was now responsible for his treatment. He was pleased to meet you. The woman bowed to him and said that they too were pleased to deal with him. The doctor saw that they came there after the exercises. The patient asked how he knew this. The doctor replied that he had been working for a long time, so he could feel it. He was glad that the patient exercised regularly. It was clear that the patient was worried before. He almost did not speak, as he was paralyzed in half his body. The difficulty in conversation still remained. The patient still tried to talk, despite the difficulties. Kevin had a couple of obligatory questions for them, and asked if they could answer. They politely answered him positively. They smiled very nicely at each other, and there was a very pleasant atmosphere in the air. The guy looked at their map and realized that the main goal was to start walking again, but he works as a driver, asked if he had any special reason why he wanted to start walking again. The patient began to speak quietly. He decided to share this for the first time. His daughter is getting married in April. He, as a father, really wants to walk her down the aisle, so he must start walking by then. These words were spoken from the heart. It was impossible to doubt their honesty. Their intentions were the most positive. Kevin shook his hand and congratulated him on his daughter's wedding. He will definitely be able to walk, because the guy will try to help him. Tears flowed from the man's eyes, of course. He was pleased to hear such important words. Kevin asked if he used a quadruple cane to help him walk. The patient replied that it is still difficult to move on it, but it seems that walking is already easier. The doctor carefully studied the gait of the patients on these walkers, analyzing everything he saw instantly. His magical eyes activated. The problem was that he was resting on his toes and not on his heel. He decided to hypothesize that there were structural problems in the hamstrings and gastrocnemius muscles due to their abnormal contraction. The guy knew exactly how to treat this patient and decided to explicitly prove this hypothesis. And Kevin asked his patient to lean forward and stand up. This is necessary for diagnosis. The man began to make loud noises. His legs did not reach the floor during these bends. In this case, Kevin decided to immediately begin treatment. The magic hands were activated. First, he decided to look for anti-gravity muscles, because this is a whole group of muscles that helps actively support the body in an upright position and helps overcome gravity. This is a group of muscles that help a person walk upright, located throughout the body from the neck to the feet. These certainly also include the hamstring, which is the tendon of the 3 posterior thigh muscles. These also include the calf muscles, so the best way to stretch them is to expose them to gravity. Sometime after the examination, it became clear that the muscle was pathologically shortened, so now the man had to lie on his back and lower his left leg. This was necessary for the examination. This movement was responsible for a large number of joints. It was necessary to focus on the limb. The young man asked if he felt his touch in the heel area. Now he needed to focus on that feeling and push his hand. The man tried with all his might to concentrate. He closed his eyes and tried with all his strength. After a while, with a heroic expression on his face, he told him that he was pushing, sweat flowing down his face. The woman decided to ask him if he was okay if he was in pain. Then there was no point in continuing. He was simply surprised as muscles that had not been used for a long time suddenly began to move. The patient was doing well, the magic hands were activated, the treatment was going according to plan. Now he had to imagine that he was walking, to continue all his efforts to achieve a better result. The patient succeeded. With the help of magic hands, he managed to restore his calf muscles. Kevin asked if the overweight man wanted to stand up. He would back him up, so there was no need to be afraid. He had to try to walk. He took a step and did not believe that he could do it. Kevin looked at him with kindness, said that he would help, and that there was no need to worry. He needed to firmly stand on his leg. The man's eyes were full of hope, despair, and many conflicting feelings were mixed in them. He took a step forward. It was a very interesting event. Everyone was waiting for what would happen next. He took one step, and then another, then a third, and began to move a little on his own. The doctor held his hand and encouraged him that he was doing well after such a long break. The man did not understand anything because he had been paralyzed for so long. Such steps were beyond his understanding. He looked at his legs as if they were something magical. He even forgot that they could perform their function. Kevin received a notification that the treatment was completed. He would receive 20 points as a reward, and his reputation increased by 3 points. The young man asked the patient to sit down and rest a little. The main character did not understand why his reputation grew. It turned out that several doctors were observing the treatment at once. All of them were shocked. Kevin sat down in front of the wheelchair and asked the patient how he was feeling, whether he could now walk. The man happily replied that he felt great. He had an incredible surge of strength in his left leg. In fact, she hasn't gained any more strength. It's just that the area of his foot that is in contact with the floor has increased, which is why it seems to him that she has more strength. If he continues to study hard, he will soon be able to walk on his own. The gray-haired woman thanked him for curing her husband. The doctor did not accept this because it was his job. He looked at his watch and said that it was time to finish for today. They would definitely see each other tomorrow. The woman and the man began to leave the treatment room. Kevin looked after them. The main character was again approached from the side and was told that the patient looked happy. An old acquaintance said that at this time of year, patients feel better just by looking at him. Kevin had not heard anything like that. It seemed that his patient felt better, or he looked like that, obviously not because the head of the second department looked at him. The man asked who exactly was responsible for the patient's good health, and whether he thought it was all thanks to his treatment. Kevin's boss asked the young man not to be a bully, but to take better care of himself, because, by the way, he also had a seriously ill patient. But he never began to walk. The bully began to hide behind the fact that his patient was very old, but the point was that the patients were the same age. After that, the young man turned around and said that he had other things to do, and Kevin didn't understand why they were so angry with him. But his boss knew, because he had already said this due to the fact that he was from another hospital. At the corporate party, he himself had to understand who was in what relationship. The main character had not heard anything about this event. The boss asked not to worry, there was a good atmosphere during the team party. The main character thought that this was not a hospital-wide event, but only for their team. But they didn't answer him anything to this assumption, but only smiled sweetly. Kevin thought that he was wrong. It was not clear why the main character looked so worried. He was asked if he didn't want to be there. The guy denied that everything was fine, but inside he had serious doubts about going there. In any case, his boss suggested that he have a glass a little later, because the workday had not been easy. Kevin went into the break room, sat down on the couch and began to think about whether to spend the points. He had such an opportunity. He could spend points on magic hands, eyes, brain, face, mouth. The main character wondered whether, with an appearance like his, it was worth investing in a magical face. As a result, he decided to invest in magic hands and magic eyes for a certain number of points. The magic eyes have been upgraded to the 3rd level. His vision has improved significantly, and now identifying the patient's illness will become much easier. This guy wondered if this was it. Each time he didn't know what to expect from the improvement. The only way to test his strength was to complete the quest, which he was determined to do. Assistant Kevin made a note that he left his place of work at exactly 6 o'clock in the evening. At this time, almost all hospital employees, except those on duty, were heading out to go home. The man said that they would get there by bus, so he asked to take a seat. It turns out that they were not going home at all. Kevin stood aside and could only guess where exactly they would go. He was very embarrassed. Terrible thoughts came into his head. He didn't want to go anywhere, much less drive. Upon arrival, he did not understand why it was necessary to book a bus for a 15-minute ride. That's what the #1 hospital in the country meant. The young man sat down at the table and turned back towards the speaker when sounds began to be heard from there. The head of the department would be there soon, so they were asked to wait a little and then start dinner. The main character began to look at the employees, turning his head around, simultaneously analyzing all the information. He saw Mary and didn't understand how everyone managed to become friends. But it was good that many who interviewed with him were hired. The head of the department walked through the door with a cheerful laugh, asked if everyone was waiting for him, said that he could eat, that he was not the kind of person who would focus on this. Kevin smiled very sweetly. He didn't see any trick. He was already reaching for the cutlery. The head raised his glass and decided to drink to their newcomers because they have high hopes for them. Everyone cheerfully raised their glasses, shouted and applauded loudly, and were sincerely happy about what was happening. The man asked Kevin how he felt about working in their hospital, whether he liked everything there, whether he was used to it. Indeed, he liked everything, and it seems he is slowly starting to get used to their regime. The man looked at him doubtfully. While simultaneously drinking a drink from a glass, he almost choked. A man with a receding hairline asked another boss what he thought about the assistant to the head of the 3rd department of the emergency room. The interlocutor poured himself another glass of alcohol and said that he was still adapting to the new conditions. His treatment skills could hardly be called ordinary. After the assistant began working with the patient, he immediately received a response phase to the load that had previously been observed. Everything that was said was the absolute truth. Everyone was delightedly surprised when they learned about this incident. Kevin watched all this from the side with peripheral vision. He could not understand what was wrong with that guy. The head decided to take the word of the interlocutor that he so easily received a response to the load, in which case they decided to act in a certain way. The boss asked Kevin about a topic conference scheduled for March that year. No one expected this. The guy had never heard of her before. Everyone sat with their mouths open. A conference is a large, long meeting on a specific topic where someone stands on stage and talks about something important in their field. Due to the fact that high-ranking officials of the hospital are participating in the event, the speaker is experiencing indescribable pressure surrounding the point. Everyone began to think about this question, because an employee who joined the team yesterday is unlikely to go to the conference. The March conference was to be conducted by another assistant sitting nearby. A man with a receding hairline asked the head of the ward complex where he lost his flexibility, which is so important in their profession. The manager said that he just wanted to give the assistant a chance, and asked if the others understood what he was getting at. The man smiled with 32 teeth, looking at the defenseless newcomer whom he wanted to drive out. Kevin got up from his chair and said that he would give it his all at the March conference and use all his strength. The boss was delighted with the newcomer's reaction, offered him a drink, and called him a real man. It seemed that the man with a receding hairline was waiting for this, but Kevin did not let himself be embarrassed and agreed to drink. An old acquaintance of the main character shouted loudest of all that it was time to drink to the assistant of the third department. The company was very hypocritical. He stood in the aisle between the tables, began to raise his glass, and the rest of the hospital workers followed him. It was already dark outside. People were still at that corporate party for a long time, even though it was after work, when everyone was tired. A man with a receding hairline asked the girl next to him if she told him that she broke up with her boyfriend. He advised her to worry about her marriage, otherwise she might regret not jumping into the last car, because a girl should remember her age. Like a brother, he advised her to take a closer look at a therapist nearby. In his opinion, although he looked like a child, he had a wonderful physique, the kind of man she would like to see next to her. Kevin was calmly eating, but suddenly someone put a hand on his shoulder and asked him what he thought about the March conference. This is none other than his immediate superior, whose assistant he was. The main character was a little frightened by this appearance, but he smiled sweetly. The girl sitting opposite said that everything was written on his face, that he was thinking about only one thing now. Kevin didn't immediately understand what she was talking about, but she continued to say her thoughts out loud about him pretending not to understand anything. She asked to be given the opportunity to guess his thoughts, and suggested that he was thinking about transferring the conference to someone else. The main character did not understand the events taking place at all, because he sat without touching anyone, and they paid so much attention to him, as if he were a Christmas tree. Suddenly the girl jumped up and clinked glasses with him, shouting loudly that she needed to drink. Kevin's boss asked them not to fool him. He drank too much. His head was not clear. The young man understood that even death would not be suitable as an excuse to refuse the conference. Meat was fried on the grill in the country. It was a mandatory tradition at almost every gathering. The young man heard Mary being scolded from the side because there were 3 ice creams missing. The man scolded her, and she bowed and said that she would now bring the missing sweets. Kevin sweetly told the others that he would go to the restroom, but he headed in the other direction. He quietly crept up to Mary and asked her what she was doing there. The girl was fussing around in a hurry. She drew attention to him, smiled sweetly, and asked if he had come for ice cream. He let her know that he heard that someone there was missing 3 ice creams, and took the initiative to carry them. The young people were shocked by this turn of events, because he could have asked the interns to do it. But in the end, he brought it himself. Kevin explained this by saying that Mary didn't have enough hands, so he decided to help, asked to quickly get ice cream, and explained which ones were for other doctors. The young people began to refuse the sweet dish and thank him. No one expected such a turn of events. Kevin asked if he and Mary could step away, since they worked in the same department, but there was no opportunity to have a heart-to-heart talk. The young man who received the ice cream replied that they could go without any doubt. The head of the ward complex turned to the therapist with a face that showed dissatisfaction. The guy began to make excuses that he was going to leave, but could carry out his instructions if he needed something. The head of the ward complex had already told him that there was no need to give personal instructions to the interns, and asked if everything was fine with his memory. I assumed that he decided to ignore this. The guy immediately began to apologize. If he realized his mistake, then he could be free. Kevin said that Mary could go, because he planned to go to the toilet for some necessary errands. The young man replied that she had to work there too, so she deserved to rest. The head of the third squad drank too much, could barely stand. Other people were holding him. These same people volunteered to carry him home. Kevin wished you a safe journey and said that he relied on them. After that, he calmly walked to the stop where the metro station is located. He exhaled heavily, looking at her. The evening turned out to be chaotic. It was difficult to understand exactly what emotions he needed to experience. Suddenly for him, someone turned to him from the side, calling his name in a loud, thin female voice. This stranger was Mary. She thanked him for helping you with the ice cream. The guy didn't think he would receive so much gratitude for such a simple gesture. He said that he didn't need so much praise. The guy apologized for staring at her and said that she looked like Rudolph. The girl replied that as soon as it got a little cold outside, the tip of her nose immediately turned red, which is why she was nicknamed Rudolph. And Kevin was called Santa Claus for some time. The girl decided to joke about when they would go to deliver gifts. The assistant of the third department asked which direction she should go. She needed to go to the station. They could ride together to a certain station. Kevin paid attention to her nose. It was still red, even though it was not cold in the carriage. They drove together to the Seoul National University station. It was time for the young man to leave, and he wished her luck in getting home. He had already begun to leave the carriage when Mary began to shout his name to tell him something. She began to say words of gratitude to him very loudly. The doors of the carriage were already closing. She thanked him again for today, for his help, for all the good things he had done. Kevin didn't understand why there were so many words of gratitude because he didn't do anything like that. But he couldn't help but be pleased with this. With every word he blossomed more and more. His eyes began to glow. Kevin began asking his patient how he was feeling after he intuitively began to walk. Previously, the man felt clumsy, but now his mobility has become much better. He understood that it was all the merit of the doctors who dealt with him, and he thanked them from the bottom of his heart. Kevin asked with a grin if he had anything to do with it. The patient replied that he must be joking, because the guy made a huge contribution. The main character explained that he was joking, but after 4 days the patient's condition actually improved. But the young man turned his head around and said that he did not see his wife. He volunteered to go get a wheelchair. Kevin turned to his assistants and said to take care of the patient. They accepted his instructions. The main character was already rolling the stroller towards the treatment room, but he was attracted by one thing on the side. He stopped to take a closer look. The patient's wife talked to his daughter, who told her that her father had worked hard to get to her wedding. The mother did not understand how her daughter could talk about reputation. She decided to hang up, because she should have thought about it again. The woman turned around and saw Kevin from behind. She was a little scared. He said hello as if nothing had happened. The gray-haired lady asked not to tell anyone about this conversation, because if her husband found out, he would be very upset. The doctor agreed to this. The woman lost heart, closed her eyes. She could not believe that her own daughter could act so cruelly to a loved one. She began to go into the treatment room, did not hear or see anything around. She was simply in pain. She did not want to believe it with all her might. Kevin stood motionless with the stroller. He was no less affected by these words, because he, like no one else, knew what sacrifices a father makes for his daughter's wedding. The time was 9 o'clock in the morning. It was Saturday. Exactly 2 weeks remained before the conference. The main character was peacefully sleeping. After some time, he cleaned himself up, rode the subway while working on his laptop. It was very difficult for him to go to work on weekends. This was not surprising. He hardly rested. After he got dressed, he went to the main treatment room and wished everyone a good morning. There were already other doctors there who were caring for patients, and they also wished good morning in response. Kevin asked the doctor how the patient who had been immobilized for a long time was treated. The patient was drooping, he had a red bridge of his nose, and he didn't look very good, to put it mildly. The man was surprised that the doctor came to work. Despite the day off, it seemed that he was upset about something. Kevin asked him if something had happened, because his complexion was sick. The patient replied that he already knew about everything. There was nothing to ask. The daughter did not want him to appear at the ceremony. She must have been ashamed of him because of his illness. He would really like to cure his back and soap her neck, but most likely he really wouldn't be welcome at that wedding. He covered his face with his hands. He considered himself a father who no one needed. Tears flowed from his eyes in a stream. It was very painful to realize. Kevin understood that this was really difficult to accept, but he asked why he was suddenly so worried. He didn't understand what had undermined his resolve. People's sidelong glances, his daughter's feelings or words. But he made a greater bias in the version about his own uncertainty. Told him to believe in himself, then everything would work out. The doctor intended to make his daughter change her mind about her decision, so that she would understand her stupidity. The patient did not believe that this was possible, but Kevin could not understand how anyone could think otherwise. According to him, miracles were much closer than he ever thought. You just had to believe. Tears were still flowing from the man's eyes, but in his eyes there was hope for something better, that he would succeed. The patient thanked the assistant for always being there. The tears on his face had not yet dried, but they were already laughing fervently. The guy came to the lounge, sat down on the sofa, and began to think about how he could not invite his father to the wedding because of shame. He grabbed his head, scratched it, and after thinking for a while, decided to devote an entire conference to this patient. The main character sat down at the computer and began typing for a very long time. Apparently, he really had a lot to say on this occasion. Imperceptibly, the time approached for the announcement of the conference. It was to be held in a small auditorium of that hospital. Kevin went on stage with a folder. The hall was empty then. Apparently, he decided to rehearse his future story. He calmed himself down as best he could, asked himself not to be nervous, just present his work, because there was nothing complicated about it. The conference was on the case of a patient who had been immobilized for a long time, but thanks to him was able to walk. Using a laptop, he displayed pictures on a large screen and began to see how it looked from the outside. He heard a sound from behind, turned around. There was his wife and the patient himself. He thought about how harmonious this couple seemed. Kevin thanked him for coming and asked him to pretend it was a normal day. The man responded positively to this. It seemed that he relied on him. The wife carefully watched her husband's every move. Kevin noticed something was wrong, looked down, apparently thinking about something or remembering something. A week ago, he thanked his wife for being able to give him time to talk. The woman said that there was no need to say such words. He was going to ask for a favor so that she would invite their daughter to a conference. The gray-haired lady did not expect such a proposal, because he had probably already heard that their family did not have a very good relationship with their daughter. Kevin really knew about this. He had no right to ask for it. But for the treatment of the men, it was very important that his daughter was also present there. The mother, sipping her drink, said that she would try to persuade her, but she could not give any guarantees. Kevin thanked her. If the stars aligned, the man would have an incentive, and the daughter might change her mind. The guy only thought that if she came, everything would be just fine. He decided to escort the guests to their seats in the hall. After some time, the conference doors opened. Doctors entered the hall and were about to take their seats. Also, the main people of that hospital honored the guy with their presence. Even the chief doctor came. He said it was time to start their March conference and looked at the watch on his left hand. The thought was spinning in his head that miracles were closer than he thought, of course. He was very worried. He greeted everyone who came, introduced himself, said that he was an assistant to the head of the 3rd department of the emergency room, and began the conference. There was complete silence in the hall. Everyone waited with bated breath for the young man's story about his patient. To begin with, he decided to acquaint them with the patient's chart, which he also once saw for the first time. The patient was a driver, or rather an excavator driver. At first, Kevin thought that this man was trying to get better in order to get behind the wheel again. However, the man's goal was not driving at all. He was going to move on to hypotheses and possible treatment options, and a hand was raised in the audience. The chief physician noted that he did not say why his goal was to start walking and not drive. The narrator was going to explain this a little later. Now he asked to be allowed to demonstrate to them a way to test his hypothesis. Distinctive signs of patients at the acute stage of the disease are ankylosis and convulsions. The patient also complained of pain. Usually, the main character asked the patient to come 20 minutes before the start of the procedure in order to apply a cold press. This made it possible to carry out treatment without fear of consequences. The effectiveness of cold and warm compresses on ankylosis was proven by Dominic Beckers. Today, they placed a compress in advance, so it was worth going straight to treatment. The patient's biggest problem was compensatory shortening of the hamstrings and calf muscles. Given that these are anti-gravity muscles, he used gravity in treatment. She recalled how she asked the barely speaking man to stand up, raising her hand up and shaking it. The patient, without further ado, began to do what the doctor told him. He leaned on the couch with his hand. Then he stood up, but his body weight rested on his heel, which most likely prevented him from walking freely. As they could see, the heel was indeed lifted off the ground. This was due to the shortened calf muscle tissue. The doctor asked his patient to take a step. He unquestioningly did everything he was told. After some time, the man, balancing with 2 hands, began to take small steps forward. The doctor realized that the patient must be very nervous. Because of this, he did not walk as usual. While standing, the calf muscles were under the influence of gravity. As they could see, the distance between the heel and the floor was significantly reduced when walking. Well, unfortunately, this was not enough, so the patient will need to shift his body weight forward. The doctor politely asked him to bend over, holding out his hand so that he could take it and lean on it. With the help of Kevin's arms, the patient will be able to straighten his leg more. It was clear how worried the man was. Without thinking twice, the patient extended his hands to the main character and began to follow his instructions. The young man's magical eyes and hands were activated. The treatment should have been successful. After this, the man began to step forward. His steps seemed more correct. It was easier for him. The young man praised him, said that he had almost succeeded, and realized that it was not in vain that he upgraded his magic hands to the 3rd level. The man was still taking steps forward, demonstrating to the audience how his illness was being treated. Suddenly, he planted his heel on the floor, which would make his walking much easier and his life easier. All spectators were shocked by this turn of events, by the fact that the heel still touched the floor. The head doctor of the hospital was amazed. He could not believe that such a result could be achieved in such a short time. Kevin, with a sweet smile, extended his hand to the patient and asked him to walk again in order to see the result. The man took confident steps forward. It truly seemed like magic. Literally everyone was surprised. No one could understand what was happening. The patient's gait changed with just one touch. Kevin looked into the hall and saw at the entrance something that he could not believe in. Something that he had not dreamed of. Next to the doors stood the daughter of a man with pink hair, and next to her was her gray-haired mother. The doctor liked this picture. The daughter really made the right choice to come. It made him feel better. A few hours ago, they called a woman from the phone of that hospital and said hello to her. Kevin called. He introduced himself as her father's doctor. He would like to talk to her, so he decided to take a chance and contact her directly. The young man asked her to meet her father at least once and see what success he had achieved for the sake of the family. They drew attention, called them heroes of today. The young man decided to return to what he said at the beginning. The patient was an excavator driver, but at some point he lost his mobility and was immobilized for some reason. Every day for 30 years he climbed into his cab and took hold of that steering wheel. He did all this for the sake of his family. Even in the cabin, he kept a photograph of his sweet daughter. He told the entire room that the patient's precious daughter had decided to marry the man she loved. The patient wanted to start walking again, so he could take his daughter's arm and accompany her down the aisle. The daughter looked at this, and tears welled up in her eyes. Apparently, she did not understand before what it was all about. Now that passage in the hall was the path to the altar, and the people gathered there were honored guests. He asked his daughter to take care of her father, because he tried so hard. The man with a receding hairline did not understand what was happening. He clearly did not like that the atmosphere was so soulful. The daughter walked up on stage to her father, covering her mouth with her hand. He was very wide open in surprise. They held hands in front of everyone. It was reminiscent of that moment when the daughter was still very young. Memories began to emerge about the difficult path they had gone through together, what her father taught her, and the understanding came that they were a family. The man looked at his daughter with love in his eyes and thanked her for coming and spending time with him. He did not disdain the understanding that she had taken his hand again for him. It was too important. At that moment, she realized how wrong she was. What stupidity she could have committed. Tears began to flow from her eyes, and she began to apologize for what she intended to do. They walked together hand in hand throughout the hall. People nearby applauded them. It was a truly touching moment, of course. Kevin was pleased to see the fruits of his efforts. For successfully completing the treatment, he was given 30 points as a reward, and his reputation was increased by 20, as well as a reward. But the sign disappeared after a while, and the guy still didn't understand where the item that was given to him for successful completion was located. The chief doctor stood up and said that the narrator put on a whole performance while he was asked to hold a conference. The man extended his hand to shake, and said that he had never seen a more worthy conference. The man drew attention to the head of that department, a man with a receding hairline, and asked his opinion. Of course, he was angry and began to remember who gave him this offer, because he intended to get this boy out of the hospital. But in the end, he only raised his importance in the team. He went up on stage and said that the young man had performed amazingly. He watched it like a TV series. The presentation happened all the expectations of the head doctor. So he would like to present him with something. Probably a gift if he doesn't mind. Then he needed to look into his office. Kevin immediately got a picture in his head. It was clear that this was the reward for the quest that was mentioned on the blue sign. The young man began knocking on the door of the chief doctor's office and was told that he could enter. The man sitting at the table pointed to the chair opposite and said that his guest could sit there. Kevin did so. The head doctor stood up from his chair. In his hands was an object that he had been given not so long ago, but he did not need it. But according to the man, a specialist who had just joined them at the hospital might need it. The main character sat motionless and barely breathing. He was very embarrassed by such a gesture. Something like this had never happened to him. The man holding an important position did not understand why he did not pick up his gift, pointed to it and said that he could already open it. Kevin did just that. He took it in his hands and began to print it out. Genuine surprise could be read in his eyes. Inside the box there was a brand new smartwatch, which at that time cost a lot of money. It literally shone. The guy took them in his hands. He was speechless. The chief doctor asked if he liked them, but if not, then he could give him something else. Kevin was surprised and said that of course he liked everything. But the thing was too expensive. The man simply didn't know how to use them, so he didn't need them. It was better to find a new owner for them than to leave them idle. The head doctor asked not to be shy. They could be taken away with peace of mind. Kevin thanked him. The blue table again appeared in front of the main character, which he could not help but pay attention to. The guy wanted to bow. The man said that he shouldn't do that, because he didn't think it was some kind of unusual gift. The main character began to scratch his head and thank him for the gift. He did not expect to receive such an amazing thing. He finally decided to bow and thank him once again. The head doctor noted that the guy did an excellent job with everything today. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he closed the door to the man's office. It had not been an easy day. He received a notification that he had received a reward for the quest. The training reward increased by 10% when wearing the watch. Depending on his choice, the item received as a reward may change, but the functions of the item will remain the same. On the one hand, this calmed the guy down. On the other hand, it made him a little tense. It was easy that in any case, nothing would change. Those 2 weeks when he was diligently treating the patient and writing the conference were like hell. I had to think about it, but I didn't have enough time. The clock was getting close to when I had to go home. The guy with a satisfied expression on his face went to the place where his things lay to take them and leave. The wedding of the patient's daughter was scheduled for the 1st of April. The hall was so beautifully decorated, as if in a fairy tale. Kevin began shouting that father and daughter needed to be supported with loud applause and joyful screams. Afterwards, he stepped aside and began to watch this sweet spectacle. It was nice to see that the man's dream had come true. For the first time, he changed this whole life with his own hands. It was an indescribable feeling that spread with warmth in his soul. His eyes filled with tears. They seemed glassy. He watched everything that was happening with a smile. The young man stood in front of the bride, rubbing the back of his head. He dreamed of seeing this picture for a long time, during her father's treatment. Miracles are really much closer than they thought. Maybe that's why he got his abilities. The head of the ward department announced the task for today, and said that this could be the end of the planning meeting. Kevin was about to leave when a man called out to him and asked if he knew how to cure a patient with a spinal cord injury. The first hospital he worked at was a specialized hospital where 40% of the patients had spinal cord injuries, so he had some experience. The head of the ward complex was pleased to hear this. In fact, over the weekend, they received a patient with a spinal cord injury. There was no one to give it to, so the man wanted a good doctor like Kevin to take care of it. The young man began to familiarize himself with his medical work, and was surprised that the patient was only 16 years old. His second lumbar vertebra was damaged. In addition, according to a certain standard, that is, incomplete damage. Sensitivity was preserved, but motor function was absent. The head noted that the employee was quite observant. The guy asked if he really thought that he could be trusted with that patient. The man was also very worried, but the main character showed himself very well at the conference. Once again, he asked if he really should do this. He did not understand whether he was being rewarded or punished. The head tapped him on the shoulder as a sign of support. The guy understood everything and asked him not to pay attention to his complaints. The man will observe him, in which case he can replace him. The relationship between the physiotherapist and the patient is very important. Therefore, he will undertake his treatment from today. The head scheduled an appointment for 10:30 in the morning. Kevin was shocked by this turn of events. After this news, the man chose to leave and leave him alone with his thoughts. He did not even let the employee get a word in. Kevin sat down on a chair in the treatment room and began to wonder who his patient would be. A blue quest sign flashed in front of him. The guy was sick in body, but worst of all, he was sick in spirit. The goal was to increase the patient's satisfaction level. He didn't see anything new in the sign except that all the indicators were -10, so he thought it was some kind of bug. He liked this quest, true, but it was here that these indicators meant that the patient did not want to be treated. The mother brought her son with red hair, greeted the doctor, and introduced the patient. The doctor in turn also said hello and said that his name was Kevin and he would be the boy's attending physician. The thought flashed through the doctor's head that he was worrying in vain because the boy was quite cute. The boy began to shout at his mother, saying that his legs were cramping. If she didn't see this, why was she distracted? The mother immediately began to apologize because she just said hello to the doctor and did not mean anything bad. And Kevin immediately realized that the boy was never cute, but seemed so at first glance. The mother said that it was time for her to leave. The doctor smiled sweetly, but inside, he really didn't want her to do this. Kevin immediately grabbed his words about cramps and began to think about them because it was a good clue. This was a pretty good symptom because it indicated that the sensory and motor nerves were not damaged. The guy was young enough, if he worked hard, the results would not take long to arrive. A boy with red hair played on the phone and said through gritted teeth that he would not do anything. He started shouting that he was already in pain. The doctor wanted him to feel even more pain. Kevin didn't understand at all why he no longer had the ability of magic hands, magic eyes, nothing magical anymore. After saying that the boy would not do anything, he began driving around the treatment room in his wheelchair, demolishing everything in his path. On the floor, he left a zigzag track from the wheels of his chair. The tracks were black and dust rose from them. Kevin didn't understand why everything happened so quickly, whether he was the same as a child. His mother began to ask for forgiveness. The weather continued to be incredibly sunny and pleasant outside. He wanted to go outside and breathe fresh air. The main character had a whole storm of emotions inside. He did not understand how to find an approach to such a difficult case. It seemed impossible. The boy did not want to be treated at all. It was not clear what kind of quest was so impassable, why he was caught just like that. The mother, with her characteristic kindness, turned to her restless son, a sweet smile on her face. She asked him to stop fooling around and start studying. Otherwise, they would be late again. The boy began to scream that he had already told her that he would not go anywhere because he would still be hurt. However, according to the mother, it was necessary to continue treatment because no one knew whether he might get better. He began to scream that he said that he was in pain. This was not treatment, but real torture for him. But if he did nothing, then the cramps also did not give him peace. He turned away, asked to be left alone, and continued to play his game on his mobile phone. She said that he would not need to do anything, just say hello to the doctor. She tried her best to persuade him. The boy agreed, but set the conditions that she would carry the stroller, and not he would push it himself. For treating the patient, he received 3 points, but the patient's satisfaction dropped by 2 points, and he was also given a warning that when satisfaction reaches -20, the quest will be considered failed. Kevin had already begun to expect that in 4 days the quest would fail, because the guy did not want to be treated in any way. The boy had a good reaction of motor nerves. He could achieve great results in rehabilitation. The mother began to apologize for her son. She was really ashamed. The doctor said that there was no need to apologize. You need to be careful on the way. The doctor began to repeat the words that they could achieve great results if the guy had motivation. If he failed the quest, he would definitely face unpleasant consequences. The next patient wanted quality treatment due to insurance issues. Kevin asked to tell the next patient when he would be in pain, but the woman smiled and said she felt fine. He displayed a table in which it was written that the patient was satisfied with the treatment. He was credited with 6 points. Some remained dissatisfied, despite the efforts made, while others were happy with simple procedures. Kevin didn't understand whether this meant that there was no universal treatment and could not exist. Suddenly he had an epiphany. It felt like lightning had struck his head and a light bulb had turned on. He realized that everyone needs to look for an individual approach, and he treated the boy in a stereotyped way. He found a hint that would allow him to complete the quest. At lunch, the head of the 3rd department of the emergency room asked Kevin how he liked today's patient. From one glance, it was clear that he was problematic. The main character replied that he had not yet understood how to find an approach to him. The head replied that he did not know how to deal with children. He always had to make concessions. The girl next to her realized that it was the head of the 3rd department who gave her the high school student. He tried to deny that she was more experienced. Then he began to explain that the girl would be more comfortable with a female doctor, and not with a man. The colleague did not understand whether this meant that she could refuse male patients. The head began to complain to Kevin about an employee of his department and how she treated him. They turned their heads to the side. There stood the hospital management in an overly full complement. The head of the 3rd department of the emergency room did not understand why the doctor's retinue was larger than usual. They said that his son had arrived. His son's name was Mason. This is the same guy who stole the girl from Kevin. He paid attention to the young man. The main character raised his head when asked why he was there. He replied that he wanted to ask that himself. It was clear from the eyes that the meeting was unexpected, but unpleasant and unwanted in advance. There was a serious tension between them. Everyone around caught these emotions. They were oppressive. The head of the 3rd department of the emergency room told his friend that it was time for them to go, because they had already eaten, but she asked them not to rush. They would see each other there later. Mason said it must have been fate because he didn't think he would meet him in that place. The guy asked if he minded if he kept him company, but Kevin replied that he had already eaten. He began to stand up with the tray in his hands and wished his sworn friend bon appetit. Mason asked if his ex-girlfriend was avoiding him, because no one knew that they would be dating for more than 10 years. The guy began to apologize for this, but the main character asked if this detail was important in their dialogue. In any case, all these relationships were already in the past. He heard that the guy became a doctor, came to work like doctors. Mason, straightening his robe, began to ask if his interlocutor knew about the Korean university. In that case, Kevin asked why he came to work at his father's hospital, since most graduates go to university hospitals. After these words, he began to quickly move away, said that he was glad to see you and said goodbye. He sat down on the sofa in the restroom and exhaled heavily. This was almost the only place in the hospital where he could afford this. The girl asked if the man was the director's son and asked where they knew each other. Kevin replied that they went to the same high school and went to the same club. The head asked if they were close. Kevin said with a heavy sigh that they were not close friends, but rather enemies of each other. This was not surprising for the girl, because with his appearance the atmosphere instantly changed. The head said that he did not notice this, and Kevin began to think about his dismissal so as not to cross paths with that scarecrow. The hospital authorities had the same thing on their plates as the most ordinary doctor. There was no difference. The director asked his son why he was not eating. He replied that he was not hungry at all. The head doctor inquired about the physiotherapist with whom they had been talking for quite some time. Mason replied that it was his classmate from high school, in which case, his father asked him to give his best, because the assistant had good skills. His son asked him with anger in his voice if he remembered all the physical therapists in the hospital by name. He was ashamed to admit it, but he did not have such information, but he knew the assistant. Thanks to him, the conference was very interesting. Mason didn't know how well he did at that conference, but physical therapists were just people who did things as directed by their doctors. The members of the director's retinue, sitting opposite, began to smile evilly. because they wanted to kick Kevin out. The head doctor told his son that they had a rehabilitation clinic where the physiotherapist was more important than anyone else. This place, he said, was quite different from the university hospital. The director knew how to speak in such a tone that everyone around fell silent, began to think about the correctness of their words, and everyone felt ashamed. Mason asked for forgiveness, said that he said without thinking that he would remember his words. The chief doctor asked if everyone had eaten because they had to go. Everyone needed a short break. Mason asked them to go first. He hardly ate, and it was impossible to leave so much food. The young man was left completely alone in the cafeteria and began to think about the situation that had happened. The guy began to repeat Kevin's words about why he got a job there and not at the university hospital. Kevin had a sharp tongue. The son of the chief doctor hit the table with his fist with all his anger. The guy irritated him terribly. As soon as the young man had to say something, his old acquaintance would have been immediately fired. But this was a rather weak punishment. Apparently Mason was too offended by what he had to endure in high school, and he was determined to take brutal revenge. Mary covered her mouth with her hand because she was yawning. She was very tired. She didn't want to go to work because other newcomers scared her. She didn't understand what was wrong with those boarding schools. It was so hard that she couldn't even understand whether she could survive that day. Suddenly, someone said her name to the side. It turned out to be Kevin. He greeted her nicely. The girl, despite her fatigue, found the strength to smile and greet the assistant. It was early in the morning. It turned out that the interns had to arrive 30 minutes earlier. Kevin was surprised, because they also returned from work later. If she had any questions, she could contact him. He would help in any way he could. A memory of the interview came to the guy's head. He remembered a certain detail that he was going to remind him of. When she said that if they both were taken, she would definitely return the favor, he asked how about she treat him. She was embarrassed by this proposal. She crossed her arms at the level of her stomach and began to timidly make excuses. It turns out that Kevin was joking, because he should be the one treating her. That week, he and several doctors decided to have dinner together. They began to talk, even stopped to hear each other better, watching every word. They themselves did not notice during the conversations that they had already arrived at the hospital. They easily found a common language. They were interested in being with each other. Kevin looked to the side and saw a woman there who was very sad and was reading a textbook, perhaps in order to understand some topic. The main character decided to leave Mary. He needed to look somewhere. She kindly replied that it was nothing to worry about. It turned out that this woman was the mother of his patient. She was very upset, sipping coffee. The young man also took this drink for himself, approached her, said hello, and smiled sweetly. She didn't understand what brought him there. The guy replied that he decided to take a break for a cup of coffee. The woman was sitting there because her son was still sleeping. His husband was looking after him, and she was waiting for her shift. He asked what exactly she was reading, what she was doing, and genuine interest was reflected on his face. Surprisingly, she studied how to properly care for the sick. For her now it was very important. Kevin admired this, but she did not understand why there was such a reaction, because she did it out of powerlessness. Her son was no less worried, but she also could not find a place for herself. The doctor asked not to stress himself out, but to tell him how he usually spends his time. I asked about his hobby, his favorite pastime, but now most of his time was spent playing on his phone. But before, basketball was his outlet. He constantly played on the field and loved this activity very much. He even used to play on a team when he was younger, but then quit due to his short stature. The mother opened the photo on her phone and showed it to the doctor. In the photo, he was wearing a t-shirt with a number, a happy smile on his face. Kevin noted that he was a good basketball player, because his jersey number could only be worn by a team professional. His mother admired such a keen eye. He really played well. Even the coach wanted him to become an athlete. In this case, puzzles began to form in Kevin's head. He planned to teach the boy wheelchair basketball, but first he had to make friends with him, because without this, no plan would have succeeded. He wanted to turn to his mother with a request. The patient was playing on the phone. Kevin began asking him if he slept well, while simultaneously stretching his leg. The next question was how well he felt, but there was no clear answer. Surprisingly, the boy was polite. The main character began to say that yesterday a friend recommended a game to him. He decided to try to play it. It turned out to be more interesting than he thought. He himself didn't notice how he had been playing it all night. He announced the name of the game, and the boy was electrocuted. He began to ask the doctor how many levels he had completed in it. He answered that 33. The boy looked at him with a grin. 33 was a pitiful level for him. He had gone through much more. The guy was surprised and asked if he knew about this game, what level he was, and if he had a 4-star character. The boy showed the phone screen. and the main character made such a surprised expression on his face that everyone would believe that the surprise was genuine. The patient in that game had as many as 3 5-star characters. He reached level 51. This was an unrealistic result. After level 50th, even 5-star characters die easily, let alone 4-star ones. Kevin rubbed the back of his head and asked if he would have to knock out the character again in this case. The boy advised him to create a new account. The patient began to talk passionately about the game, about how he would have the right not to act in a given situation. He could really be called a professional in it. The boy noticed that his mother had come for him. Therefore, they had to finish for today. The smile immediately disappeared from the boy's face. He became noticeably sad as soon as he was seated on a chair. His mood immediately deteriorated. This upset Kevin too, and he looked at him with a very sad look. The woman thanked the doctor for his work, and the boy began to wheel himself back to the room. The guy lay down on the bed. He was surprised that there were no more cramps. Nothing hindered his movements. The patient could not understand why his doctor had such a strange name, because his full name and surname literally translated as a selfish miracle. Suddenly, his mother was next to him, asking if something good had happened today since he was smiling. The boy immediately put the phone aside and indignantly asked when he suddenly smiled. After receiving the injury, the young man never smiled. The mother was asked only to find out the name of the game. Who knew that everything would turn out like this? That time, when Kevin sat down with her, he decided to ask her for one favor that wouldn't take much effort. He asked to find out what game her son was playing, and she immediately wrote to him as soon as this information reached her. The young man was very happy with the message when he received it, because it meant that they could find a common language. The guy immediately wrote to his red-haired friend and asked about this game, how best to play it. He had been waiting for an answer for some time. It would have decided a lot in the treatment of the young patient. He was very happy, because it seemed that his friend knew everything about games on the phone, no matter what they asked. Building a trusting relationship with the patient was a key point in such situations. It was necessary to seize the moment and complete the quest. The doctor admired how deftly the boy turned over, and he replied that it was as easy as shelling pears. Amazing changes happened. The guy, who had previously refused treatment, began to make movements himself within a week. This became possible because the boy began to listen to the recommendations of the physiotherapist. In order to move from the bed to the chair, you need to rotate your pelvis if it falls. Complications may arise, so it was worth concentrating. The boy began to diligently carry out all the movements according to the instructions, although it was difficult for him. After each even minor result, Kevin did not hide his joy and praised his patient. Sometimes he couldn't even believe it. If the boy was afraid of falling, it was still worth turning his pelvis. The important thing was that he did it himself. The boy began to smile. This was almost the most important reward for the doctor. They built a trusting relationship. The patient asked if his doctor had reached level 50th. He sheepishly scratched his chin and asked him to finish for today. It turns out that he didn't get it. They started laughing with such an insignificant but very important and funny joke. Even without looking at the system window, one could tell that he had achieved remarkable results in a short period of time. Now he decided to look at his progress in his blue table. The quest was very difficult. What he saw could not leave him without admiration. The result was so stunning, since he thought that he was sleeping. The main character thought that he would fail this quest. However, by gaining another 30 points, he would be able to complete it. There was very little left to the goal he needed to level up so that everything would go smoothly. He asked for a table to show level up, and it had a pentagon drawn on it with different body sections. To increase his magic hands, he needed more than 111 points. It was very difficult to make a choice. Magic hands are good directly for the treatment itself. They had a unique property. However, to determine the patient's condition, magic eyes were needed, so they were no less important. As a result, after several minutes of thought, he decided that he would first upgrade his magic hands. After clicking on this line, blue lightning began to shoot from his hands. They were visible only in his eyes. He began to look at the table further, reflecting. The magic hands had been improved to the 5th level. Now he had the ability to provide more precise treatment and apply optimal force to carry out procedures. As a result, his patients would feel much better. Conditions for leveling up. But it was not clear why to improve magical eyes and magical brain. There were only 11 points left. 30 were needed for the magic eyes, so he would not be able to level them up. Therefore, there was only one thing left to do. Pump up the magic brain, and finally its time had come. He pulled his finger towards the screen, but it turned out that he pressed the wrong way and pumped up his magical face instead of his magical brain. As a result, he spent his points in the wrong place, and now he won't even be able to increase his level for 3 days. Suddenly, his classes were interrupted by another doctor. She pulled back the curtain and called him. The guy asked her in fear what had happened. It seemed to her that he was talking on the phone. She apologized. The next patient did not come, He said that he would call the ward. The patient replied that he was not feeling well, so he had to skip the procedures. He delayed treatment due to insurance. He decided to stretch his arms up to stretch his back, and thought that then he should take a little rest. At that moment, when he passed by the treatment room, he noticed it. Apparently someone was there. It turned out to be so. Everything was done there by interns. He tried to figure out the equipment. Apparently it didn't work out very well. Kevin approached him and said that he just needed to press the button that was located nearby. He did just that. It turned out that everything worked and was not broken. The doctor praised them. During the procedure, it was tilted. It was necessary to monitor the development of orthostatic hypotension, pay attention, and gradually adjust the angles of inclination. According to him, all the interns who were there were great fellows. The young people bowed to him. Kevin sat down on a chair and asked where their managers and other doctors were at that time. He asked who was responsible for them. They immediately replied that their doctor was away. The head called her. Kevin said that he understood everything, adding that he would like to treat them when it was convenient for them. The interns began to look at each other. They clearly had not received such proposals before. Kevin clearly had no intention of scolding them, so they could talk freely. It was a normal dinner with colleagues. The girl with dark hair was happy and said that she could do it today. The guy named the doctors and asked if it would suit them. Mary agreed, and the slightly plump boy next to her did too. It was just wonderful. They asked Kevin what he was going to say to this. He didn't want to surprise them that much, but overall it went well. Their meeting took place in a bar nearby. It was a low building that occupied one establishment. Kevin reached up and asked to bring them some pork, vodka, and beer. One girl asked about the cut. This is meat from different parts of the pork, so you could try a little of everything. For example, he had a friend who only liked the brisket, while he liked the neck more, and the cut had both. The guy next to me said that he also likes the brisket more. Then it's better for them not to eat from the same plate, otherwise they will eat everything and leave the brisket. The young man was confused by this phrase, but Kevin said that it was just a joke and asked what kind of meat they liked. After that, he turned his attention to Mary. She, without thinking twice, said that she preferred brisket. In this case, it was better for her to then eat with the guy with blue hair who was sitting opposite. The intern guy was already reaching for the tongs, but right in front of his nose, someone took them first. Kevin took the device with a smile and directly said that today it would be he, no one else, who would make the meat. The young man with green hair would only be there to help, but that suited him quite well. He had already picked up a bottle of alcohol in his hands. The girl admired the assistant. The conference he held was simply amazing. Other interns also wanted to learn a lot from him. The young man answered with a smile that he was flattered, that he was not worth such words. The girl began to shout at Mary, told her to help her. She was talking about an assistant every day. The main character saw that he was being praised. However, the atmosphere in the team changed. Thanks to the level-up system, his career is going uphill. The doctor decided to talk a little about the interns and asked if they had any difficulties in their work. They looked at him with downcast, tired eyes. The question was a little inappropriate. The girl with blue hair didn't think that working at the clinic was so different from the university, to be honest. She felt like 4 years of studying had been wasted. That's why they were interns. Everything happened for the first time. Now it's hard for them, but they will definitely get used to it. Kevin didn't think that they studied in vain, one way or another. Knowledge, although insignificant, helped them. Kevin asked if he said something wrong, because everyone suddenly fell silent. It would be better if the assistant was the leader of the group. The girl next to her asked Mary why she was so silent, because she was usually different. The guy with green hair agreed with his colleague. She was too quiet. The girl didn't understand what they were talking about. It's just that no one talked to her in particular. She asked to stop saying strange things. It was better to eat meat. They pretended to understand but still looked at her with suspicion. The girl began to wave her hand. Mason was walking towards a restaurant with his hands in the pockets of his blue trousers. He made it clear to his relatives that he had come with his loud voice, and the grandmother was very happy. The woman immediately told him to sit down with them. Because he was clearly hungry, his grandmother was the general director of the hospital. Mason thought that he would die of hunger. The patients grumbled and complained all day, and his grandmother said that it would probably be difficult. The man said that the guy complains too much. Everyone was just waiting for him. The grandmother herself had not eaten yet. The woman asked the director why he was so strict, why the boy did not please him, because he was still harsh towards him. The grandmother asked if her grandson remembered her friend who owned an art gallery in a nearby town. It turned out that his granddaughter returned to Korea after studying abroad. She was 3 years younger than him, and asked if he wanted to meet her. Mason asked if the girl was beautiful, but the granny found out about this in advance. In this case, the guy agreed that they could meet once to see if they were suitable for each other. At that moment, Kevin's ex-girlfriend called the young man's phone. The phone vibrated, and the guy noticed the call, but he didn't care about her. He dropped her number and asked his grandmother for a photo of that girl from abroad. The weather was wonderfully sunny outside. The roofs of the greenhouses received a lot of sunlight, and it was very hot in them. They called the woman and said that a water delivery had arrived. She turned around and it turned out that it was her son. The mother did not know when he came. Nothing serious had happened to them. The guy said that he had come to help them, because it was very difficult during the planting season. The woman shouted across the city to her husband that their son had come. She did not even buy meat for his arrival. His father did not pay as much attention to him as his mother did. He simply had such a character. There was nothing to take from him. The mother told him that he could at least say hello to his son. The father replied that this could be done over lunch. The thought flashed through the main character's head that those two had not changed at all. They had a small house on a plot of land, in the middle of which grew a tree of impressive size. My father was sitting on the sofa and clicking the remote control. He looked very tired, and had been a man of few words since birth. Kevin asked why he was sitting there and not on the sofa, because anyone could see where it was more comfortable. The man said to look at him. His clothes were dirty. Everything became clear. The son asked about the landing. He was told that it was none of his business. After this phrase, the room became very quiet. This silence was literally deafening. Plus, the sun had disappeared, although after lunch the weather always cleared up. Kevin thought that he just needed to help his mother, even though she said that he needed to relax with his father in the living room. The young man used his eyes to notice a problem in the muscle fibers of his father's shoulders. The muscles were so tense, and also this trapezius muscle on the right side was raised. The young man asked to wait for his father for a minute. He was going to give him a massage, but he began to refuse. The guy insisted that it was necessary to take advantage of the fact that his son was a physiotherapist. The man did not understand why he had to do this, because he had not done this before, and asked him to stop quickly. The main character did not know that his father's shoulder muscles became so wide after several years of living in the village. The young man could not even suspect that his parents' shoulders would become so powerful. The guy activated his magic eyes and hands. At first, he was going to find Herb's point, but when exposed, different effects appeared. Pressure on the area caused symptoms of paralysis, and electrical stimulation caused the muscle to contract. After a short search, he was able to find this point in his father's shoulder. It was near the left collarbone. The guy thought that he had pressed too hard. He should have been softer, his father said to continue. The main character asked to repeat it, and the patient said to continue in the same spirit. If it hurts, he will tell. But it would still be better if he started more smoothly. And Kevin asked to wait a minute. Everything was going great now. Keeping the pace and keeping track of the time, it was necessary to adjust the force of pressing on the point. His goal was to stretch the deep back muscles that were too tense. After some time, the man himself felt better. The pain and stiffness went away. The mother asked why the young man had such a haggard face. He needed to eat more. His magical face was still in doubt. He was also asked about the affairs in the center. He began to say that he closed the center and got a job at the hospital. But for the sake of truth, he told them that this was the best hospital in the country. He had a good position, and his retirement was guaranteed. The competition, of course, was high. But he still managed to become an assistant to the head of the admissions department. The mother felt calmer, because this meant that everything was fine with him, and things were going uphill. From his first salary, he had already saved a certain amount of money for his future. He was a pragmatic, smart guy. The mother said that this money was too much, advised him to take better care of his girlfriend. But she did not know some news. Kevin, not without sadness, told them that they had parted. The room suddenly became quiet. No one expected this. The mother was very shocked. She did not understand how this happened. They got along very well. The guy with his characteristic smile said that it happened so. There was not an ounce of sadness on his face from this event, because he remembered how they separated. His father, without unnecessary emotion, told him to forget about her, because there was already enough to do without it. Feelings were useless. The man also praised his massage and recognized his talent. Such words were rare from a silent family man. He finished eating, got up from the table, told his son to finish eating and get out quickly. It was not a rubber year. The mother began to whisper to her son that his father was pleased with the massage. He said that he would give it to her too. In the evening, Kevin fell to the ground and, barely breathing because he was very tired, his mother said that he looked like an old man. At work, the main character was doing a warm-up. His red-haired patient quietly approached him from behind and asked what he was doing. The guy began to explain that he was very tired over the weekend helping his parents. The boy said that he envied his doctor because he too would like to help his own, but he cannot. The young man noticed that his new friend had changed. He asked not to laugh at him, but fortunately, he was told the truth. He had to remember how he treated his mother when he first entered the hospital. Then he hated the whole world. At that moment, it seemed to him as if everyone was ignoring him, as if he was completely alone. In fact, he still thinks so. He didn't understand why he had to endure this pain, what he was doing wrong. He did rehabilitation only because the doctor insisted, but he doesn't know why he needs it. However, his legs hurt less than before. He mastered many movements. The boy began to shout that he didn't know. In any case, he was somehow broken. He was very tired and wanted to be struck by lightning. Now he was at that age when teenagers began to dream about something, and these dreams became their driving force. However, it was during this period that he had an accident and became disabled. One could understand him. The man asked the young man to look at his phone. He was glad that his new friend had reached level 50th, although he himself was already at 70. Kevin showed his character. He had a red robe, white hair and a ponytail, and a lot of health. The boy thought that his doctor was a hacker. Although he himself had achieved such a result, he could not believe that the doctor had gone through this with a 4-star character. Kevin really had to try hard. But with this character, he wanted to show him something else. The red-haired guy did not understand at all what he was talking about, which could be demonstrated by a simple game on the phone. Kevin asked him to answer the seemingly basic question of who controlled the characters. Without any doubt, any character was controlled by a person. This confirmed that the boy was not broken at all. He did not become a 4-star hero. Being a 5-star, he remained himself as he was. The boy looked at his hands and listened carefully to what his doctor was telling him. Kevin asked him if he wanted to try something new while he was looking for something on his phone. He showed the boy the phone screen. He was very surprised. His face changed. It turns out that on the screen of the gadget was his favorite pastime, his outlet. They showed him wheelchair basketball. Kevin held his phone closer to his face and, with a smile on his face, asked if the boy wanted to try what was shown on it. The boy did not even expect that such an offer would come. He was shown wheelchair basketball. The game of basketball is to take the ball into the basketball basket. Whose team throws the most balls wins. The boy asked in disbelief why the doctor suddenly decided to offer him this. Kevin suggested that he didn't like it. Indeed, the boy didn't think it was real. Few people knew about it. The patient with red hair gave the phone back and leaned his head on his fist. He had an angry face. Kevin asked if he only wanted to play basketball because he wanted attention. The boy replied that it would be impossible to make money from this nonsense. In any case, he did not want it. Any argument from the boy was accompanied by a heavy exhalation from the doctor, who repeated his phrase that it was impossible to make money from this. In Europe, there were entire leagues in which you could earn money. In addition, you could become a member of the national team. So if he tries, he will go to the Paralympic Games. Since November 2015. Wheelchair basketball competitions have been held annually in Korea. The boy still had doubts. It was all so difficult. The doctor said not to worry because he could take his time with the answer. Red asked if he could become a basketball player, but unfortunately the doctor didn't know that either. Then the boy had the following question. Why did he want him to do this? He will become healthier if he plays sports. And besides, it's fun. Thus, he will have inspiration and motivation to do something, which he does not currently have. Rijik asked why the doctor was so frivolous, and in order to become an athlete, you need to work hard. The boy was watching the match between South Korea and Canada. The Canadian team was replacing the player. The team's secret weapon, a young man with light brown hair, was finally on the court. The boy focused his attention on him. He seemed too familiar to him. The commentator admired the athlete's agility. He intercepted the ball in the blink of an eye. The speed was amazing. Now they could see the skills he possessed as a member of the NBA. So the boy realized how he knew this athlete. His mother came up to him from behind and asked if he needed anything. They treated the boy unsuccessfully for 2 years. The mother could not imagine what they would have done if they had not met Kevin. The assistant tried very hard to make friends with him. This impressed his mother and touched her to the depths of her soul. She said that he was interested in him, what he liked, what he didn't, what his hobbies were. The boy could not believe it, because it turns out that the doctor did not find this game himself, but began to play it on purpose. At the next meeting, the boy was absolutely in no mood, because he learned the truth, which it would be better not to learn. Kevin asked him why he was so sad, asked him to look somewhere, and took the fabric off the thing. The doctor bought him a new stroller for the competition and suggested that he finally try it out. The boy agreed, but he was sad and completely unenthusiastic, bowing his head slightly forward. Kevin thought he was in a bad mood, even suggesting that he was in a hurry with this purchase. The red-haired boy asked him why he lied to him. The main character did not expect such a question. The doctor sat down in front of him and asked what he was talking about. But the boy's mother told him everything, about the sport he used to play, about the game he plays. Kevin began to apologize. He did not immediately understand how to proceed when his plan was discovered. The boy was absolutely not angry with him, although there was reason, but there were no such feelings in him. But he sincerely did not understand why he was so kind to him. why he treated him in a special way. Kevin began to rub the back of his head, smiled modestly, and said that he just wanted to help the boy. The young man's main desire was for the patient to start dreaming again, because this is very important at his age. Red was surprised that this was the only reason, but he should have known how important a dream is. A well-known book said that life without a dream is like a faded portrait. The boy asked not to tell him how to live. It all sounded very cool and motivational. Since he lost the ability to walk, it has been very difficult for him. Tears flowed from his eyes. Mom and Dad also had a hard time because of him. He tore up all his basketball posters in the room. However, after watching a match between disabled basketball players, he calmed down, and something stirred inside. Kevin continues to help him regularly. This is very important, especially for a lost child. The boy asked if he continued to study, would he be able to get better? Or would his condition improve due to the fact that he had hope? Kevin looked at him with eyes full of sadness, compassion. He felt sorry for this beautiful boy. After he stopped crying, the doctor took him to the toilet so that the redhead could wash himself and blow his nose. In that case, as they were about to begin training, they would first need to learn a basic movement called a reversal. The boy already knew this movement. It was a rotation of 180 degrees, but it was not clear how to perform it in a wheelchair. Everything was quite simple. You just needed to spin the wheel. The young man asked to look at him carefully. Kevin performed this movement with amazing professionalism. It was hard to believe that it was his first time sitting in a wheelchair. The main character himself did not notice how his magic hands were activated. Blue energy was coming from them. Red asked him if there was one thing he couldn't do. Kevin learned it from a national team athlete he worked with at another hospital. The boy said that this was more like nonsense, but the young man did not like it. He said that he was very eloquent. After he showed him the correct execution of the movement, he suggested that he try it himself. The boy was determined to spin and become a master in this matter. The mood changed very quickly. He was full of motivation. The main thing was not to overdo it. Time was running out. It was necessary to take a break almost every 10 minutes, so it was necessary to hurry. Then no one knew that everything would go so far that the boy's dream could come true. The windows of the hospital reflected the blue sky with clouds. There was always a feeling of calm and tranquility near such places. But in fact, the red-haired boy was undergoing diligent training in the hall. He was learning to do tricks. After he was successful a couple of times, he started asking his coach if it was perfect. Kevin encouraged him as much as he could. He admired the fact that the boy found time to train amidst treatment. In this case, they were going to move on to learning the next move, but first they had to answer the question of what to do if you fall while playing. The red-haired boy thought that he needed to ask someone for help. He lived in a wonderful world where everyone helps each other. But unfortunately, he was wrong. Since this is a sports game, the fight here is much tougher than he could imagine. So even if someone falls, no one will stop the game and help. He asked if the boy knew what an out is. This is when the team's defense goes out of bounds and the ball is passed to the opponent, so his chance of scoring the ball becomes higher. It was true. The athlete must rise himself and quickly move to his position. So this is the most important thing, and even more important was speed. Kevin offered to show him by example how to do this, so that if something happens, he will be trained. To begin with, it was important to fall on your side, while grouping yourself correctly and falling on the right side. Then you had to lie on your stomach and put your hands on the floor. This was one of the important points in the instructions. Then gather all your strength into a fist, and use your active hands to push upward with all your might. While Kevin was demonstrating all this, the boy in the wheelchair repeated every movement with gestures for a boy who knew nothing. He worked quite hard. The main character told him not to be afraid of falling, because he was not afraid when he first fell on his knees. The redhead seemed to begin to understand a little what his coach was trying to say. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, for everyone, the boy began to fall sideways to repeat the climb that he had just been shown. Kevin did not expect such a turn of events and began to ask if anything hurt after such a fall. But the boy was fine. Every time the guy saw how hard his patient was working, something turned inside him. He thought about what he was doing and what else he wanted to do, whether he was doing everything correctly, and whether he tries even a tenth of the effort this boy puts in. He is amazed at his power. Kevin looked at his hands but remembered that he was not alone there. In fact, he was responsible for his patient. Today, he did a great job. The result will be visible very soon. The boy was going to show him the perfect lift tomorrow. Suddenly, a table popped up and it was written that the patient was satisfied with the treatment, and he received 10 points as a reward. Kevin knew he had made friends with the patient, so the remaining 20 points were just around the corner. Suddenly, the director entered the office and asked if the assistant was finished with rehabilitation. Kevin bowed to him. The director said that the guy always tried to find an individual approach to each patient. It didn't seem like they were doing routine tasks that patients couldn't do without help. so I wondered what they were doing instead. In fact, the main character taught the boy to play basketball. They conducted a kind of training. The head of the ward complex asked the assistant what he had talked about with the director, and replied that he was curious to know how the rehabilitation of the red-haired boy was progressing. The glass in the man's hand was half empty, and viscous saliva flowed down the inner wall of the container. Kevin thought that the director had said something about him together with the head, and asked his interlocutor what exactly. The director said he decided to hold a wheelchair basketball tournament on the court at the country's main hospital. Kevin was shocked by this turn of events. It was scary to even dream about. He literally said that why shouldn't their hospital take part in this competition? It was about a patient with red hair, but the team was supposed to have 5 people. Kevin didn't know if he had any other patients who could play wheelchair basketball. It was not necessary for the patients to participate. The main character asked what his interlocutor wanted to say. The head patted him on the shoulder and said that they had many therapists, doctors, and interns in the hospital. He had to select a therapist, the ability to operate wheelchairs, and create a team roster. The director said that he trusted the assistant to assemble the team. He grabbed his head and bent over. He couldn't believe it. I asked if not only patients could take part in this competition, because it was logical. The head studied the information that there are 20 wheelchair basketball teams in South Korea, 9 of which consist of players who do not have disabilities, so there are no problems. According to the director, they should use this opportunity to promote their hospital, hold a fair, and use the proceeds for something good. Kevin thought about what would happen if the patient refused, but the director had already agreed on everything. There was no point in thinking about it. The head asked not to worry and continue to work in the same spirit. In any case, no one is going to win. They just needed to take the chance to draw attention to their rehabilitation department. By the way, the match is in 3 weeks on Saturday. The man asked if they had enough time to prepare. Kevin, with his permission, will go to the restroom before the next appointment. He wanted to rest. There was a lot of work ahead of him. It was impossible to hide with an awl in the bag. Sooner or later, the hospital would be overwhelmed by the winds of change. The quest about a sick person in body and spirit was replaced by a meeting with a dream. First the director, and now this competition. Everyone seemed to want him dead. Also, the reward was not shown on the table. Kevin did not understand whose side the game was on. The phone on the sofa vibrated. The head of the ward complex wrote a message that he would help the boy. The hospital workers stood behind the wheelchairs, and their expressions showed that they were unhappy. The head of the ward complex apologized for calling them together so suddenly. They decided to take part in wheelchair basketball, which was being conducted by their director. Of course, everyone began to be indignant. They didn't believe that this could happen because they already had a lot to do, and there was also basketball. Everyone involved would get an annual leave increase, so he had to pretend he hadn't heard it. Basketball skills are, of course, important, but you need to focus on driving the wheelchair. It seems that he began to understand what the head was saying when he meant help. He smiled, sweat running down his face from awkwardness. The hospital staff sat down on a chair in their suits and began to try to maneuver and practice. One employee turned the wheel unsuccessfully. His sleeve almost got chewed up. He was seriously scared. And a moment later, he was lying on the ground, hit his head hard. The head asked how many years he had been working as a physical therapist. Anyone could drive back and forth. The man asked if anyone could do something more interesting. Kevin took the initiative, extended his hand up, and asked to be allowed to do some trick. If you lean on one side and keep your balance on it, as he showed, you can perform the trick. The guy began to spin around. No one expected such a turn of events. Everyone looked at it in surprise, without removing their eyes. The head was surprised. It turns out that the assistant knew how to drive a stroller perfectly. Everyone was wondering if there was something he couldn't do. The old acquaintance looked with dissatisfaction at this whole picture. Of course, he did not like that the person whom he had humiliated for so long was becoming better than him. After a while, everyone who sat on these wheelchairs for the first time was so tired that they looked like stone figures. After a short training session for the assistant of the 3rd department of the emergency room, 5 people were selected. The team lacked only 3 reserves. The head asked if anyone wanted to take part in the competition as a reserve player. Kevin's old acquaintance raised his hand. The young man was immediately embarrassed by this, because he knew that his old acquaintance was not that kind of person at all. He would use this for selfish purposes. The head asked if he had any special reason why he wanted to take part, since he was pretty bad at it. The guy began to say that he really wanted to help the little boy make his dream come true, and tried to pretend to be an angel. In fact, even if he is not a substitute, he will not have to play on the field, but he will still receive an increase. The head wrote it down in a notebook and told him to try and give it his all. With the help of the head of the ward department, they recruited the required number of participants for the competition. The captain and center was the assistant to the head of the third department of the reception ward, and they also appointed an attacking defender. After some time, a point guard was appointed. It was an intern of the third department of the emergency room. Doctors from the second department of the emergency room were appointed attackers, and a reserve player was also appointed. The mother went into her red-haired son's room, doing something in the nightstand while he was playing on the phone. Her son began to ask her what she would like to do. She did not expect such a question so suddenly. Apparently, he thought about his mother after recently playing basketball. She wanted to help him do what he wanted. The boy understood that this was only good for him. He wanted to know what exactly his mother wanted, but he and his father were truly happy when their son smiled. Her son's wish was to go back in time to before he got into that horrific accident. After these words, he squeezed the blanket in his hands. He cursed the day when he had to go through such a thing. In this case, the mother would continue to work at work, and the father would not have to sit next to him at night after work. In response to this, his mother simply hugged him. She said that she and her father were happy that they could be with him, and there was no need to reproach themselves for this. It wasn't the boy's fault, but all these years he still felt guilty for taking up so much time from his loved ones. The mother said that she and his father are happy when he smiles. If he works hard, the results will follow. Kevin really wanted him to start dreaming again. The son who was always cold to his parents, after his mother hugged him, hugged her back, said he would work hard. Night fell on the street. A huge moon, which was not covered by anything, illuminated the hospital building. Kevin thanked everyone for coming to his training after work. An old acquaintance began to pick his ear, showing complete disrespect for everyone present. He was simply a disgusting person. According to him, it was, of course, all great, but training after work seemed too much to him. He didn't understand what was wrong with this basketball that they had to deal with all this. The boy became sad. The green-haired intern began to explain that some of the patients were athletes, so he didn't think that such training was anything bad. And what's more, they were given an increase in their vacation for this, so complaining was too arrogant, although this scarecrow is no stranger to it. In this case, since the opinions converged, Kevin suggested starting training and not wasting time. Everyone raised their hands up. They were determined. Victory was supposed to be theirs. There were 20 days left before the competition, but the team was so awkward that it was funny to even watch. With such preparation, it was pointless to play the red-haired boy thought that they were unlikely to succeed. Kevin advised us to start with the basics. First, we had to get used to dribbling. He kicked the ball. Everyone followed him, his movements. It really looked funny, but they honestly tried. An old acquaintance of the young man mocked him with his ugly smile, which greatly irritated everyone, and said not to invite him next time. The red-haired boy threw the ball into the basket, which aroused the admiration of everyone else. Everyone began to applaud him. Kevin began to show a diagram of how they would become. He was no less tired than the rest, but somehow miraculously did over time. Everyone listened to this with bated breath, although most understood little of it. But everyone was ready to try for the benefit of the hospital and the boy's health. Kevin's unpleasant friend was lying and whistling nearby, which irritated and disturbed everyone. Everyone wanted him to leave there quickly. Another ball, which Kevin threw, flew into the basket. His magic hands were activated. His throws became more accurate. It turned out that magic hands could be used not only for treatment, but also in sports. Red told his doctor to turn around. He did so and was hit in the head with the ball. His head almost flew off. The boy laughed and said that he missed the pass, and as a result, they started chasing him. Red said that his doctor looked like an old grandfather. They began to laugh merrily, although they were very tired. The doctor asked the patient if he was having fun, and he answered without hesitation that yes, because he was good. It was natural, however. Kevin asked him to remember something. The information was important. Regardless of whether they won or lost, there were plenty of other ways to have fun. The boy began to think that he was actually not that good, Kevin began to reassure him. It was just that there were only newcomers on their team. The main character wanted to let him know that he didn't want him to forget that these were just the first steps. Confidence and a desire to work were visible in the boy's eyes. He agreed with all the words of his coach. They bumped fists. Kevin said that he could be trusted, and the boy was not going to complain like before. The long-awaited date has finally arrived on Saturday morning, the 4th of May. Spectators were already sitting on the field. The team was waiting for their exit, carefully examining everything that was happening, looking at the stands. Kevin stood next to his patient, pushing his stroller. It was a real day of glory for the boy. Finally, the long-awaited day of the competition arrived. Some spectators sat motionless. Some stood leaning on the fence. The young people were warming up, throwing the ball into the basket, trying to remember what they had learned. The competition was about to begin soon, and participants and spectators were asked to proceed to the basketball court. Kevin was talking to the red-haired boy, saying that the match was finally starting. Everyone was nervous. Their team was not the most prepared, so I was very nervous. No one expected the competition to be so big. Some of the guys started to feel sick because of excitement. Some tried to motivate others, but it didn't work out very well. It is unclear whether everything will be all right, but I wanted to believe better. The chief doctor greeted the participants. Everyone bowed to him and showed respect. Kevin took on the role of commander and greeted him. The director thanked everyone for agreeing to participate in the competition. Despite the day off, the head doctor tried to cheer them up by calling them real athletes, that all they had to do was try. The young people gathered in a circle to raise team spirit. The director told them to be careful and do everything that depends on them. They reached forward and laid them on top of each other. It was really uplifting. They raised their hand forward and cheerfully shouted that everything would work out for them, that the best was only yet to come. The referee threw the ball up, which meant that the game had started. The guy with green hair received the ball. Kevin intercepted the ball and immediately began rolling towards the basket at breakneck speed. Everyone was surprised. The guy threw the ball straight at the target. Everyone was waiting for how everything would be decided in the end. Fortunately for everyone, it hit. Everyone began to praise the commander, and he in turn praised the intern with green hair for an excellent pass. In the next round, the boy with red hair could not score. It was a three-pointer. He was seriously tired. When he threw the ball, it was hit, so this task could not be completed. Kevin reassured everyone that everything was fine. They needed to focus on defense. The young man, while protecting their basket from his opponent's sword, accidentally fell and exhaled heavily. After a while, there was a break. The whole team sat and tried to bring themselves to their senses. The team understood that the opposing team was playing very well. It was not clear how to throw when the wheels were still spinning. I realized that the team's morale dropped after the second quarter. This needed to be corrected. The main character approached the boy and turned to him. He threw a towel over his head and asked what his doctor needed. The magic mouth was activated. Sometimes the ball hit the hoop, sometimes it didn't, but it had a very high shooting percentage. Therefore, there was no need to apply pressure, but simply to take advantage of the chance if it appeared. It was necessary to remember that the main hero of all these competitions was the red-haired boy. Thanks to him, this event took place. After these words, Kevin said with a commanding voice that it was time to go finish the match. Of course, this motivated the red-haired guy very much. He gained the strength to move mountains. Kevin didn't know if it was the magic mouth, but there was a sparkle in his eyes. The third quarter was almost over. The gap was more than 35 points. This situation had to be used to one's advantage, and in principle, all opportunities had to be used. The commander gave a pass to the neighboring player, who accepted it very awkwardly, even got scared. The rest of the participants had to go to defense. A clear plan of action was lined up in their heads. The opponents realized that the guy was heading towards the three-point line and began to block him, but a red-haired guy came nearby, and the player decided to pass the ball to him because he had more opportunities. The boy began to worry whether he would succeed. His shoulders seemed very heavy, but in his head he was replaying the words that he was the main hero of these competitions. Before his eyes was his attending physician, who in such a short time could have done more than anyone else. Kevin shouted to him that it was time to finish the job and save their team. The boy raised his hands above his head along with the ball. He's about to make the decisive blow that will determine the outcome of the match. Kevin's words were still ringing in his head about how it didn't matter whether they won or lost. The only most important thing in the game was that they did not give up. The boy threw the ball and screamed loudly. The team members came to the red-haired boy. They shouted joyfully. They could not believe that everything that was happening was true. The team from the best hospital in the city tried to repel the attack of the team in green jerseys. Everyone tried their best to bring victory. This couldn't go on any longer, the team member thought. Someone had to take the first step. It was time to show themselves. He began to accelerate towards the part of the field that belonged to the enemy. Kevin couldn't take his eyes off. He opened his mouth wide. No one expected such a turn of events. The man, who decided to save everyone, managed to reach the desired point, but he fell and was injured. He was placed on a couch with the help of paramedics and taken off the field so as not to interfere with the game. The team looked at him with sadness, but with irony he completely relied on the doctors. The red-haired boy was upset by this. He turned to the commander because the game had to be continued. If doctors took a player away, then only one person could be sent as a replacement. The assistant to the head of the first department of the emergency room became at least some kind of replacement. Kevin ordered him to start getting ready. He was shocked. He barely got up from the bench where he had been lying for almost the entire match, and doubted whether he should go out. The young man with red hair's older comrades tried to encourage him, convincing him that he could show his skills. The replacement already had a picture of a victorious moment in his head, but the reality turned out to be not so rosy. The boy realized that if someone was kicked out of the team, only a substitute player could replace him. No one was happy about this because Kevin's old friend didn't go to training. couldn't do anything and only ruined everything. The man said that if he had known that he would be allowed on the field, he would have trained. It sounded very stupid. All team members thought that the young man had just arrived and was already ruining everything, like a sheep spoiling the entire flock. The boy with red hair did not know this expression and asked the boy with green hair how he knew it. Kevin didn't expect anything from him, but the elder's skills were very poor. In this case, he decided that he and the guy with green hair would block the enemy to allow the red one to throw. He decided to give it a try, regardless of whether they lost or won. The important thing was the feeling when he tried his best. Only faith in his abilities and hope were more important. Kevin hoped that the boy with red hair could feel what he felt. The commander raised his hand up, thereby attracting the attention of his entire team, pronounced their names, and raised the team's spirit. The guy with green hair took the ball from Kevin, of course. It was all very clumsy, but at least somehow. After that, he began to turn around. Several members of the opposing team immediately attacked him, and he was a little scared. But after a couple of seconds, he said that they had fallen into a trap, and immediately gave the ball to another player. The boy with red hair caught the ball, and a plan began to take shape in his head. The opponents realized that they needed to block the patient. The boy had little time to think. Kevin began shouting to his ward that he could do anything, he just needed to quit. There were only a few seconds left until the end of the match when the red-haired man finally threw the ball into the basket. After the match, they all sat tired in the locker room, trying to get their breathing in order, drying themselves with towels. An old friend of Kevin's said that everyone was great. It was a shame, of course, that they lost, but the game was not bad. No one paid attention to him, his words flew by, no one needed him. The young man began to ask if they were very tired, received only negative answers, and suggested that they be gentler. Kevin said that for him the competition is an empty phrase, just a way to get an increase in vacation. The guy said that he was going too far. An old acquaintance thought that the main character considered himself cool. If he was unhappy, then he had to work. The guy brushed off the hand of his old familiar shoulder and said that he had no business talking to him, and then he became very angry. The main character changed into a shirt and trousers, turned to the red-haired boy, and was going to talk to him. The boy thought that if he had tried better, then maybe they wouldn't have had a fight. He had 5 chances to score in the center, but all of them were unsuccessful. Kevin told his patient that he did a great job. The redhead didn't expect to hear that. If only he had known that they would be so crushed. But Kevin was clearly unpleasant to listen to such things. The doctor, according to the boy, was already busy all the time, but because of him he had to get ready and train. The difference was 40 points. He performed very poorly. Consider it a waste of time to enter the field. He had exactly this opinion about himself. But the main character's idea of the situation that happened is different. The guys were glad that everything went without serious injuries. A team member could not allow the doctor to rush into the weed. He drew the boys' attention to this conversation between the team members and asked whether people who were forced to play could smile like that after a defeat. The team members considered Kevin's old friend a troll, but they fought to the end, despite him. The boy held the ball in his hands, placing it on his feet, and thought that he had done everything he could. He didn't even want to imagine that something like this could happen again. He leaned towards the ball. He was truly ashamed. He was worried that if he tried again, he would lose again. He had a lot of doubts in his head. Kevin knelt down in front of the stroller and told him that both winning and losing were important. The guy began to rub his forehead with his elbow and suggested that it was important to enjoy the process. He heard this phrase from his doctor so often that it was already sitting in his liver. They smiled. Kevin joked that the boy managed to grow up so quickly it wasn't a matter of height. The main character was going to roll the red-haired boy to a party that the other doctors had prepared. But he asked to wait a little. He decided to just throw the basketball into the basket. While the ball was flying into the basket, for some reason it seemed to the main character that at that moment he understood everything. He understood why he had the ability, why that series of unpleasant events happened in his life. A plan began to emerge in his head that told him what he, as a therapist, should do in the future. The boy with red hair looked at the basket with burning eyes and said that he understood what he wanted to do. Of course, this could not but please the attending physician, but the most important thing is that, looking at this, the main character also understood this. Kevin praised his patient for his excellent throw and took him to a party. He asked him to do it faster because he was hungry. After that match, the team's wheelchair basketball practices did not stop. They became even more frequent. The paralyzed patient began to handle the ball better, although he was in despair for some time after the event. He mentioned when he gave an interview that there were thoughts of failure in trying to succeed in sports due to inferiority. He hated the whole world then. But the journalist correctly thought that this was in the past, since now the boy with red hair was a potential member of a university's wheelchair basketball team. They suggested that all this was probably due to his efforts in competitions that his hospital held for charity. The guy did not deny this. He said that on this thorny path, he could not have done without the support of some people, especially his mother. The journalist had tears flowing from her eyes. She hoped that all his labors would bear fruit and asked what he wanted to say to his friends in the end. The guy with red hair looked up at the stands and saw a familiar figure in a white shirt and formal trousers. It was Kevin, who watched the events taking place with a kind smile. This could not but please him. The guy began to talk about how he met a doctor who set him on the right path when he was still immature. He would like to quote to the guys the words of his outstanding doctor, which stuck in the patient's head. Of course, the phrase was that miracles are closer than they seem. It accompanied and supported him all the way. A doctor with a green tie was preparing a patient for an MRI, carefully examining him so that no accident would occur. Having received the results, he exhaled heavily, because he already had his hands full, and he also had to carry out the procedure himself. There was a persistent knock on the door. The man did not change his facial expression and only tiredly muttered that the man could come in. It was a man with a receding hairline, holding coffee in his hands, and asked what the head of the Human Resources Department was doing in the radiology room. The man was wondering the same question. He used to be a radiologist and now was the head of the HR department, so he needed to hire more employees. The man with the coffee chuckled at the fact that his colleague had to do someone else's work. He was persistently asked to remain silent, because the doctor himself did not like to do this. They noticed a microfracture in the head of the hip bone. The man was frightened and asked the head of the therapeutic department to look at the chart and find out who exactly the patient's attending physician was. He was the son of the chief physician of Mason Hospital. He was a doctor in the Department of Rehabilitation Medicine. The doctor's report stated that no anomalies were detected. It was extremely strange, and the examination was carried out poorly. But after all, this attending physician was the prince of the kingdom of that hospital, despite his incompetence. The man in the green tie rolled his eyes. There was nothing but trouble all around. Everything around him irritated him. The man with the bald head had a cunning plan in his head. He still wanted to throw Kevin out of their hospital. He asked the head of the HR department not to tell the young man about the microfracture, and he asked why. If they tell, then everyone will know about the fracture, and the young man will be branded, and if they remain silent, then they will get rid of him. In any case, it was not their responsibility. The attending physician had already made the diagnosis. If he were in his place, he would not have said anything. The head of the therapeutic department, without thinking twice, dialed the head of the ward complex on the phone and asked to come see him. After some time, the man was already standing on the threshold of the office. He was allowed to enter. The man with a receding hairline continued to drink his coffee. The head asked if the man had finished distributing patients between doctors. The answer was no, but he then planned to do it in the near future. In this case, the man asked to let him look at the schedule. He found the file of one guy who, it turns out, was a baseball player. Everything was exactly like that. This time he decided to undergo outpatient treatment. He said that he knew the head of the rehabilitation department. The head of the therapeutic department was inspired by the idea of treating the young man himself, but the head of the department had already assigned this patient to another doctor. The man did not expect such a turn of events. It turns out that the case was personally entrusted to Kevin, the best assistant and rehabilitation specialist at that hospital. Apparently this was a matter of a personal nature, so asking him was too burdensome. So he turned to the assistant to the head of the third department of the emergency room with a request. Of course, the event that happened hurt the self-esteem of the head of the therapeutic department, because it turned out that some young man was more competent than him. Next, they had a patient assigned to the son of the hospital's chief physician with hemiplegia due to a stroke. The man with a receding hairline said to assign this patient to Kevin, despite his already heavy workload. The head of the ward complex began to shrug, wondering if he would have too many patients in this case. The man said that he should not worry about this, because then it seemed that he listened to the opinion of the head of rehabilitation medicine, but not to his. The head of the ward complex began to apologize, because he worked in a therapeutic department, and not in a rehabilitation department. He should have done as his head said. Although the man did everything to make room for Kevin for the red-haired lady, if he left everything as it was, the guy would soon be aiming for his place. He got the idea to take this opportunity away from the guy, while there was a chance, and it was not too late. Kevin entered the hall and greeted the head of the ward complex, who told him to come and sit down. The man asked if the doctor knew about one guy from a famous team. He naturally knew about him. It was an acquaintance of the head of the rehabilitation medicine department. He asked him to take care of him. Kevin couldn't believe what he just heard. His eyes lit up. He couldn't sit still with happiness. The head of the ward complex reassured him and said that, in addition to the star, he was given another patient who was hospitalized yesterday. He asked the head of the ward complex if this was too much for him alone. He replied that he was trying to give this patient to someone else, But the head of their department looked very angry and reproached him for listening to the opinion of the head of another department, but supposedly not to his. There was a saying that when whales fight, shrimp die. Kevin received a new quest. In addition, one of his patients was discharged during the week. The main character was surprised that in such a difficult situation he had a new quest, which was dedicated to finding a way out of crisis into opportunity. In any case, the head of the ward complex had to leave if it became too difficult. The guy could ask him for help. If he completed this quest, turned a crisis into an opportunity, he could be rewarded with a potential promotion. The young man did not expect such a turn of events. His mouth opened wide in surprise. The famous athlete was a star, but then played in the second team due to a drop in his average. If we were talking about a crisis, then this was clearly in it. The more information about the patient, the better. It was necessary to find something else. On the other hand, the patient who was given to him in addition had already suffered from that disease for a long time, and his condition was not very serious. It was written that the patient had mild pain in the pelvic area, and the MRI showed no abnormalities. Kevin thought about what he had just read, scratching his chin and carefully turning over the options in his head. An adult man came into the treatment room, introduced himself as his patient, and the doctor also gave his name. He showed with his hand where he would need to go to start treatment, accompanied by a friendly smile. As soon as Kevin turned away slightly, the man grabbed his leg and sighed heavily. It was clear that he was in pain. Then the young man did not yet know who the quest meant by that very crisis. It was not a star at all. Since he had just recently been hospitalized, the doctor decided to go over the symptoms. The chart said that he felt slight pain in the pelvic area. This was true. He tried not to lift weights because otherwise it would start to hurt in that area. He asked if the man had an X-ray. He said that such an event had taken place recently. He was told that there were no problems. It felt really good. Kevin asked him to lie down on the couch and let him examine him. The man immediately agreed and began to get up from the chair. But it was difficult. Kevin carefully watched him for a while to see any disturbances in his movements. But in the end, he decided to help. The doctor commented on almost every movement he made. He told the patient that he was going to move his leg a little. It was painful for him. Kevin asked if he could lower his pants a little. The patient didn't care anymore. He was given injections every day. The young man's magical eyes activated. He saw a red zone in the thigh area. All this seemed extremely strange to him. He noticed that his pelvic area was swollen, pressed on it, and asked if he felt pain. Kevin began to think about what it was. He assumed that it was a contusion, but there was no bruising. It didn't look like a sprain either. It was difficult for a person with paraplegia to get a sprain of the hip joint. The guy immediately told the patient that he suspected that he had a microfracture. He had better take another X-ray. The man was surprised, because he had taken an X-ray at the hospital even before admission, and the attending physician also said that there were no problems. The young man said that it was better to be safe, so he asked him to take an X-ray again. A man with a receding hairline asked the assistant what had happened. The guy immediately replied that the patient might have a fracture. The head of the therapeutic department did not expect such a turn of events. It was as if lightning flashed in his head. It was unclear what to do now. The man decided to go on the attack and assumed that this broken arm was the work of the assistant. Nothing was written about it on the map. Kevin was outraged that the manager wanted to say that it was his actions that caused the patient's fracture. All he did was slightly raise and lower the patient's leg. But, according to the man's attending physician, everything was in order. The doctor understood what he meant, but it was not his doing. He did not commit exorbitant actions. The accident happened unexpectedly, so it was necessary to check. Maybe it was not a fracture at all. The head asked if he wanted to say that the attending physician was mistaken and there really was a fracture. He did nothing. Kevin grabbed his head and didn't understand. Who would have thought that the crisis would mean an unknown athlete, but an elderly man? Kevin bowed to the head of the therapy department and said that he understood and would think about his words. The mobile phone vibrated. Someone was calling it, and it began to move around the table due to the vibration. Mason answered the phone, introduced himself as a doctor from the rehabilitation medicine department, and was asked if he was busy. The head of the rehabilitation medicine department said that it was nothing serious, and asked to know whether the man was his patient. Mason immediately replied that yes, he was hospitalized that same day. He was seen in the morning. He received a request from the physiotherapist. They said that he had a suspicion of a microfracture of the head of the hip bone. Mason got angry and asked who the attending physician of that patient was, and he was told that they didn't know for sure, but it was possible that the guy had misinterpreted the pictures. He still had that data on his computer. He decided to double-check and call him back in case of an error. Mason grabbed his head and began to think, how dare physical therapists tell rehabilitation medicine doctors? If they were collected in one compartment, thoughts began to creep into the guy's head. He opened a photograph of an elderly man and began to look closely. he noticed a strange detail. His mouth opened in surprise. The man with the green tie decided that he needed to increase the number of radiologists. Otherwise, he would soon die from the amount of work. He opened the door, screaming, hit the wall with it, and asked if there was a radiologist in the office. The head of personnel fell from such surprise. He was asked what he was doing there, and the answer was a question about what brought the doctor there. The head of that department was on vacation, and the man was replacing him. There were so many patients today that he could barely cope. Mason realized that if it became known to him that he had made a mistake in treatment, then shame awaited him, and this was terrible. The young man decided to put on an innocent face and said that he had come there about taking pictures of a patient they had recently seen. The man with the green tie asked if he also suspected he had a microfracture. Mason slowly repeated his words. The son of the chief physician asked if they wanted to tell him that his diagnosis was wrong. The head of the human resources department could not believe it. They had already contacted him from the physiotherapy department. They also asked about a microfracture. It was not funny because, in his opinion, they were not doctors. Mason began shouting at the head of the HR department, aggressively asking if he was right. The man folded his arms across his chest and confirmed that he was right. The guy hit the table with his palm and asked the head of the HR department for help. He really needed it. He agreed. After being asked what the essence of the help was, Mason threw up his hands and said that he wouldn't have to do anything complicated. His request was that the head of the HR department should delete the photographs of that patient. The eyes looked too confident. The head of the HR department began to swear. Because in this case he could lose his reputation, he was asked to delete only those photographs that showed the fracture. It was necessary to pretend that their pictures were taken, but the microfracture was not detected. In his opinion, this was the ideal plan. He asked if he thought the same. The head of the department realized what a scoundrel Mason was. He relied only on his father. He was nothing of himself. The head agreed with a squeak. Then he will consider that he received the request, but did not take pictures from all angles. Kevin sat on the sofa and drew attention to the head of the ward complex, who said that the case was very difficult. The patient underwent a re-examination. He was diagnosed with a microfracture, and in addition, the previous photographs were reviewed, and they said that there were no deviations from the norm. The main character could not believe it, because he would not have done anything with the patient. The head also found it strange. The case smelled like something was fried. Mason submitted a request, but the head of HR seemed to be so busy that he forgot to take some pictures. Since there are no pictures of the microfracture, it is difficult to determine whose fault it was. If they had photographs on hand, they would be able to identify the culprit. The head of the ward complex rubbed his chin. If there were pictures, then everything could be solved very simply. Kevin looked at all this with his mouth open. He understood that he was not to blame for anything. In any case, the man was asked to write a report by the head of the department. There was nothing special about it. There was no need to worry too much. But the problem was that they needed to find someone responsible for what they had done. After he wrote the report, the blame would fall on Kevin. He was sure that the reason for the patient's fracture was not his actions. But since he could not prove it, it was clear that the leaders wanted the responsibility to fall on him alone. The head of the therapeutic department gathered all the workers, apparently for a serious conversation. The man started yelling, asking why such an atmosphere reigned in the treatment room, and whether they had been negligent. The head of the ward complex told the head of the department that he did not think the incident occurred during treatment. A man with a receding hairline asked where this incident took place and who would take the blame for the fracture. He asked the assistant how he was going to solve the problem. If he had written a report, Kevin replied that he had not yet. It seemed to him that there was no need to write it. This phrase sounded too bold. The head of the therapeutic department looked at him in surprise and asked what he just said. He repeated his statement and asked how an ordinary doctor dares to contradict him, and began to approach threateningly. But the guy replied that this was out of the question. The interns began to look at each other and wonder what they should do now. A man with a receding hairline began to scream. Drool was flying out of his mouth. It seemed to him that this was a refusal to follow orders. He asked if he wanted to say that he was being unfairly accused. But Kevin was absolutely calm. He took out his phone. There was an X-ray of the patient on it. The head of the therapeutic department asked what he would see there, since it had already become known that there was nothing serious there. But taking the phone in hand, it became clear that a microfracture was visible in that picture. But the head of personnel had to delete these pictures. The man with a receding hairline asked where Kevin got this, because when he checked the computer, this was not there. Indeed, this footage was missing in their hospital. But in the picture taken in another hospital, this frame was there. Kevin smiled joyfully, because he realized that the fault was not in him. The head of the paid complex asked the assistant what this all meant. It turns out that the young man yesterday asked the patient to call the hospital where he had previously been treated. From there, they sent pictures and admitted their mistake in the pictures taken after hospitalization. A microfracture is visible. The doctors apologized for seeing the microfracture and showing it on the chart, but clarified that the fracture was not their doing. Kevin checked and found that a microfracture had already occurred during the first hospitalization. The head of the ward complex was delighted. Since they could not confirm the information with them, he turned to others for help. The man turned to the head of the therapeutic department and said that the assistant really did not need to write a report, and replied that he had done an excellent job. Kevin was very glad that everything was resolved. He did not have to take the blame for what he did not do. The man began to leave, of course. He didn't like that his plan to kick Kevin out of the hospital didn't work. Mary approached him and asked how the doctor came up with this idea, because the idea was truly amazing in crisis situations. People are capable of much. The head of the third department of the emergency room approached his assistant and asked why he was constantly getting into trouble. Just like in the series, last time it was a drama, and this time it was a detective story. Kevin grinned. Because they told him as if he had found out the cause of someone's death, the man believed that a blockbuster could be made on this occasion. A bunch of people gathered around the assistant. They discussed the situation and laughed sweetly. The situation was resolved in favor of the young man. Kevin drew attention to the blue sign on which information about the quest was written. Those around him did not understand where he was looking. The main character stared at the screen, and the others began to ask if everything was okay with him, because they did not see this board. The quest did not end, but changed to the second part. Now it was necessary to increase patient satisfaction above 80, but the reward remained the same. Kevin did not move. They began to shake him and ask him to wake up. The guy was upset because he thought that this was the situation the system was hinting at. He sincerely did not understand why all this was happening to him. Meanwhile, the weather outside was simply amazing. The windows in the hospital reflected the beautiful blue sky. Currently, the desired satisfaction score in 5 patients did not appear to be included in the new patient. The young man knocked on a special room. The doors were snow white. They were different from the usual ones. The floors were made of expensive parquet. The room was very large in size. It was a special room in that hospital. Initially, it was the exclusive treatment room of the head of the therapeutic department, but he had to use it as a ward. When there was a knock on the door, the patient was allowed to enter VIP status, for this room had been assigned quite recently. Kevin smiled sweetly. All this happened because of the former leading hitter of the Happy Hawks. That very special patient. A man in a burgundy t-shirt and yellow hair came in and leaned on the door from the inside. Kevin introduced himself to his patient, said that he was his attending physician. The man replied that it was not bad in that office. The young man agreed nicely, although he was embarrassed by such a remark. This is literally the best room in the hospital. The man decided to be honest. He came on the recommendation of a friend. If he didn't like his treatment, then he didn't have to wait for him tomorrow. He didn't want to waste either his or his time. Kevin said that he believed with full confidence that they would meet him tomorrow and picked up the bat. The man noted that he was filled with confidence. He thought that the doctor would be more severe. The doctor handed him the bat and asked if he wanted to swing it a couple of times as part of the examination. It was the first time for him that the physiotherapist had offered him something like this. He began to get up from the sofa and reached for the object. He asked Kevin to move away and not get under his arm, after which he lightly stroked his shoulder, swung his hand, and felt pain in the right side of his body. The man said that he did not know what it could do, but even after the pain, he smiled sweetly. Kevin looked at everything that was happening with his magical eyes. At first glance, the blow seemed powerful, but something was wrong. The young man asked if the athlete felt pain in his back during the blow. His face showed that this was the case. The star began to ask how the doctor found out what his problem was. He had been to many hospitals, but had never seen anything like this. The balance at some point was completely lost. The free agent contract was about to expire. If the man continues in the same spirit, it will be difficult to get a new contract. The same goes for a contract with the second division. The athlete asked his coach not to tell the club about this. He would definitely come up with something in return. The coach went for it, but the man didn't know what the problem was and how long it would take for treatment. They weren't going to wait long. In the hospitals he had been to before, they told him that he was fine. His lips were dry from surprise. The man began to hope that the physiotherapist standing in front of him could still help him, and he would return to the team. The symptoms indicated overload syndrome, in which case it was necessary to rest more. The man with yellow hair grabbed him by the shoulders and said with frightened eyes that it was quite difficult to rest. At that moment, he was a player. He understood that rest is necessary for health, but if you take a break from training anyway, it will be difficult to return later. The doctor understood this. Then, Since he could not rest, there was another way. His muscles could be strengthened through training. When it comes to strength training, many people think about exercises to gain muscle mass, but there are 600 muscles in the human body, of which about 400 are stabilizer muscles that support their posture. In training, they strengthened only those muscles that they needed. But the muscles could not work at full strength if the stabilizer muscles were weak. They decided to strengthen the postural muscles using the tense-relax method. Tight-relax is the main method of strengthening the muscles that support posture and the main principle of therapy. When hitting, you need to return to the original position at the moment when he begins to feel the first signs of pain. The man with yellow hair said that if he continues, he will hurt even more. Kevin asked him to be patient. He pulled the rubber band he was wearing up to the door and said that they would tense for 8 seconds, relax for 15 seconds. And from that moment on, time went on. He gave a command to his patient. They performed tasks together. It was not easy. He will have to swing with the same force with which he moves his pelvis, and nothing more. Now he will need to relax. The man with yellow hair began to get tired very quickly. This exercise was more difficult than the ones he did in training. The therapist moved with him, but didn't even break a sweat. He didn't understand how this was possible. The man lowered the bat and asked if the doctor was used to such training. He cheerfully replied that he was a physiotherapist. In addition, it turns out that he once served in the Marine Corps. The athlete began to see him as his coach. The man performed the doctor's calculation exercises, of course. It was very difficult. The load was serious. Sweat began to flow down the man's face in large drops. He was breathing very heavily. His whole body was tense. When it was time to relax, he raised his hand to his face and began to wipe away the sweat. It was hard for him. There was a 15-second break, after which they had to continue at the same pace. Kevin calmly looked at everything that was happening. The muscle strengthening program, through tension and relaxation, went smoothly, although the patient did not realize that he was working with more and more confidence in his lower back. After the exercises, he sat down with a crash on the sofa. Heat literally emanated from him. He was all wet. It was very hard for him. Kevin suggested finishing training for today, because the quota had been met. Kevin handed him the playing bat and invited him to finally swing it as usual, without the rubber band. When the man did this, he was shocked that he had almost no pain. He felt better. Kevin noted that this is a temporary effect, but in the future, thanks to therapy, he will really feel virtually no pain. The athlete was delighted because the doctor identified the problem at a glance and immediately found a solution. He could not miss such a miracle from a physiotherapist. The man invited the doctor to become his personal trainer. He said that he would give him twice as much as he received then. Kevin received a notification on his blue sign that an unexpected offer had been received. If he accepted it, the quest would be automatically canceled. The guy was surprised. If everyone finds out that the main character was this athlete's physical therapist, then his reputation as a doctor will greatly increase. The man grabbed his hands and said that if he didn't have enough, he would give him more, of course. Getting more than working as a doctor is good. In the past, he would have accepted the offer. He was driven by the desire to succeed, but then he was unhappy. Now the guy understands that nothing is given for nothing. It is wrong to use these powers just for the sake of money. The young man thanked him for the offer, but decided to refuse and gently announced his verdict. Even if he was offered hundreds of millions, he would still want to work in the hospital. The man was upset, but nothing could be done about it. He said that they would see each other tomorrow. The man began to scratch the back of his head. It was impossible to miss such a physiotherapist, because he works miracles. The athlete left, surprisingly, without slamming the door. Kevin bowed to him and said goodbye in his usual manner. The main character received a notification that the treatment was successfully completed. He received 20 reward points. The patient was satisfied with the treatment. Satisfaction was increased by 10 points. From that day on, treatment went smoothly, perhaps thanks to the renewed faith he had in himself. Only now the man became too friendly towards his doctor. It was strange. One day he brought him red ginseng and told him to take it once a day. It was good for his health. The next time he brought him chickens, he accompanied each gift with an invitation to become his coach. According to hospital rules, the doctor is prohibited from accepting gifts from patients, and he has no plans to become a non-personal, unusual trainer. But there was also good news. One day a man walked into the office with a joyful expression on his face. Thanks to the doctor, he was called back to the first division. The pain almost completely disappeared. Everything was thanks to him. The doctor himself could not believe it. He was incredibly happy with the result and sincerely congratulated his patient. The athlete was going to show people that his place was still on the field, that he was still worthy. The man wanted to give him something. It was tickets to a match. 2 seats with the best view. He could ask someone out on a date. The athlete was afraid that tickets also could not be accepted according to the hospital's rules. If anything, he did not insist. Of course, the doctor agreed to come. This was not prohibited. He received a notification that he had completed the quest. He sincerely thanked his patient for the tickets. He would definitely come to cheer for him, but he had to go urgently. He had plans for today. The athlete not so long ago thought that his career would come to an end, but in the end he returned to the first echelon. Kevin forced him to train as soon as he saw him, and even gave up a fortune. The athlete was surprised and delighted at the same time, but at the same time thought that the physiotherapist was very strange. The athlete was photographed from the bushes and wrote that he was spotted leaving a rehabilitation clinic. However, there were angry comments under the article. The fans wanted him kicked out. They were sure that he would lose everything. Kevin also accidentally came across this article. He started looking for its release date and was very upset. His patient called the young man on his phone and asked in a sad voice if the doctor had seen the article. Returning to the first tier will not be so easy. It seems that the current match will herald not a return, but a retirement. The man, with sadness in his voice, suggested that he might not be the same successful baseball player. He began to wipe away his tears and said that thanks to the doctor, he was at least able to try to come back. Kevin told him not to say such stupid things to him. The tears in the man's eyes froze for a while. The young man asked him to think about the treatment he had undergone so that he could swing a bat again. In this case, there was no place for worries. The man must show everything he is capable of. The patient began to smile again. Realization came to him. He began to thank his doctor for the advice he had given him. People will definitely appreciate the efforts that the athlete put into the possibility of returning to the first tier. Kevin opened the door, and behind it were the interns, who offered him a glass of coffee. He said that they were great, so they could pay with his card at a coffee shop nearby. As a result, they all went to a cafe together. The girl with dark hair said that she was the only one lagging behind all the interns. Kevin began to think about who he should go with to the match of the athlete whom he had cured. The intern girl asked the assistant what kind of tickets he had in his hands, and he answered without hesitation. Having learned that there were tickets for a baseball game, she asked if he had decided who he would go with. The answer was no. In this case, she recommended that he take Mary with him. She really liked this sport. The girl did not expect such a turn of events, and her colleague said that she would have to try harder there. Kevin was surprised that Mary liked not only basketball, but also baseball, and thought that she really loved sports. The girl just shrugged her shoulders and timidly revealed that she had really been interested in him recently. Since the tickets were for the skybox, he offered to watch the match all together and asked how the interns looked at it. Kevin was happy that they would all go to this game together. Only the girl with dark hair was upset. There were a bunch of people sitting at the stadium. All the seats were occupied. They were waiting for the start of the long-awaited game. The athlete sat in the locker room for some time with a downcast look, but in the end he realized that it was time to return to his place. The weather outside was amazing. The sun illuminated the entire field. Every spectator was looking forward to the start of the game. At the end of spring, the long-awaited match between two baseball teams started. Kevin's patient, who had not appeared on the field for a long time, was caught on camera, although the fans did not greet him very well. People from the stands were shouting that he needed to get out of there. Why was he playing if his whole body hurt? Commentators said that it would be quite difficult for the man to win back, because he got into the second tier for a reason. Everyone found out that he was hiding health problems, however. During the interview, he showed complete confidence in his abilities. During the interview, he was asked what he would say to disappointed fans who considered his exit the height of unprofessionalism. The man honestly answered that he read the comments under the article that was posted without his knowledge. The athlete saw how people demanded his departure, how they called him a chicken, not a hawk. He closed his eyes in understanding, but opened them with greater fury, saying that they could laugh as much as they wanted. He promised the fans that today he would make everyone change their minds. He was extremely determined. Nevertheless, it was clear that the athlete was very nervous. This was his third strike. After 2 strikeouts, things were moving towards the grand slam. If the Hawks fail to score the required number of points, then this match will end very sadly for them. Some fans still remained devoted to their favorite athlete and shouted from the stands that they were living thanks to him and that he would succeed. However, while he was undergoing treatment, everyone else continued to train and improve their skills. A gap in physical fitness was inevitable. Suddenly, a player from the opposite team threw the ball, and the confused man who had just completed rehabilitation returned it with a strange face. The ball flew to the wrong place. There was an out. The referee calmly walked for the game ball. The man with yellow hair was literally on pins and needles. He did not understand what he needed to do now to bring his team the long-awaited victory. The spectators anxiously watched what was happening. Silence reigned throughout the entire field. Everyone was waiting for the continuation. The commentator, in order to somehow explain the situation, said that the player was playing a double game. In the bottom of the 9th inning, With one home run remaining, the Hawks had a new hitter. The guy went out onto the field and told his senior that he would somehow score points and that there was no need to worry. After some time, it became known that the Hawks striker missed the ball. This was an omission for the team. In the end, all the bases were loaded. If the man hit a home run, the Hawks would win, but this seemed unlikely. Two adult young people shouted at the top of their voices that their favorite team would succeed, that they loved it. The main character and his fellow interns looked at all the boxes to which they got tickets. The girl with blue hair read the comments that users wrote in real time. They wrote that they almost broke the TV while watching, that their favorite team completely lost its conscience, that Kevin's patient should not have returned to the main team. The guy with green hair, whose name is Sunny, covered his eyes with his hands and said that he couldn't look at it anymore. Mary turned to Kevin, who said that everything would be fine, regardless of anything. It's not for nothing that many sports fans said that basketball is the embodiment of both the joys and sorrows of life. The main character advised only to trust the man without pain. It is difficult to predict the end of the match. The athlete did not understand what was bothering him so much because all that remained was to show the result. Despite his weakened preparation, he realized that this was his land, that he should not be underestimated. As soon as the ball was thrown to him, he hit it as best as he could. Everyone looked on in surprise. The man happily raised his bat. He made the long-awaited grand slam, which brought victory to his team. The athlete had not heard this phrase for a long time. He finally returned home after a long break. The commentators cried. They realized that they didn't understand anything about baseball, and they didn't understand anything about life either. The athlete was able to overcome all adversity and humiliation with dignity and bring victory to the team. They had just witnessed a real miracle, the willpower of an ordinary person, which decides so many things. Mary looked at Kevin and said that they really won. That's what Kevin was talking about. The outcome is never known until after the match, and they knocked glasses as they watched that team triumph. Meanwhile, a meeting of the heads of departments and the director was held at the hospital. May was coming to an end. First of all, they should have discussed the special physiotherapy room. The chief physician was the first to give the floor to the head of the personnel department. The construction cost was approximately 200 million won, and the period was about 50 days. Next week. They will begin to design the interior. Everyone else present began to applaud. The man smiled timidly and looked at them. The head doctor said that he relied on him. The director said that the time had come to decide on the personnel of the new office, because time would soon be running out. The head of the internal medicine department said they planned to publish a recruitment notice next week. The head doctor began to scratch his chin thoughtfully. The others looked at him silently. The office became too quiet. The director said that additional recruitment was not necessary because they already had a suitable doctor. A man with a receding hairline got up from his chair and apologized to the director, saying that he still wanted to be the head of the therapeutic department. The chief doctor laughed. He had no doubt his skills were impressive, but in his opinion, someone else was suitable for this position. Everyone stared at the director with bated breath and waited for an answer, as if it was impossible to guess. Nerve to nerve, muscle to muscle, in their hospital, there were talented people who were confident of demonstrating good results. Kevin stayed up late yesterday watching baseball and was actively sick, so today he felt overly tired. The director proposed an assistant and said that he could head the special treatment department. The man with a receding hairline was indignant, because the assistant had only 4 years of clinical practice behind him. In his opinion, it was too early for him to occupy such a position. The chief doctor leaned back in his chair and asked him about his length of service. How long had he held the position of head of the department? He replied that it had been 8 years. Doctors with at least 10 years of experience usually apply for the position of head of a department, but he took this position with only 8 years of practice. It was all about his skills, so preference was given to him rather than to someone with more experience. If they evaluated employees based on years of experience, then someone else would now be sitting in the place of the head of the therapeutic department. The head doctor of the hospital turned to the head of the ward complex. He asked him if he liked the proposal. The man's face was constantly sad. It was difficult to read emotions. He was embarrassed to speak. As the head of the department said, "It is difficult to ignore the experience that comes only over the years. Organizational activity was not only skills." However, he really liked the assistant's approach. He proved it with actions, not words. Someone heard that a small staff would work in a special office. The director was pleased to hear the man's opinion. The head of the ward complex believed that Kevin would do an excellent job in the management position. This was his final verdict. Direct turned to the main character. They would like him to head the special physiotherapy department. The guy received a notification that he could receive a promotion as a reward for completing the quest. It turns out that this meant that the reward for the quest was work in a special physiotherapy room. The guy was surprised. The director thought that since the young man was silent, he had a different opinion on this matter. The guy began to deny this. Kevin thought this was a great opportunity to provide patients with more places in their hospital, but was worried about the impact on patients. He thought they needed more physiotherapists. Of course, management will provide him with the necessary manpower and will not burden him too much. Once the chief doctor found out what was needed, he decided to go further. It was necessary to complete the preparations. Kevin, of course, was incredibly happy about the promotion. Now he is not an assistant, but the head of a special physical therapy department. The man came into his office, sat down on a very comfortable gray sofa, and began drinking coffee from a white mug. With a gentle, kind smile, he began to think that there was finally a holiday on their street. But suddenly the mug fell to the floor, broke, and the chief doctor grabbed the temporal part of the skull. The secretary immediately rushed into the office, who heard a strange, loud sound. She asked what happened to him. The director was on the floor. He covered his mouth with his hand, at the same time trying to say that everything was fine with him. The secretary immediately picked up the phone and said that she would immediately inform the doctor who could help. The chief doctor forbade doing this, because he himself was a doctor. Shouldn't he know his personal body? That doctor was proud, but weak if he finds out about the state of his health. He will begin to worry seriously. The chief doctor's palm was stained with blood, and the floor nearby was also stained when he tried to get up. The head of the therapy department was very angry. He called Kevin a shameless bastard and was unhappy with his appointment. The head of the HR department entered the office and asked why he was angry, and in response he received a question about what he was doing there. The man with the green tie said that his old friend seemed depressed, so he came with good news. The man with a receding hairline, although he tried to feign indifference, still asked what kind of good news he came with. The head of the HR department knew him for a very long time and immediately pointed his finger at him with a chuckle and said that it was just interesting. I asked if he was really angry because of that friend's promotion. The man began to deny it, asking why he should be upset because of someone else's promotion. The head of the HR department asked why. He suggested that it was because of what happened in the radiology office, because the man with the receding hairline assigned that patient to him. The head of the therapeutic department told his friend that he was talking nonsense. He in turn asked him to be honest, then he would help him. The man with the green tie did not try to play on his weaknesses, but on the contrary tried to help. He said he was concerned about the assistant's promotion and asked how he could help him. The head of the HR department spoke with Mason several times about the young man. The conversations were interesting. The man asked the head of the department if he knew that Mason and Kevin were once classmates. As far as he knew, they did not get along very well. Apparently, the two even hated each other. The man with a receding hairline asked if Dr. Mason told him about this. He didn't say it directly, but he shared one secret. The head of HR deleted some x-rays that day, so he told him everything. The man with a receding hairline thought to end their conversation there, because what could an ordinary doctor do? Despite the fact that he was the son of the head physician, the director trusted Kevin his son was unlikely to do anything to him. The man asked the head of the therapeutic department, who the general director was related to the head physician. It turned out that it was his mother-in-law, and this was Mason's grandmother. As he knew, the head physician lost his wife. In the end, it was clear who raised the boy. The man stood up and asked the interlocutor how long he thought the position of the head of the department would be occupied. Inside, his common sense told him that he had no desire to get involved with someone who ignored physical therapists. The head of the ward complex apologized for having gathered the doctors during the lunch break and asked if everything was in place. They unanimously responded positively. He gathered them there to convey important information. It turns out that someone was promoted and transferred to a special physiotherapy department. This someone was going to lead the work in a special office. The rest of the workers did not know that this someone was Kevin. Although this has not yet been officially confirmed, from now on this person must be treated as the head of the department. An old acquaintance of Kevin's raised his trembling hand and asked who exactly had been promoted. He hoped it was him. But to his regret, Kevin was promoted. In the future, he will become the head of the special department. He was supported by thunderous applause. Everyone was incredibly happy about the young man's promotion. Many knew that it would happen, and congratulations poured in. The head of the ward complex also said that the selection of employees for that special office will soon take place, and interns will also be able to try their luck. This is a great opportunity to become a full-time employee. He hoped everyone would apply. That was all. The head of the toll complex wished them good luck and good work. Everyone was lined up in ranks. Everyone began to approach Kevin and asked to take them to him. Many were surprised at how quickly he moved up the career ladder. The guy replied that he was just lucky he could not have done it without their help. Or rather, without the help of the head of the third department of the emergency room. The man looked at his old friend Kevin. Someone had big problems. Someone became the boss, and someone was left with nothing. Everyone understood that that young man was envious. He did not understand why that scoundrel was promoted. The head of the ward complex personally congratulated Kevin on his promotion. This congratulation was the most sincere. He apologized because only the young man had taken over the post, but a patient had already come to the special office, and he was going to go see him right away. He was handed the patient's file. It turned out that it was a serious diagnosis, namely cerebral palsy. The young man expected anything, but not such a turn of events. It took him by surprise. Cerebral palsy is a disease that causes impairment of the musculoskeletal system due to damage to the immature brain, and is also one of the most serious diseases among young children. And the patient Kevin is going to treat is a child, or rather a sweet girl with sparkling green eyes. The head of the ward complex said that the patient was not that complex. A 6-year-old girl had right-sided hemiplegia. Treatment, as in the case of that athlete, will take place in a special room, which was taken away from the head of the therapeutic department. Kevin was embarrassed specifically by the fact that the patient was a child. The head of the ward complex apologized for constantly entrusting difficult patients to him. "This girl will probably be the last one he will entrust to him." The man pointedly turned his head to the side. With only 2 months left before the opening of the special office, Kevin will officially become this man's equal. And yet he hoped that the guy would remain a physiotherapist, who so carefully takes care of the smiles of his patients. He asked to remember his words when he headed the special office. The guy thanked him and said that he would do everything possible. After the opening of a special office, he wanted to become the same leader as the head of the ward complex. These words deeply touched the man. He half-whispered the name of the assistant, and a blue sign appeared next to the guy. The main character had a new quest about an ordinary dream he needed to improve the patient's condition. As a reward, he would receive connections that could help him in the future, the guy began to think. The guy understood that there were many reasons why it was difficult to work with children. Kevin turned to the mother and said that they had arrived early, introduced himself, and from that day on he would be in charge of her daughter. The woman wanted to grab any opportunity to help her child. Some caregivers did not trust physical therapists, and the most distrustful always tried to evaluate the doctor, tried to find out whether they could trust him with their child. The guy activated his magic eyes and saw that the girl had scoliosis, internal rotation of the right forearm, as well as adduction of the thumb and ankle muscles. Judging by the fact that she was not drooling, the girl did not have despotism, and in general, the case was not that serious. The doctor called Kate over and asked if she would like to come closer to him. The mother asked the girl if she could walk. The answer was positive. Not without difficulty, the 6-year-old child began to move around the room. Tension was felt throughout his body. The girl gathered all her strength into a fist and continued to walk, periodically asking her mother if she was doing well. Mom sincerely rejoiced at her every step and asked the doctor how well her daughter was walking. To the surprise of the mother, Kevin said that the patient should not walk. His face immediately became dim. The woman did not expect such a turn of events. These words shocked her. He meant that now it was impossible. The mother was furious why her child could not walk. The woman's impatience could aggravate Kate's condition. If she continues in the same spirit, she will only ruin her gait. He drew the mother's attention to her daughter's legs. They were different, and asked if she thought that the only difference was that one was larger than the other. The girl had incorrect posture. Scoliosis caused problems such as pelvic tilt, differences in leg length and muscle strength. If we continue in this vein, her daughter will have difficulty walking, because walking was not the solution to the problem. The woman couldn't believe it. Other physiotherapists told her to walk without explaining anything. They must have said this because the mother wanted her daughter to start walking on her own as soon as possible. And the doctors themselves wanted this, and especially the girl. What hit the mother hardest was the realization that everything she did could harm her child. The woman got scared and asked the doctor if her daughter would be able to walk. All was not lost, but she needed to undergo treatment. First of all, it was necessary to normalize her posture. There have been many cases where patients with cerebral palsy can walk, run, and lead a normal life, but this requires a lot of effort. Others only need to repeat once, but Kate needs 100. If you don't give up and keep working, you can make a lot of progress. What the girl most needed right now was awareness of the present and moving forward. So filling out a documentation method describing the patient's condition and treatment plan was more important than anything else. The doctor sat down opposite the 6-year-old girl and asked what she would like to do after she gets better. Her greatest desire was to go to kindergarten and play with friends. Her eyes lit up. Kevin suddenly understood everything about what kind of smiles the head of the ward complex was talking about. The happy faces of his former patients began to appear before his eyes. He leaned towards the girl and looked at her for a while. She was a beautiful creature who had such a difficult fate. The young man promised her that she would definitely go to kindergarten. He would help her with this. The man said that he would see them tomorrow at the same time. The mother thanked him. The woman had already begun to leave the office, pushing a stroller, when the attending physician called out to her. Kevin told her not to be upset and to come tomorrow. The treatment would definitely bear fruit. A woman with a tired look, but in which hope did not die, looked at the doctor. She believed in a miracle. Kevin realized that he needed to learn more information about treating children so that the treatment would be correct. He read many books on medical physiology, but most of the information did not apply to Kate's case. However, fortunately for him, from time to time he came across the necessary information, which he decided to try. After a long search for information, he stretched in his chair and exhaled heavily, very tired. It was not at all easy to understand the magic brain, and the lack of rest affected activity. If he scores another 29 points, you will be able to upgrade your magic brain, and then you will be able to unlock the ability to improve your magic hands. In this case, the only option was to study. Kevin collected his thoughts and decided to read a little more. After a while, when he had already read enough of everything, he continued to motivate you with the phrase that he would read a little more. As a result, the young man fell asleep right over the book, repeating this very phrase. He was really very tired during the day. Kevin sat on the sofa in fear, did not understand what to do. Cold sweat flowed down his face. The appointment time had already begun, but the patient was still not in the office. He began to worry. This was an alarm bell. Another reason why it is so difficult to work with children caregivers were misinformed by independent studies, and sometimes did not come for treatment. The young man began to go through the options of what would happen if the client did not come, whether the quest would be cancelled. His thoughts were interrupted by the opening of the door. The woman apologized for being late. The girl's mother entered the office, and Kate herself, who was in a wheelchair, but illuminated the room with her mere presence. Kevin exhaled with such relief because what he was so afraid of did not happen. The doctor was really glad to see them, asked if they were ready to start treatment. The girl happily answered yes. Today they were going to work on the center of gravity and balance the sides of the spine with Kevin on his knees. Kate was still a little embarrassed by the doctor. She was asked to stand up straight on her feet. Forcing a child with pain in one body region to do exercises was very unpleasant. He took her small hand in his palm, which in the background seemed like just a huge paw, and asked if she was scared. Kevin asked if it would be okay if he supported her, because it wasn't scary either. The girl replied that it really made her less anxious, and smiled sweetly in response. Now they were going to take small steps, and the doctor would hold her hands. Kevin asked if it was hard for her and suggested she try again. The girl began to trust him little by little, was not afraid to look him in the face, and carried out his instructions. The mother could not help but be pleased that the girl began to smile sincerely at the sight of the doctor. Hope appeared in her. The mother told the girl that she was great, well done. The procedures could be completed for today. The mother began to seat her daughter in a chair, praising her at the same time, and a blue sign appeared in front of Kevin. The treatment was completed. He received 15 points as a reward for the patient's condition. While Kevin was reading this, a girl pulled up behind him and turned to him. She showed him a homemade paper flower. The girl gave it to the doctor, who accepted it with a smile, thanked him, and smiled sincerely. The mother said that they didn't actually plan to come today. The woman couldn't believe it. She even thought about returning to the hospital where they had been treated earlier. But on the way, Kate made that flower and said that she wanted to give it to the doctor. So they immediately came to him. She liked Kevin very much. His appearance alone inspired hope and trust in the girl. Kevin thanked the little patient and said that she would definitely go to kindergarten. The next time the girl was sitting on the couch and turned to the doctor, as soon as she saw him, she screamed joyfully. He and his mother arrived ahead of time. Kevin was surprised by this, after which he checked Kate's condition and filled out special cards. He began the examination and checked which parts of the body caused discomfort in the girl, where she had pain. The girl did not experience as severe pain on the contralateral side as it was during diagnosis. A reduction in the difference between the healthy and damaged side should be noted. The guy asked the girl to stand on both legs, if it was possible and easy. Kate, with fear in her eyes, asked if he would take her hands. Kevin told her not to worry because he would support her. Over the weekend, the guy went for training to understand the girl even more and help her. While he was riding the subway, he regretted that he had not bought himself a car. For the sake of a good place in the hall, he should have arrived early in the end. He took an empty seat. Suddenly, they turned to him from the side. The guy did not turn his head, but only shifted his gaze. There was a young man on the side who said that this was their first meeting after graduation. It turns out it was Mark from the university. He confirmed that they had not seen each other for a long time. He did not understand what the young man had forgotten in that room. At university, Mark got along well with an old friend of Kevin's, who worked with him in the same hospital and was constantly jealous of him. Really, he came to listen about pediatrics. Mark was there as an assistant lecturer. He really liked him. so he continued to try to drag him into pediatrics. Kevin remembered that the guy always liked to brag, thought about changing seats, and without thinking twice replied that he worked at a hospital. The interlocutor thought that he had touched a nerve with the main character, and said that not all physiotherapists could work in good clinics. The guy, in his opinion, was very lucky. He came to work there as an intern, and then they hired him permanently. Life is hard for interns in this clinic. Becoming a new employee was no joke. Suddenly, Mary appeared in the hall. She did not think that she would meet Kevin there. The young man was glad that a normal person familiar to him appeared in this room. The girl immediately appeared next to him and asked if he was free. Kevin allowed her to sit down. Mark started scratching his head, asked if they knew each other, and said that he and Kevin studied at the same university. The guy was surprised that the main character was already an assistant. The joy disappeared from his eyes. He asked when he had time, in which hospital he worked, and why he first heard about it. Mary answered his questions. The girl explained where their hospital was located. Kevin was now an assistant, but in the near future, he would be promoted to head of the department. Mary noticed that Mark was sweating a lot, offered him water, and the guy immediately decided to leave. The young people looked at how he was moving away. Kevin asked if the girl did this on purpose. The answer was positive. The problem was that Kevin was too kind. He couldn't allow himself to be humiliated when necessary. Avoiding problems was not the best solution. If he doesn't like it, then he needs to say so. These words sank into the guy's head. Mary was in that room because she was interested in pediatrics, so she tried not to miss lectures. It was difficult for female doctors to work with adults. It would be nice to work with children, but she did not have the opportunity to choose patients. It was difficult to treat. The girl decided to take advantage of the situation and raised her hand because she wanted to ask a question. Kevin allowed her to ask. Mary asked how a stroke patient was different from a heart attack patient. The question was quite difficult. The guy asked it in his second year of practice. Usually, people could throw a ball from lying down, sitting and standing. The guy didn't say that was the right answer, just his opinion. Heart attack patients can do the same thing. If they can do one thing, they can do the other. It was usually called motor learning. However, patients who have suffered a stroke cannot do this. They cannot repeat while standing what they learned while sitting, or while sitting what they learned while standing. Mary asked why this happened. The reason was that during a stroke, the brain was damaged, but during a heart attack, it did not. She still asked a couple of questions, but after a while the lecture began and they sat silently and listened to what they were told. A man in a black shirt stood on the stage and said that it was time to start a lecture on pediatrics. They wrote down new information on papers that seemed important to them. The learning was very interesting. After they left the building, the sun had already set below the horizon. The day was very long. Mary asked if it was a pity for him to spend his weekend studying. The guy asked what she thought. Kevin agreed with the girl, but did not want the treatment to go awry. The girl replied that you can study endlessly, and besides, the weekend is not over yet. The mayor's office did not understand this answer with a questioning look. She turned her head towards the interlocutor and looked at him. Kevin asked if she wanted to have dinner with him. The girl did not expect to hear such a proposal. She did not understand what he meant. She thought it was an invitation to a date. Today was a great day for the outdoor establishment. Kevin was holding 2 bottles of liquor in his hand. Mary, because she was worried, began to actively drink alcohol. Kevin got scared, asked what was happening. The girl replied that it was nothing. It turned out that at the next table sat a friend of the protagonist, with whom he often went to bars. The young man sat down at their table. For the red-haired man, he was a senior at the university. And for Mary, he was the boss. It was very awkward for both young people. They did not know each other, and looked at each other timidly. Kevin decided to introduce his friend, with whom he studied at the same university. At the same moment, Mary decided to introduce herself as an intern from their hospital. The guy with red hair, Justin, scratched his head and said that he was the main character's favorite. The young man with a grin asked his old friend whether Mary was his new girlfriend, to which he received a negative answer. Mary was even offended by how confidently he spoke about it. The hope for a relationship was creeping away. The girl understood that they were just talking, drinking, that was all. But something was wrong. Justin grabbed the lady by both hands and began to ask her to take good care of the young man. Kevin broke up with his girlfriend, with whom he had been together for about 10 years, and said that the guy was a fool for deciding to get a job at the same hospital where the one who stole his passion worked. Mary had no idea that the guy had broken up with the girl he had been dating for about 10 years. She was confused. The thought settled in her head that he still loved that person. The smile disappeared from her face. But then they clinked glasses, saying that it was time for them to drink. Justin said that after Kevin got a job at the hospital, they don't see each other often. Asked if he was a local celebrity. Mary answered positively. If the main character was so cool, then his friend decided to lag behind. Mary talked about the same thing. Only the guy didn't tell anyone anything, so no one knew anything. Kevin decided that it was no longer time for children and that it was time for all the participants in the feast to go home. Justin said that he was sincerely grateful to the main character for this evening. The guy did not understand anything. Because of him, he closed his center and got a job in a hospital. A friend then told him to close himself and find himself a girl. Kevin grabbed him by the collar of his t-shirt and began to shake him because Mary was not his girlfriend. Mary didn't know that Kevin had his own medical center and assumed that that's why he was entrusted with working in a special office. The girl decided that she would work hard, that she would work together with him in a special office. Mary wanted to continue learning from him. Like today, Justin asked who invited whom to dinner. After this question, the young man received a slap in the back of the head from Kevin for asking stupid, off-topic questions. After this blow, his stomach began to twist and he vomited. The young people began to apologize to the hostess. A week after his training, Kate's treatment plan was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the perception and acceptance of the affected party. From a certain day, Kevin told the mother that her daughter could slowly begin to walk. The second stage was an upright posture. He put Kate on the scale. The scales with different legs showed different values, but this shouldn't happen. If we attribute the difference to differences in the development of her legs, then now the girl could maintain her balance on her own, so she could gradually begin to walk. The mother had tears in her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hands and began to thank the doctor. She could not imagine what they would do without him. The woman's phone vibrated. She said that she needed to step away and answer the call. Kevin asked not to worry. The woman began to ask about the reason for the call. She did not understand why the news was told to her only now. The lady left the office and slammed the door. Kevin suggested that Kate be treated with the doctor. The girl thought that Mom was arguing with Dad again. Mom and Dad quarreled over her. Her father said that he earns money, and her mother takes care of her. The girl did not want them to quarrel. Therefore, if she tried, if she did not get sick, she thought that her parents would stop arguing. Kevin put his hand on her head and began to realize that it was true what they said, that sick children often grew up early. But Kate was wrong when she said that her parents were fighting specifically because of her. It was not anyone's fault. Kevin said that he would help her. If something went wrong, they would fix it together. The doctor told the patient to walk forward slowly, warned that he was nearby, and that there was no need to worry. Kevin noticed that the girl was tense in her upper body and suggested that she relax a little. Thus, little by little, Kate's recovery began, and a few days later, mother and child returned for treatment. The doctor told the mother that from today on, she should wait outside for her daughter during treatment. They would also be walking today, but Kevin was afraid that Kate would rely on her if she was around. The doctor asked her to walk for 30 minutes, go and relax and drink coffee. The lady was embarrassed by this. Keith told his mother that he wanted to get better as quickly as possible. The woman was surprised that the girl took care of her. Since the doctor said so, it means it was really worth doing this way. She went to drink coffee. The girl waved her little hand at her and said that she would look forward to her return. Kevin thanked the little girl for the help she provided her. The girl grinned. So now they started standing and walking, but such exercises were boring to do. So he prepared something. Kate was surprised by Kevin's story and asked if Mom and Dad would be happy if she did this. The doctor answered without hesitation that naturally everything would be so... nothing else. There was doubt in her eyes. She asked if she would swear. Kevin replied that they would not. In this case, the girl was ready to undergo any test. She loved her parents very much. Steam rose from a cup of coffee. The aroma filled the entire space nearby. You wanted to inhale and inhale. The woman drank her drink and at the same time thought about her life. Looking at the coffee shop. In the window, she saw a happy family. The boy asked if he could go forward. His mother allowed it, but told him to be careful. She remembered quarrels with her husband. She asked if he didn't care about the child. He answered that he didn't have time. It was also very difficult for the woman. So many experiences were accumulating inside that it was impossible to convey. The girl saw their quarrel and asked if the parents were fighting. They began to say that they were not. Before the woman's eyes was her daughter, who wanted to know if she was doing well. She leaned her elbow on the table and began to mentally apologize to her beloved daughter. A couple of people ask a little girl to walk, stepping first with her right foot, then with her left. Admiring her progress, Kevin says that she's putting a lot of tension in her upper body and should try to relax and go again. She leans too far to the left. Someone asks her to tell her what they did a while ago. The girl puffs heavily and breathes heavily from fatigue, trying to focus on the question asked. Mary approaches her and offers to try again, saying that there is no need to rush. Kate smiles radiantly and agrees with this proposal. The man thinks he did the right thing by asking the doctor for help, and that she is happy to help. Thanks to the treatment, the girl's gait has noticeably improved, and although they received help, this result was achieved thanks to her work and perseverance. Kevin believes that all their efforts are not enough, and there must be something that can melt the ice in the hearts of the little girl's parents. He asks the doctor if there will be harmony in the girl's family after the treatment. The doctor thinks that we can try to hold events where everyone can share their feelings. The assistant is embarrassed and probably doubts that this is the right decision. Finally, it occurs to Kevin that they can arrange for their patient to speak at the event. The girl doctor takes a deep breath and blames herself for what is happening, because nothing good could be expected. Men think about the capabilities of a girl at her age. Mary explains that these children do aerobics or ballet. The assistant seems to be shocked by the realization that ballet can be used. Suddenly, Kate approaches Kevin, who is treating him, and asks for attention. He puts his hand on her head and says that there is no need to worry, because Mom and Dad will definitely like it. The girl enthusiastically says that she will try. Mary explains to her little patient that the most important things for her are posture and balance. When moving from one pose to another, you cannot lose. She thinks that dancing will help develop a girl's sense of balance. Kevin claps his hands and asks how the doctor knows so much about ballet. The girl replies that she did this type of dancing as a child. Kate says it sounds very difficult to her and doubts she can show it to her mom and dad. Mary kneels down in front of the girl and explains that ballet is about more than just dancing. Facial expressions and the way you express thoughts are also important. The girl agrees and says that she would like to show everyone what she is thinking about. Mary sheepishly replies that she would like that too. Kevin interrupts them and says that they are not chasing an ideal. The girl just needs to convey her feelings to her parents. He also adds that she is the main character of the concert. The girl comes up to Kevin and thanks him for today. Thanks to him, she began to feel better. The doctor is certainly happy that she was able to rest, but he would like to discuss further treatment with her. Kevin asks to come with his husband on Friday, in 2 weeks. She asks if she needs to come with Kate's father, and also asks if there are any difficulties. The doctor would just like to talk to the two of them and show them something. The girl explains that her husband is a very busy man. She can come alone. Kevin explains that the event will not take a little time and asks her to make an agreement. The girl takes a deep breath and tells him that she will do everything possible. For the sake of the girl, he must take time. The man bows and says that he will wait for her. The doctor calls his little patient and asks her to keep it a secret that she's preparing for a performance. Mom takes her daughter and says goodbye to the doctors until tomorrow. Looking behind him, Kevin thinks that family reconciliation is the path to recovery. Kevin thanks Mary for today. She replies that she herself is grateful to him for everything he has done. But suddenly the doctor turns around and clarifies with her what exactly she means. Mary says that the man takes care of all the interns and answers questions. He also adds that he is always attentive and, in principle, very cool. The man is embarrassed and blushes, trying to collect his thoughts. He asks not to thank him because this is his direct responsibility. Mary adds that she herself is happy to help. 2 weeks later, the girl recovered and began to walk more confidently. Kate received treatment more actively than adults. The girl asks if it is difficult for her to perform the movements, but the patient does not doubt anything. Kevin says that she should imagine that she has something to fall back on, that the girl is doing well, and that she can achieve more. The long-awaited Friday came. Kate's mother was sitting in a coffee shop and looking out the window. Someone behind her back began to accuse her of leaving the girl alone and calmly drinking coffee. It turns out that this is the patient's father. He says that he spent a lot of time getting here. Mom explains that the physiotherapist asked the man to come, and he also said that her rest was part of the treatment. The father laughs at what he heard someone cannot go to lunch normally, and communicates only with colleagues. The girl loses her temper. She stands up abruptly and starts screaming at her husband. The father says that if there is something you don't like, then you should get up quickly and find out what the doctor wanted. In the elevator, the couple stands in different corners, pretending that they are strangers. Walking along the corridor, the man notices that, despite the large fee, everything here looks very decent. It turns out that Kate shouldn't have been forced to walk. Mom admits her guilt and wanted her to start moving normally as soon as possible. The man again begins to resent his wife, saying that since he earns their living, she should be raising their daughter. The mother explains that everything is not so simple, and that he cannot realize it because he never paid attention to her. The man considers himself the head of the family and believes that in order to be a good father, he needs to earn money. The woman also wants to be a good mother to Kate. She is very nervous, so she wants her daughter to go quickly. Upon arriving at their destination, they saw their daughter in a beautiful dress, surrounded by doctors. Stunned parents silently watch what is happening. Kevin greets his parents and wonders if they can complete the treatment. Kate's parents sit on opposite sides of the room in dead silence. The girl cries and announces that Mom and Dad have quarreled again, but Mary supports her and says that her parents will be glad to see what she has in store for them. The girl asks her to give her all to please them. Kevin takes the remote to turn on the music and suggests they start. Parents look at the white screen in front of them, waiting for the performance to begin. A girl appears on the screen who wants to go to kindergarten, so she goes on a journey to go to kindergarten on her own. She walks through the forest and is lucky to have friends. Can Mary get to kindergarten safely? This question is asked at the end of the cartoon. The man looks indignantly at his wife and asks what it all means. The girl looks ahead dumbfounded. The girl squeezes Kevin's hand, who says she's great. The guy then asks why she's trying so hard, and Kate explains that if she learns to walk, then mommy and daddy will stop fighting. The girl's father suddenly begins to realize what is happening. When asked what she wanted to do when she got better, the patient replied that she wanted to go to the garden. Parents silently watch what is happening in front of them. Suddenly, Mary pushes the girl into the audience and says that now it's her turn to speak. With small steps, she approaches her parents, and everyone looks at her dumbfounded. She approaches her parents and stands unsteadily on her feet. Suddenly, the girl begins to dance a beautiful dance. Parents remember the moment when Kate was still little. The father wanted to be a good husband and worked so that the family did not need anything. He wonders how he can be a good father while alienating himself from his family. The man was very tired from his hard-working life. The wife is also tired of raising children all day long. The couple was arguing, claiming that it was hard for one of them, but they forgot something. Parents have forgotten the days when they were happy together, and the fact that it is family that helps to get through difficult moments. Wiping a tear from his cheek, the man realized this only now. Their family needs more than just money. Wiping tears from her cheeks, the girl says that there was some strange rhythm. This is not ballet, rather just a dance. The performance may not be perfect, but it touches the soul. Watching from the side, Kevin smiles good-naturedly and looks at the family. This concludes Kate's speech. The patient is breathing heavily and asks her parents if she did well. Her parents do not doubt the quality of her performance for a second and praise the girl. She runs into the arms of her family, trying to get to her parents as quickly as possible. Suddenly, her leg gives way and the girl begins to fall. Her parents get very scared and catch her in the act. The family hugs, and the mother asks her daughter not to run because it is still too dangerous. Kevin receives a notification that the conditions of the quest called an ordinary dream have been met. The parents bow and thank the doctor for opening their eyes. The man hands over his business card, which says lawyer named William. Kevin looks at her and realizes that Kate's father is a lawyer. The man says that if the doctor needs help, he can contact him at any time. The doctor thanks him and says that he will keep the business card in any case. It turns out that he was given the help of a lawyer for completing the task. I wonder if he will ever have to use it. There have been minor changes over the past 3 weeks. Just as the flapping of a butterfly's wings can create a storm, it all starts small. For some, this is commonplace, but for Kate, this is truly a dream come true. As Kevin leaves, he thanks Mary for today. The girl asks not to tell her this because he also worked hard. In the future, the girl will have to face many difficulties, but he knows Kate is strong. But he would be lying if he said he wasn't worried about her. The girl says that there is no person who would not fall from the stage of life. Kevin adds that the main thing is to rise again. Mary admires what was said and realizes that she has fallen in love. The couple heads towards the exit, walking side by side. Mary catches herself thinking that she is very awkward. It seems they are walking shoulder to shoulder. When did they manage to get so close? The girl casts an awkward glance towards her assistant. Suddenly, she calls out to him, about to say something. Approaching the radiology department, they meet some girl on the way. She asks Kevin what he's doing here. Is he really working? He, of course, is a fool, since he decided to get a job in the same hospital where the one who introduced his passion works. Mary thinks apparently. This girl is someone important to him. He is worried, clears his throat. It seems the guy forgot something. Some may think that Kevin took the job at the hospital because of his ex. Mary puts her hand on the assistant's shoulder, showing a gesture of support. The guy thanks her for being there. Kevin walks past his ex and thinks about how he won't avoid her anymore. With incomprehension, the girl looks after the leaving doctor. The guy goes through a lot of papers and realizes something, that he is now the head of the department. The man says that this is an application for employment in a special treatment room. 180 people, including those who already work at the hospital. Looking at the amount of work, Kevin sighs tiredly. The man tells him that the interview will take place on June 23rd. Of course, Kevin needs to choose his staff personally. The guy realizes that a very heavy burden has fallen on his shoulders. The man asks him to strengthen himself, because it is not the place that makes a man, but the other way around. Quite a few people with outstanding education and experience applied. A physiotherapist who had previously been a Pilates instructor, an officer. The hero also wonders if there is a physiotherapist in the army. The man flips through the profiles with interest and notices familiar faces. The 23rd of June arrived, namely the day of the interview in the special procedure room. Kevin is very serious and prepares emotionally for hiring people. He enters a special room to receive candidates. Looking at the insides, he is surprised and smiles broadly at everything. The guy notices the new sparkling clean exercise equipment, and even equipment for decompression therapy is now available in their hospital. Each of these devices costs tens of millions and is intended exclusively for special procedures. Looking at his watch, the guy realizes that he still has time. Kevin wonders if he should take a look at the waiting room. Going out there, he sees many people waiting for their turn. One of the men says that from a young age he was raised by a strict father and a loving mother. Another guy prays to everyone he can, hoping to pass the interview. There is also a fairly popular physical therapist, professor, and author. The guy thinks that it is worth looking at the people who came for the interview. One of them does not understand why everyone is so nervous. The other assumes that they are probably not confident in themselves. This is very true. The dark-haired guy's name is Mike. The blonde's name is Christian. He is also from an excellent university at a good hospital. Men exchange smiles, talk good-naturedly, and others do not understand why they behave this way. They also ask the other person what organization he is from. He answers their question. The man standing behind thought it was addressed to him. Nobody understands how long this man has been sitting here. The guys chuckle when they hear this information. The man looks at these two with displeasure, because they are behaving inappropriately. Suddenly, one of the girls stands up and reprimands them. After all, it doesn't matter where they come from. The main thing is what people are capable of. The men come out of the door and announce that the interview will begin soon. 3 people can enter according to the previously issued numbers. Numbers 1 through 3 should get ready. The girl who just spoke answers him. The guy peeks over her shoulder, looking with interest. The man asks to introduce himself one by one. The girl bows. She smiles broadly and introduces herself, saying that she deserves to work in a special office. Unlike the others, she does not have experience working in clinics, but she believes that her skills are suitable for working in this hospital, and she is sure that they will not regret if they choose her. Kevin thinks that they need a unique doctor in the treatment room. He thanks her and asks her to talk about the treatment of the patient, about some case in which she is most confident. Helen says that the sling can be used to treat different patients. She says that she will now talk about one of the cases, but for some reason everyone on the commission is very surprised. The girl kneels down in front of them and asks them to imagine that they are a woman in her 40s who is experiencing shoulder pain after surgery. Place your knees on the floor and straighten your upper body. She placed the sling closer to her elbows. If you raise your hands and bend them forward, something will happen. The advantage of this method is that patients can move their joints independently and do not feel pain caused by gravity. All the people on the commission, including Kevin, were amazed by Helen's energy. This woman definitely knows her strengths. All the members of the commission ask her to leave the office. Kevin goes back to his papers and looks at the next candidate's application form. Suddenly he comes into a stupor, because these are the people who were sitting in the corridor. The 3 of them come in and greet people. Kevin experiences negative emotions, but does not pay attention to it and asks to start the interview. He asks number 4 to start first, the brunette. He graduated from the university, currently works at the university hospital. Begins to list his good qualities. One of the commission thinks that this university is very prestigious. They should accept it. They don't really approve of the other person, since he graduated from an average university, and as a kind of shady person. It is more profitable to choose the other 2 than this one. Kevin silently watches what is happening and looks at the people. One of the commission asks the head of the toll complex to answer one question. Kevin notices that he is focusing on the university and expects a bright future. But what are his reasons that prompted him to go to their hospital? The other members of the commission do not understand what came over him, why he is asking this. The guy is worried and doesn't quite understand what he wants to know, rather than what he heard their conversation in the corridor. Kevin is glad they decided to focus on their hospital, but they did it because they want to get on staff, or because they are going to work on a contract. The man begins to worry because it seems that they were hit hard. One of the commission asks what is happening. While in the waiting room, Kevin overheard an interesting conversation. Suddenly he realizes what is really happening. They immediately cross off 2 names on their list. Also, the commission asks the most common question about the case of patient treatment in which the person is most confident. The man adjusts his glasses and says that he cured a stroke patient through boba therapy. Kevin is shocked, asking himself if he heard correctly. This is a treatment method created by a physical therapist and a doctor. This method allows you to correct posture and restore muscle tone through restraint, maintenance, and stimulation. This allows you to perform precise and correct movements. While therapy improves the condition by encouraging correct movements, this type of treatment aims to suppress incorrect movements. It would be great if it were possible to combine the advantages of the 2 methods. Suddenly the guy has a new quest, namely, as the danger regarding treatment increases, the road to a new world will open for him. Having improved both methods of treatment, he can create his own. Looking at all this, a drop of sweat runs down his cheek due to his emotions. He denies the opportunity to do this now because he needs to focus on the interview. The man thanks the people and asks them to leave the premises. After they had dried all 180 applicants, The interview came to an end. All the employees rejoice and smile broadly upon realizing this. Kevin thinks that work in the special office is just beginning. 3 men are sitting at a table, shuffling papers and discussing some matters. One of them suggests holding a meeting. There are a lot of good doctors. They probably need to somehow reduce the number of people. The man noticed some doctors who graduated from excellent universities. A couple of doctors would be suitable for them. One of them sighs and thinks about these two. He explains that their words in the hallway do not affect anything. Education is important. Kevin says that what happened in the waiting room could have been a mistake. But that's not what's important. The special office does not need highly educated doctors, but therapists with extensive experience in a particular field. The guy turns to the man and says that he himself should understand this. Another man from the commission clarifies whether the doctor has his eye on good doctors. The guy gave good marks to 2 other specialists. The girl has good knowledge of slings, and the doctor is good at using bow bath therapy. Suddenly, the man becomes thoughtful and tries to understand who he is talking about. The candidate seemed quite strong to him. He thinks that the girl can support patients without any equipment. The man did not expect much from the doctor, but it turns out that he diligently studied types of treatment. He suggests doing it as Kevin thinks. They are only here to give advice. The guy apologizes for relying too much on men. The doctor thanks them and suggests they form a good team. The long-awaited opening day of the special office has arrived. The guy approaches the office and looks at the door with enthusiasm. A wonderful team has assembled, ready to serve for people's lives. Mary greets her colleague. She is interested in pediatrics and specializes in internal medicine. Sonny is also an intern at this hospital. Although he is timid, he always says what is needed and is also interested in operating medical equipment. Helen used to work at the Sling Center, and you have been hired for a new job. A qualified Pilates trainer specializing in sling therapy. Billy came from a hospital in the province. Almost invisible but has high knowledge of bow bath therapy. Kevin clenches his fist with confidence. With these doctors, they can handle any patient. The doctor receives a new quest and does not understand which patient will visit the special office on the day it opens. The quest is called Life from Scratch, which greatly surprises the hero. He's disappointed because he's a physical therapist, not a psychic. He receives a notification that the system does not give impossible quests. The distribution of patients among doctors has begun. Mary is taking care of baby Kate, since she is responsible for pediatrics. Athletes are treated by Dr. Sunny, who specializes in medical equipment. Dr. Helen is responsible for a patient with limited mobility due to shoulder surgery. And Dr. Billy for a patient with hemiplegia caused by a stroke. And only the last patient remained. This patient cannot be transferred to other doctors, so it remains for Kevin to take over. Mary peeks out from behind the door and tells her colleague that it is time to go home. The guy looks at his watch and thinks that time has flown by very quickly. His colleagues ask the head of the department to gather as soon as possible. After a hard day, the guys come to a nearby establishment. They sit down at the table and order themselves a lot of delicious food. Suddenly, the girls from the next table call the doctor. It was a coincidence because they were also having a corporate dinner. Kevin looks at them and clarifies that they are from the rehabilitation department. The girls confirm his guesses and say that they were going to go get water. But they saw a man. Since they came to say hello, they ask if they can sit down with them. The man says that there probably won't be enough room, but the girls ask him to have a drink together. The blonde and the brunette say that Kevin has become the star of the hospital. He is an excellent specialist. Mary asks everyone to return to their seats, because the special office only opened today, so it wouldn't hurt for them to talk to each other. She experiences many negative emotions due to jealousy. The girls also fall into a stupor, because they did not expect such a turn of events. The brunette says that it's time for him to go. She turns around and quickly walks away in a different direction. They sit down and continue to exchange thoughts about the main character. Girls compliment the doctor. The man at the same table begins to get angry. He doesn't like the fact that he has to constantly hear about him even during a meal together. The brunette asks what his colleagues are talking about. The girls explain that the head of the department is also having a joint corporate dinner. The guy says that he studied at the same school with him. They are very surprised by this and offer to sit together. Reluctantly, the brunette agrees to their requests. After a while, they all find themselves at the same table. Kevin feels tense, not understanding what happened. The hero says that everyone is talking about the doctor and congratulates him on his promotion. The main character thanks and asks how he is working in the hospital. He says that after the university hospital, he likes to work. He continues to brag about his successes. Everyone looks at what is happening with confusion. Helen does not understand why he focuses on the word father. The man is not very interested in physiotherapy and does not consider it the right method of treatment. A colleague asks him not to express himself, because he doesn't want negativity. Kevin asks why his classmate is so sure that his method is invalid. The brunette says that he knows everything that is needed. The main character suggests that it smacks of negligence. He believes that his treatment is accessible to everyone. If doctors are life-saving experts, physiotherapists are specialists who help relieve pain in a patient's everyday life. A man respects what his colleague is capable of and hopes that he will show respect for them. He thinks that the guy expresses himself well for someone who studied at a mediocre university and got promoted thanks to luck. In addition, Quinn's girlfriend, whom he had been dating for 10 years, was taken away. The brunette does not understand how the hero can be better than him. Suddenly, the waiter comes up and brings the bill. The guests with whom he was sitting at the table said that the last one would pay. All the people start to leave. Today was fun, and they will definitely come again. Kevin says goodbye to his classmate and thanks him for dinner. The man flies into a rage. He did not at all expect such an outcome of events. The main character sits in his chair, with bruises under his eyes, and thinks that the evening turned out to be a very good one. The guy hasn't had fun for a very long time, much less late into the night. Nevertheless, he is very happy, because thanks to the company dinner, everyone has become a little closer. Helen suggests we wish each other good luck this afternoon. She also invites the head of the department to join them. The girl is all burning with impatience and suggests starting on the count of 3. The patient screams the loudest, wishing people good luck. The doctors notice him in shock and look at him with incomprehension. A man in a wheelchair has arrived for treatment. He is a new patient. The brunette asks the doctors to take care of him. Suddenly, a man comes running after him. He apologizes, because he only went to the restroom for a moment. He is a guardian. Kevin laughs and thinks about whether he should start treatment, because after meeting them, he again found himself at a crossroads. This patient's name is John. He is 21 years old and is paraplegic due to cerebral palsy. He was diagnosed about 15 years ago. Kevin thinks that it has been a long time since the disease developed. The caregiver explains that lately they have only gotten worse, and every day it becomes more difficult to perform daily rituals. The condition is much more serious than they expected. However, the doctor will do everything that depends on him. The patient smiles and asks his father not to worry. The wait will one day pay off in full. Kevin says that he's a very bright person. Despite his illnesses, his son is the best child of all. The father relies heavily on his son's doctor. The protagonist places a patient on a couch to examine his legs. With the help of this patient, he tried to figure out how he could help another patient. As expected, the muscle fibers are twisted and bent in the wrong direction. Pathological stiffness practically does not allow any movement. In order to confirm his guesses, the doctor asks the guy if he always experiences this. He says he feels a little better in the morning. Kevin replays the same phrase in his head, trying to understand something. The guy asks John to come in the morning. It's better to start treatment at this time. The next day, he does the same shenanigans to test it. He touches his legs, carefully feeling the skin. The doctor does not understand how this could happen. Compared to yesterday, the limbs bend better. Moreover, John is much calmer today. The hero does not understand what kind of cerebral palsy is, in which the limbs bend well in the morning and become stiff in the evening. Whether the condition of cerebral palsy can improve only in the morning is a difficult question to solve. This is all very strange, but Kevin doesn't yet understand what exactly it is. John thinks about how yesterday's treatment worked. The main character clarifies whether the patient really thinks so. After the reception, he decides to tell his colleagues about everything to ask their opinion. Sonny is shocked by what he heard, because they have never heard of such a thing. Helen thinks it's probably not cerebral palsy. Doctors fall into a stupor because this cannot happen. It might be worthwhile to take a case-by-case approach to John and not treat him as a patient with this diagnosis. Kevin spends a long time thinking about what an individual approach could be. The next day, the patient again comes to his doctor, and he, in turn, offers to exercise while standing. He straightens the guy's back, holding him. The next afternoon, John tries to take his first steps. Kevin claps his hands and asks him to stop. The man asks the patient if he is having a hard time, but he shows his class and says that everything is fine. The guy understands that he does everything for a reason, but for the sake of treatment. The father comes and asks the doctor how his son is doing. Kevin decides that he should discuss something with his guardian. The three of them gather for the doctor to give some information. The father is very worried because he needs to undergo some kind of test again and re-examine the disease. The doctor explains that he doesn't think John is suffering from cerebral palsy. People don't understand at all how this could happen. It is true that the patient has difficulty controlling his movements, but the symptoms he is experiencing are different from those present in cerebral decency. They do not yet understand why his standing improves in the morning. The father is shocked he cannot comprehend this information. Of course, Kevin could be wrong, but the chances are 50-50. The doctor understands the patient's anxiety, but the results will have to be left to the will of heaven, so they should relax and think carefully. He asks to inform the registry about his decision. They will give them a direction. John asks his father if he will take the test again. The man has no doubts and gives his son consent. The director of the hospital checked the diagnosis because he was interested in the case. They conducted various checks and studies, and in the end the doctor announced that the son was not suffering from complete paralysis. And the father was very happy about this news. But the son doesn't understand. If it's not him, then what? The doctor explained that he had a genetic disorder called Sagawa syndrome. This is a rare hereditary disease caused by changes in the genome, which leads to a decrease in the production of the neurotransmitter dopamine. It occurs in 1 in 20 million people, and the symptoms are similar to cerebral palsy and Parkinson's disease. However, it can be easily cured with medication. In other words, the boy will be able to walk. If you combine physiotherapy and drug treatment, you can achieve a complete recovery, but everything is individual. The father bursts into tears of joy. John looks at his father in fear. The man clutches his chest and thanks the doctor for all this. The guy decides to check again to make sure he doesn't have cerebral palsy. The hospital director refers the patient to their primary care physician. Coming to Kevin, the man says that he, as a doctor, feels embarrassed, even though he is proud of him. Ultimately, the diagnosis was made by the director. The physiotherapist's task is to offer a re-examination if he feels that something is wrong. He is very lucky that they have such an employee as the main character. He asks if he knew that John's father had won a literary prize for his memoir, in which he explained how to care for his son for 15 years. Thanks to Kevin, his hard work paid off. The main character understands that it is still very early to talk about the ending. A man stood with a poster outside the hospital because his son lost 15 years of his life due to an incorrect diagnosis. Sitting in his room, John read a letter from his father. He recalled how he cried when he learned about another illness. The guy's hands were shaking due to the surge of emotions. In the letter, the father asked for forgiveness for the fact that, instead of being happy for the improvement in his well-being, he experienced anger and anger over the past years. They say that if you do good, you will one day be rewarded. But as a father, he cannot forgive those who stole 15 years of his son's life. The main treatment for Sagawa syndrome is to restore dopamine levels in the brain to normal. The help of physiotherapists is not needed here. From now on, John's treatment will consist of taking medications. As a physiotherapist, he will complete the study. Kevin checks with his patient to see if something happened. If it's difficult for him to talk about it, then it's okay. He only asked because he can't concentrate on treatment, he thinks so. His father staged a picket outside the hospital where John was diagnosed with cerebral palsy 15 years ago. The day before yesterday, there was a quarrel with the administration. My father was pushed and fell hard. Now the man is forced to walk with a broken leg on crutches. The father asked his son how he was feeling. He always said that you need to be patient. It's worth holding on even if it's difficult because life will definitely reward you generously for it. Therefore, he always smiled and thought that one day he would get better. Or rather, he felt that it would be easier for him if he thought like that. But now the guy finally realized everything. All this time, he was able to endure it only because someone shared his pain with him. The father has done a lot for his son, but he cannot help. John no longer understands why he lives in this world. Kevin hugs his patient, understanding all his experiences. The main character asks him to try again. The father asks the doctor if he suggests filing a formal complaint. Instead of waiting for the clinic management to change their position, it is better to get a resolution to the complaint. With his head down, he says he learned something while he was a writer. Often the law is not on the side of the weak and defenseless. Kevin clarifies. And if there is someone who is ready to help him, he hands over a lawyer's business card. On the same day, the guy decides to come to the law office, but they tell him that he won't be able to win this case. The man checked the sent documents, but still the result remains the same. Litigation between large clinics and private individuals is like hitting a stone with an egg. Kevin doesn't understand how this happened. He lost 15 years of his life. The man thinks about his family and says that the case will not be easy, and you definitely need to find a good lawyer. Kate's father buttons his jacket and says that he will definitely take on this case. 2 weeks later, he and his family come to the court hearing. The man warns that this will be a very difficult battle. The hospital will delay the consideration of this case as much as possible, and the client, who is an individual, will not be able to afford to participate in this long war. Frightened, John asked what to do in this case. The only way to bridge the gap between individuals and businesses, and end legal battles in a short time, is to attract public attention. The media wrote about this incident. As long as attention is focused on this case, they will not lose. The guy puts his hands on the shoulder of the patient and his father, showing support. Kevin comes closer to them and asks them to remember one thing. They all gathered here just to win. John and his father lost 15 years of their lives. From that moment on, something happened. The start of the trial is already approaching. The judge says that the hearing will begin on the morning of July 27th. Today we are considering case number 2023, called The Lost 15 Years. The young man's life was ruined by an incorrect diagnosis. That's why this case was called that way. Kate's father says that the man lost 15 years of his life due to an incorrect diagnosis that was given to him in the hospital. His client is demanding 200 million won as compensation for the lost years. All the men look at each other, swallowing tensely. They would like to appoint as a witness the doctor who diagnosed cerebral palsy. The man stands up and says that they are following some strategies. I thought about this topic for a very long time and admits my mistake. After that, he smiles widely and wants to object. There are more cases of cerebral palsy being confused with Sagawa syndrome than people think. Sagawa syndrome is a rare disease that affects a very small number of people, and its symptoms are not much different from cerebral palsy or Parkinson's disease. Of course, many years have passed, then there was no advanced equipment with which to diagnose any disease. He admits his mistake, but hopes they understand that in those days, the likelihood of misdiagnosis was inevitably high. To summarize, the hospital doctor misdiagnosed the client, but this was unavoidable due to the lack of necessary equipment. Based on all this, the amount of compensation is very large. If it weren't for the equipment, then people would not have known about the mistake. Someone shouted from the hall. Who was treating? The equipment or the people? John suffered all the time because of the doctor's mistake. The father cries, not understanding why everyone says this. The hospital side claims that they have thought about this issue. However, they didn't even apologize for their mistake. The doctor treating John earlier stutters and doesn't know what to tell him. When the plaintiff's father demanded an apology from the hospital management, he was injured, and as far as he knows, there were threats from them. Is it really true that people who thought about their mistakes behave this way and provide a medical certificate as proof? The hospital's lawyer says that he was not informed about this and he is very worried. They asked the guards to subdue the man, but apparently they went too far. Kate's father has no doubt that they can make it to the end. The man would like to call as a witness the physiotherapist who determined that the diagnosis was incorrect. The head of the department, Kevin, enters the meeting room. He undertakes to tell only the truth and nothing other than it, and is not going to hide anything. People are surprised that a physiotherapist was able to discover a rare disease. The lawyer asks if the man is the physical therapist who treated John. He is also asked if it is true that he discovered a misdiagnosis. Kate's father asks him how it was discovered. Kevin says he was confused by the fact that the patient felt fine in the morning. A hospital spokesperson says they were unable to diagnose Sagawa syndrome. A man asks what equipment the doctor used to cast doubt on the diagnosis. The main character says that he did not use any equipment, only his hands were used. A buzz begins in the hall. People whisper and talk to each other, sharing their opinions. The man stands up and says that the physiotherapist cannot make a diagnosis. Kevin talks about how the hospital director made the diagnosis after the patient had an MRI. The lawyer then starts screaming and accuses him of using medical equipment. He adds that the witness has just admitted that the syndrome was established using high-tech equipment, not with his bare hands. We are talking about diseases that can only be detected with the help of modern equipment. And the court will also have to accept the fact that 15 years ago, our client had difficulty diagnosing Sagawa syndrome. The judge is asked to clarify that the physiotherapist's witness had minimal influence on the diagnosis of the disease. The lawyer confirms his words. The plaintiff was diagnosed and subsequently treated using modern medical technologies. Kate's father says there is no legal basis for what he said, but it could prove to them right now what an impact the physiotherapist had on his client. The man gives the floor to the doctor. Kevin activates the ability. 15 years ago, they could not protect John despite the fact that the doctor did not intentionally make the wrong diagnosis. It cost John several years of his life. But despite this, the guy never gave up. Believing that his labors would one day be rewarded, the patient worked tirelessly until he got back on his feet. John stands up from his wheelchair and shows everyone. People are shocked by what is happening because the patient cannot move, and it turns out that physiotherapy is very effective. The guy admits that when he learned about the possibility of a cure, he was overcome by despair. It seemed to him that many years had been wasted, as if it had been a nightmare. He also wondered what would happen to him if he really had cerebral palsy. But despite the passing of time, he has a bright future. If there is a dear person nearby, life will always be filled with meaning. The father, hearing this, falls into a stupor. Sagawa syndrome can be treated with medication, but physical therapy rehabilitation is necessary for later life. You will have to live with the past, lost due to the wrongly prescribed medications. But he has a bright future thanks to physical therapy. Now John has found a new life. Kevin sighs calmly. Apparently the end of the trial is near. The court hearing ended in John's victory, and the court granted the claim for compensation, taking into account the testimony of hospital representatives, the difficulties in diagnosing Sagawa syndrome. The amount of compensation was 150 million instead of 200 million. The entire hearing was filmed and then shown on TV. Kevin's colleagues watched, cried, and were glad that it was all over. Billy heard that Father John's recently published book, was being made into a documentary. Arriving at the place, Kevin invited the guys to have lunch together again. The red-haired girl sitting at home looked at the cover of the book written based on this story. Every person dreams of starting a family. People would also like to have a cozy home, another cute pet to meet every day, and of course, a companion who will remain close for the rest of your life. A man lifts his beloved into his arms. The girl looks at him and realizes that this is the head of the department from the hospital. He reaches out to kiss her, calling her by name. Suddenly, the image shatters into pieces. Mary's name is called. The girl wakes up. Her alarm clock has already rung. A friend pulls off the blanket and says that it's time for the doctor to go to work. Mary gets out of her bed and thinks about why she had such a strange dream. The girl remembers her name, and also that she is a physiotherapist. Patients come first for specialists, and this is quite logical because Mary is a doctor. But the second place invariably remains the purchase of treats. Leaving the store, the girl stretches, saying that she is very tired. Suddenly, something distracts her attention. She notices a brunette sitting in a cafe with some girl. Unfortunately, Mary does not yet know who his companion is. The red-haired passion taps her nail on the table and asks what's the matter. The girl is a famous blogger and asks her interlocutor whether he should be at work. The brunette makes a rude remark and says that we can't talk about anything other than money. He asks if the girl could have worn something more decent in the cafe. Suddenly, the blogger attacks the man in rage because she is dissatisfied with his tone. The guy smiles and decides to get down to business. He asks the girl if she needs money. Her eyes lit up with delight. She was not ready to give up the money. The brunette has everything ready. The blogger will only have to say a few words in his channel. Initially, she took it lightly, because others have everything, and she is no worse than others. The girl made good money from blogs that she kept as a hobby. It was also possible to earn good income on social networks. The blogger spent the money she received on luxury goods. Despite the big earnings, I wanted even more. The luxury she was accustomed to was killing her from the inside. Therefore, the girl agreed to the proposal. She clarified what her next steps would be. Mary listened to the entire dialogue, very surprised by everything. If all this is true, then the head of the department is in danger. After patience and food, Mary's priority was protecting her colleagues. The red-haired girl showed up at the hospital, pretending that she had come for an appointment. Helen asks if she came to see Kevin for treatment. The doctor asks the girl to come in and wait. The head of the department sees the patient and asks if she came in because of back pain. The blogger confirms what was said, then Kevin offers to examine her. He looks at the girl's back and notices that her back is slightly slanted to the left, probably due to a lot of training. Apparently, there are no serious problems. Is the patient really experiencing severe pain? Kevin decides to ask a follow-up question about when exactly his back hurts. The blogger answers that it hurts when moving or lifting anything. The doctor immediately says that there are no abnormalities observed, but they will begin treatment to stimulate the trigger point. The girl thinks that Kevin looks quite cute, and she is annoyed by the assignment from the brunette. The doctor begins to feel his back with his hands. The heroine enjoys every touch of the guy. Kevin says that if there is no more pain after this, then additional procedures are not necessary. The girl thanks for the treatment and leaves towards the exit, smiling sarcastically. Suddenly, a new quest appears that requires you to greatly increase your reputation. If it drops to 50, the doctor will lose a lot. Kevin arrives at the hospital the next day and doesn't understand why there is such a strange atmosphere. He receives a message that he will urgently need to go to the director's office. The doctor asks what is the matter. What is the reason for the call? A man puts a phone with a blogger's video on the table. The girl cries and begins to tell her story. She says that after visiting the clinic, her back began to hurt even more. The blogger also mentioned Kevin's name, which caused a lot of trouble for him. The girl pretends that she accidentally revealed the doctor's identity. The brunette watched the video and rejoiced at his victory. Kevin doesn't understand what his colleague is up to. Many people in the comments under the video mock the therapist. A colleague speaks arrogantly to the guy. The doctor's trying to realize that the girl in the video is the one who came to him for treatment. He doesn't understand why she did this to him because she didn't have any problems. The brunette is happy that everything is turning out exactly as he expected. The therapist may probably be fired. He tells him that he knelt down and asked for forgiveness. Maybe then he can save him. Suddenly, a man from the side asks the brunette to raise his head. After all, Kevin left the office a couple of minutes ago. The brunette probably made a mistake with the line and is trying to reassure himself with this. Reputation is still falling. The hero walks down the corridor and notices many glances. People are whispering because he appeared on the internet. Suddenly, Mary stands in the middle of the corridor and shouts that the head of the department is not what they say he is. Suddenly, the main character approaches the girl and calls her by name. People think that Mary is simply shielding her colleague. Mary tries to explain to Kevin who is behind this, but the guy does not want to listen and moves away. He asks not to defend him, because in this case his colleague will also be criticized. The girl runs after the doctor and asks him to wait. Someone puts their hand on her shoulder to stop her. A man stands behind her and shows that this is not worth doing. Mary lowers her head, tears welling up in her eyes from resentment. Kevin's employees think that they can definitely do something. A red-haired girl sits on the sofa and looks at her phone. Kevin came into her room and she was very sarcastic towards him. The man starts yelling at the guy and asks him to apologize. The doctor did not make mistakes in treatment, so he does not intend to apologize for what he did not do. The girl thinks that the doctor is quite persistent and is going to harm him even more. She understands the head and says that this behavior does not satisfy her. The blogger squeezes out tears and says that she just wanted to hear a sincere apology. He says that he is sorry that if the girl did not like the treatment, he is ready to personally compensate her for the damage. However, he finds it difficult to believe that his actions were the cause of his back pain. He turns to the man and talks about when they don't do something that might hurt. The bald man starts screaming again and doesn't understand why he's making his situation worse. After this, he turns to the girl and says that they will try to organize a meeting with this doctor again. The red-haired girl suggests saying that after meeting with the next doctor, she was diagnosed with abnormalities due to physical therapy. Kevin is very surprised by what he hears. Then he will have to make an official apology. Arriving at the brunette's office, the girl talked about what was happening. She is very happy because now all he has to do is diagnose her. He begins to say something, but the lady, without listening to him, clarifies when the rest of the funds will be transferred. Then he takes out his phone and reports that the money will arrive any minute. The blogger is happy and very grateful to his client. Since the business is now over, the brunette asks the girl to leave. Walking down the corridor, she is happy about the money, despite the fact that she is doing the wrong thing. But after what has been done, now she has wealth. For the first time in a long time, a girl will be able to visit an expensive boutique. Suddenly, someone grabs her by the shoulders. She finds herself in a dark place and doesn't understand what's going on. All 4 physiotherapists appear in front of the lady. She shakes with fear and screams that they are kidnapping people. Mary laughs and says that they do better than the brunette. The girl gets scared and doesn't understand what we're talking about. Helen clarifies whether it is true that she received money for setting up their head of the department. She doesn't understand how they were able to find out about what happened. And then Mary explains that that day she was also in the cafe with them, but she doesn't have a recording of their dialogue because it's illegal. It turns out that doctors have no evidence. Then Mary asks if the girl thinks the head of the department is guilty. She should know that conscience is more valuable than money. But the red-haired woman replies that nothing is more important to her than money. Mary sighs and says that's even better because the girl has no conscience. And then she shows a video of the brunette talking to her. Then the blogger starts screaming because she was told that there is no evidence. Mary didn't take any photos, but she asked the cafe owner for CCTV footage. And as soon as she reported that her boyfriend was cheating on her, the man immediately found the necessary videos. The doctor says that it may become viral among subscribers, and then it will prove the innocence of the head of the department. The girl lowers her head and shakes from fear and stress. She asks to start considering that in this case, they are even. Mary said she knew where the head of the department was. He was in the same place as her. Kevin replied that he just wanted to be alone and think about what happened. The girl wanted him to know that if everyone turns away from him, there will always be those who will be there, so it was worth relying on such people. Mary continued this speech in her quiet voice. She hinted that if others could not, then she would come to the rescue. The young man did not let her finish, interrupted her in the middle of her sentence, thanked her, and said that now everything fell into place for him, and he understood everything. The guy decided on what he should do. Determination was visible in his eyes. Everything was in order. After some time, there was a knock on the doctor's office in the orthopedics department several times. Mason didn't like this. He looked tiredly to the side and couldn't understand what they wanted from him. In the doorway, he saw his old school acquaintance and asked why he showed up there and whether he wanted to apologize. The answer was negative on the contrary. Kevin wanted to listen to his explanation and was extremely decisive. His face contorted unpleasantly, and he muttered that he did not understand what his interlocutor was telling him. The main character knew about his conversation and asked why he turned to her with such a request. After the woman's name was announced, a young man with dark hair became enraged, began to talk shouting, and convinced the guy that he had not asked her for anything. Kevin spoke completely calmly and asked if they really couldn't meet further from the hospital. They discussed so confidently, sitting in front of everyone. Mason was taken by surprise by this situation. He did not know what exactly to answer. He felt both awkward and unpleasant. They really knew each other. But she complained of a sore back, so he recommended their hospital to her. The guy bowed his head and asked in a sad voice if Kevin had time to tell everything to management. He didn't even understand such a question. Mason began to scream. He even wanted to cry. He didn't know if the guy was going to tell his father about this incident. The main character felt sincerely sorry for his longtime opponent's sympathy was visible on his face, which appeared from nowhere. Mason asked not to worry so much. He needed to gather his thoughts together, because the guy had not yet heard an apology. He seemed to calm down for a while, but after a couple of moments he jumped up from his chair again and began calling the whole situation devilry. After that, he began to throw his papers around the office in a fit of anger, calling his old acquaintance names. He could not contain his emotions. He looked at his hands, which were shaking convulsively, and could not understand why he looked so pathetic. The guy began to straighten his side-slicked hair and wonder how the physiotherapist dared to feel sorry for him. Mason sat back in his chair and began to think about what he could say, and decided to ask the girl to upload another video. He had already picked up his phone when he saw a notification about a new video of the girl. The guy was happy at first and clicked on the new notification. The application opened, and it was clear that the girl had apologized for her last video. Mason clearly did not expect such a turn of the situation. He literally froze in one position for some time. After some time, he started a correspondence with her, and was indignant that the money had been taken, and now it had backed down. The red-haired person looked at her gadget with incomprehension. She was confused by everything that was happening. Without thinking twice, she decided to block Mason's number for her. This was the best decision. The lady was satisfied with the treatment. Now she can't even show her face on air. She knew that she acted shamelessly, but she still had the understanding that maybe she would see a doctor again someday. Mason's grandmother, who was the general director of that hospital, crossed her arms over her chest and looked forward indignantly. Opposite her was the head doctor of a famous hospital in the city. They looked at each other. The lady was clearly not happy with something. The man asked the chairman what brought her there. She could have called ahead. To her, it sounded like she couldn't come to her hospital whenever she wanted. It seemed like the director was an adult man, but he was still so nervous while this stern woman was next to him. She decided not to wait too long to get straight to the point, and asked how things were going at the special department. The head doctor replied that things were going well. There was nothing to say about the head of the department. Kevin, the physiotherapists he selected, were specialists in their field. The woman knew that there was one place left in the treatment room. She knew one good specialist who had recently returned to Korea. The chief physician asked if she meant to say that he should hire him for a higher position. The woman couldn't understand what to talk about here. It was about employment under special conditions. That's the only way they did it in the States. But for the man, even with this, there were formalities. The grandmother began to say that she was the chairman of that hospital, so she could place someone in it. The head doctor said that if you break the rules, then everything could collapse. Since this is the case, he suggested that she fire him and put someone she likes in his place. The woman was surprised by his stubbornness and asked if she was just recommending that specialist. It turns out that he worked in New York. Only this year he returned to Korea, graduated from a prestigious university, and received many qualifications. She spoke about this because she was worried about the chief physician lately. He had been very tired and depressed, probably because of work. In times like these, employees were needed most. A man could feel comfortable. The hospital would not suffer. The chief doctor replied that he understood the interlocutor, but first he needed to talk with the head of the department. You don't want to appoint a principled person like him as an ordinary employee. It's not even a matter of coming up with a convincing reason. The woman shared the remark that the doctor really cared about Kevin, and he did not deny it. The man was very interested in the fact that the guy was able to heal not only the body, but also something more. The woman sternly replied that the physiotherapist was required to heal the body, and the speech was over. The chairman stood up from her seat and said that she had to go. The man told her to be careful on the way back. As she left, she asked if he remembered the doctor she mentioned at the very beginning of their dialogue. He wanted to look around, so the chairman sent him to the special department in advance to meet other employees. Brown polished suede boots walked carefully on the clean floor of the hospital. The girl doctor politely asked the unexpected guest what brought him to them, after greeting him first. The stranger began to straighten his reddish tie and suggested that the workers were not aware of the matter. Ethan was a physical therapist who was soon planning to join the special wards team. The guy lived in the States for a long time, so he had little understanding of Korean culture and threw up his hands. There was a little chaos going on the department head's desk. Everything was out of order, and the phone began to vibrate amid the chaos. The director of the hospital wrote to Kevin, said that a newcomer was coming to their department whom the chairman suggested, and sent him a resume. Ethan smiled. It seemed that his snow-white teeth could blind. He was glad to meet you. After graduating from university and qualifying as a physical therapist in New York, he returned to South Korea to work at a rehabilitation clinic at New York University. Kevin, looking at his phone with bulging eyes, acknowledged the candidate's excellent credentials, but it was not clear why. With such outstanding skills, they wanted to appoint him as an ordinary physiotherapist in a special office. Helen, with an incomprehensible but far from stupid expression on her face, asked about the stranger. The main character, in his characteristic slightly humorous manner of speech, replied that the director had hired the man in their department apologized for the lack of warning. The decision was made very quickly. Ethan was glad that from now on they would work on the same team, so he was glad to meet him. Helen said that his feelings were mutual, but if you look closely at his eyes, you can see something strange. The look showed a lack of understanding as to whether the botanist and the bun were physical therapists. In his opinion, they were very different from a person like him. Mary, as soon as she saw the newcomer, got scared and moved away from everyone, covering her face with a folder. Ethan recognized the girl. Apparently they knew each other. Tears flowed from his eyes, but she was annoyed by the meeting. 4 years ago, there was a party to welcome new students to the university. Young Mary raised her glass of alcoholic drink, squinting her eyes, and began to drink it to the bottom. After that, she put it on the table. A bright young man began to sit next to her, first asking if she was new. He sat down and, putting his hand under his face, began to look at her strangely. The lady knew that he was a senior colleague from the university. The guy gave his name and said that he could be addressed informally, and the girl also introduced herself. Ethan repeated her name with a toothy smile and asked if he could also address her informally. He was in graduate school at the time. A month after this meeting, they sat and talked in the same place, drinking the ordered drinks. 3 months later, they were also sitting there, but the girl had already stopped paying attention to her friend and was buried in her phone. One evening, there was an amazingly beautiful sunset, but Mary didn't care about it. Something terribly embarrassed her. She received another message from a friend who loved communicating with her so much, inviting her to drink beer. Ethan began to dream. He planned that they would get married in 5 years after so many years of friendship, and go to Hawaii for their honeymoon. He described all his plans to her in a long message, waited for a while for an answer, and was tearfully glad when it came. The girl thanked him for the pleasant moments, but, unfortunately, she was not interested in him. She wanted to focus on her studies. She did not like the rumors about their relationship, and asked not to bother him and not to respond to the message. The joy of the message alternated between surprise and then overwhelming sadness. He pretended that he didn't understand what was going on, and said that the girl was not interesting to him. While he was writing this message, in which he at least somehow tried to defend his honor, tears fell on the screen. Literally a moment later, his eyes filled with tears. He sincerely fell in love with the girl. Even after that incident, he could not forget Mary, and the pain caused to him. They said that his affection had gone too far. The guy quickly approached the girl, grabbed her hand with both hands and lifted them up to her shoulders. He marked this meeting as fateful. Tears flowed from his eyes again, only now of joy. Mary was not very happy about this meeting, although she said the opposite. She averted her eyes to the side. Kevin watched this picture from the side and asked if the young people knew each other. The answer was positive. Ethan called the girl his younger one, whom he took care of at the university. Mary whispered that the guy was obsessed with her. The main character recognized the signal for help and said that they would need to get acquainted and start working hard. The words flew past Ethan's ears. He admired his unreciprocated love. He relied on it. The guy thought that he could be near the object of his adoration all day. But Sonny, in his opinion, only chatted with the patient and did nothing. Ethan sharply asked why the decompression procedure was taking so long for the young man and asked him to give it to him. He walked up to the screen and began pointing his finger at the necessary buttons that somehow affected the work. The girl lying on the device was a little scared of the young man when asked about her health. She answered that she was fine. Sonny, unable to stop him, asked if this method involved establishing contact with the patient. Ethan, without thinking twice, said that their task was to carry out treatment in accordance with the diagnosis. He did not have time to babysit with each patient. However, in this case, there will be no progress, according to the newcomer. If the therapy lasts longer, the hospital will be able to get more money. With this treatment, the emphasis is only on the doctors in the hospital, but not on the patients. Their department gave preference to the complete cure of the patients. They did not discriminate against anyone and gave due attention to everyone. Kevin had no idea how Ethan worked in the States, but since he was now part of the branch, he should be kind and refrain from such statements. The young man just spread his hands and said that he knew about everything. He was going to tell them one expression. Translated, it meant that it was none of his business. That is, it had nothing to do with him. Kevin returned to his office and sat down in a chair at the computer desk and began to think about what had happened. The doctor makes the diagnosis, and the physiotherapist only carries out the treatment. The guy said the right things. Ethan had no problems with the treatment itself. He acted much faster and more accurately than Sonny. The guy was a truly capable doctor, however. There was one important remark. If a physical therapist is unable to listen to a patient, then he is no different from a machine. There was a knock on the door of the department head. The main character put his thoughts aside and allowed him to enter. It turns out that Mary knocked on the door. She opened it slightly and asked if the young man had a minute. The girl was worried. The main character seemed very thoughtful Nothing could hide from her eyes. She walked in and closed the door behind her, asking if Ethan was the subject of his thoughts instead of being useful as a physical therapist. He was just showing off. Mary came close to the young man, took him by the shoulders and told him not to worry, because he was the head of the department. The door was not tightly closed. There was a gap through which Ethan began to spy on the dialogue. Surprisingly, he stood very quietly in place. No one noticed him. He eavesdropped for a long time. Ethan could not take his eyes off the spectacle, could not believe what he saw, stood in a daze. He finally moved from his place and walked, leaning on the wall. He believed that the girl had trampled on his sincerity. The young man thought that the head of the department and Mary were flirting, that there was sympathy between them. Ethan fell to his knees and began screaming that he would never forgive Kevin for this act. Mason, who was calmly walking along the corridor, saw a young man on the floor and called out to him. Ethan turned his head. The chief physician's son saw the guy's tear-stained face. Silence hung in the air. The young man turned to a physiotherapist who had arrived from the States. He had heard about him from his grandmother. Mason extended his hand to him and introduced himself as a rehabilitation doctor. Then Ethan made a decision. The guy got up from his knees and began to wipe away his tears. He relied on the chairman's grandson and decided to end this painful love. Quite a bit of time has passed since Dr. Ethan got a job in a special department. He demonstrated knowledge in all types of treatment and patients were quite satisfied with his work. The guy really had a special talent and excellent characteristics in many areas. However, in terms of character, there was a clear failure. His behavior left much to be desired. Ethan loved to be distracted by his phone and was so interested in it that he didn't even hear his name called. The head of the department at times had to shout at the top of his voice to attract attention. After that, he greeted and communicated as if nothing had happened. Kevin then offered to help his colleague since he had completed his treatment. Ethan did not understand such requests. He did not want to share the knowledge gained in New York with another doctor without an award. Kevin tried to explain what he was asking to explain not to a stranger, but to his colleague. The fair-haired young man brushed aside the proposal, considering it a stupid method. He put his hand to his face, sticking out his little finger, and suggested that the head of the department help others on his own. The others watched and condemned this behavior. All that had to be done was help with the transfer of medical equipment. Kevin could not understand what he should do. In this case, the guy flatly refused to communicate with his comrades. The main character began to sort through the options in his head, and realized that in this case, there was only one way. The young man looked at the time and said that it was time to go home, and suggested going to dinner together, where they had been last time. Ethan directly refused this offer, waved his hand demonstratively, and said that he was leaving. Kevin began to try to persuade him, because they had never had dinner together since the guy got a job in their special office. Ethan thought that forcing corporate dinners was a bad Korean habit. He spoke like a modern man. The other doctors were not at all upset by the young man's refusal. Mary would have liked such dinners. Over time, Ethan isolated himself from all the workers in the special office apparently. The reason was that he considered his colleagues to be insufficiently qualified. Kevin couldn't understand why, but it seemed like he was an even bigger reason. 2 patients sat on a white sofa and listened to the doctor's instructions. 1 patient stood. The doctors were nearby. However, Ethan wasn't the only reason for his concern. Everyone around him was working hard. Kevin approached the young people and said that they had excellent skills. It was all thanks to his instructions. The main character began to deny his role in their formation. He believed that they grew up on their own. After a while, Kevin sat in his office and thought about a very serious question. After communicating with many patients, his level increased significantly. Many areas were improved. Of course, this could not but please the young man. He had to continue in the same spirit. Suddenly, the door to the office of the head of the department opened. Ethan was standing there. He asked Kevin to come out for a minute. In New York, he worked with high-ranking people from a prestigious area. In his opinion, he needed to transfer patients to this category. The guy threw the patient's card on the table and asked if there was any point in treating a wrinkled old woman. The reason for Kevin's rapid growth was Ethan. It is difficult to even count how many patients he passed on to him. A blue sign appeared in front of the guy. He received a new quest, the goal of which was to restore the mobility of the knee joint to a flexion angle of 120 degrees. The reward was a tempting offer. Given the appearance of the quest, the young man believed that he was connected with the old woman. Kevin decided to tell his subordinate that it was not in his best interest to continually hand over his patients to him. Ethan seemed petrified because he studied in the States, and this mattered. If he was not mistaken, then the head of the department specialized in massage. This was true, but the massage was not easy. Kevin did everything necessary for quality treatment. The head, in the guy's opinion, spoke well, but it was uncomfortable for him to watch, because their hospital was not a massage parlor. In addition to massage, there were many other treatment methods, such as using ice. Kevin was aware of this, but he believed that acupressure was several times more effective than ice. It seemed to Ethan that these types of therapies were detracting from the quality of care in their special unit, because there were other good options. Discussions about treatment methods were welcomed. Such conversations helped them improve, but it was difficult to agree with the fact that acupressure reduces the quality of the services provided. Acupressure was a type of physiotherapy. The term massage comes from a Latin word that translates as rubbing, stroking, kneading. At its core, it involves stimulating muscle tissue through physical stimulation. This method has proven its effectiveness and fairness of existence not only in ancient Rome, but throughout the world. The physiotherapist should not neglect a treatment method just because it is too simple for him. The fact that massage reduces the quality of services provided was a preconceived idea. The speaking process is not divided into a higher or lower level. Kevin asked what treatment philosophy Kevin espoused, which was clearly not the one he espoused. The head of the department said everything he wanted. He also decided to take on the patient, but hoped that in the future, the guy would stop abandoning patients so often. It seems that Ethan did not know how to correctly perceive discussions and other people's opinions. He considered this an insult to himself, and was such a crybaby. The admitted lady recently underwent surgery due to damage to the knee cartilage caused by osteoarthritis. The goal of the quest was to restore the knee joint so that it could bend 120 degrees. The woman was already old and had also undergone surgery, so her limit would be approximately 122 degrees. Given the patient's condition, the goal seemed unattainable, but the reward for the quest was quite unusual. He closed his eyes tiredly and began to imagine what kind of offer he could receive. The next day, Kevin studied the patient's case while sitting on the couch in the treatment room. A mature woman with already gray hair was rolling on a chair, probably her mother who was the patient. The young man quickly stood up from his seat and greeted the arriving lady. The mature woman introduced herself as the patient's daughter. She completely relied on the doctor. The old woman didn't like being in that place. She asked to stop everything that was happening and let her go home. She didn't belong there. The woman began to shout at her mother. She had heard this a bunch of times. She would not be able to return until she received complete treatment. The old lady began to scream furiously. She was going to teach her daughter a lesson. She asked the woman to remain in place, and a second later, there was a roar. The old woman fell from her chair. The daughter began to ask if she was hurt. The answer was negative. The woman began to apologize to the doctor and said that she would reimburse all expenses. It would not take much time. Kevin suggested that they seemed to have a new amazing patient. The woman went to her village, forgot about everything in the world, and fell in love with plowing the fields. I enjoyed the fresh, pleasant air and loved looking at the clear blue sky. She loved doing this. She was motivated by the fact that one day her youth would pass, and she wanted to make it to that moment. And finally the moment happened that she so wanted to get everything done. Time has passed. You cannot escape old age. The daughter asked if her mother really couldn't undergo a course of treatment and then go to all fours. The lady only needed to get up. She could figure out the rest herself. She thought that if she stuck the patch on at night, it would become easier. Kevin approached his daughter and told her not to worry so much. He decided to devote the first day to getting acquainted and examining her. All the doctors who treated her before said the same thing. They were only taking time and money out of their pockets. The young man crouched in front of the stroller and took the woman's hands and said that today they would test range of motion and muscle strength. The guy activated his magic face and suggested that the lady try to stand up and bend her knees. The woman could not take her eyes off the young doctor. He seemed to shine while he spoke. The range of motion was less than 90 degrees. People who have had knee surgery can bend their leg about 100 degrees within 4 weeks. This meant that there was no point in the woman worrying about this aspect. Since her muscles are well developed, the doctor thought that she would achieve good results by doing the exercises, so there was nothing to worry about. Now the doctor decided to determine the bend angle, asked to place the left leg on the mat and bend it at the knee. The woman began to do exactly as she was told. Kevin took her hand and said that there was no need to rush. He would support her. Suddenly the lady felt relieved and was asked to stay in this position for a while. It was definitely better than the first time, but not as good as I would have liked. Kevin needed to come up with something so that the effect would be much greater. An idea struck his head like lightning. The young man remembered one thing he saw in that very room. He grabbed the object. Didn't know what she was doing there, but this pointer had been in the department for a long time. She needed to take it in her hand and imagine that she was now a fencer, while the doctor clearly showed how to do it. The woman had to think of it as a sword and lunge. She could not believe that it would help her in any way. Kevin gave her the pointer and began to carefully observe the accuracy of the elderly patient's actions. If you hit a soccer ball, if you keep both arms at your side, you won't be able to kick it far. However, you just have to wave your hand, as professional football players usually did. how the ball immediately flies far and, with good accuracy, flies to the place the player needs. The woman began to repeat the pose shown to her recently surprisingly. It looked very good. The daughter began to clap her hands and say how well her mother was doing, and the woman also seemed to think that everything was getting better. Kevin continued to watch everything that was happening, crossing his arms at chest level. The doctor decided to end the procedure at this point and told the patient that she was a great fellow. The woman became motivated to do something. She realized that if she wanted, she could do everything. After a week, the results improved significantly. With each day, the range of motion of the joint increased. But the woman didn't like the fact that after any progress, the meeting ended. As soon as she could bend her knees well, she would no longer have to visit their hospital. Kevin understood her concerns about the salt farm, but she couldn't forget about the treatment. The elderly patient was surprised and asked the doctor how he knew that she was in a hurry with treatment because of the salt farm. The guy noticed that she had strong legs and calluses on her hands, formed as a result of long-term work with some kind of equipment. And also the melody that the woman hummed can be called a work song for salt farm workers. The woman admired the fact that her doctor, who turned out to be a well-read young man, laughed. In any case, she asked her to understand why the lady was in such a hurry to go to her home. Then it was the height of the season. It was necessary to prepare. Kevin will be able to release her only after her knees bend and straighten well. The woman did not understand what was wrong with the fact that they would not straighten properly, because she had no problems with walking. And, it seems, she was not going to participate in competitions, at least in the near future. The daughter began to shout at her mother for mentioning the salt farm again, because now it was more important to walk. The woman was already tired of talking about this farm and suggested that the doctor finally sell the old woman. The daughter grabbed her head and said that something happened because of this farm. Kevin immediately became interested in what exactly. The mother did nothing but insist on being discharged from the farm, while knowing that she needed peace. Kevin suddenly realized something, turned his head sharply to the side and asked for a moment. At the same moment, Mason entered the office. He looked in to see how the old woman was undergoing treatment. The guy leaned slightly towards the patient and asked how she was feeling, if there was any progress. Compared to when she first arrived there, she felt much better. This was entirely the merit of the doctor. He was a professional in his field. Mason didn't like that things went uphill not because of him, but because of a guy he didn't like. The guy decided not to show that he was upset. He decided to make sure of something, no matter how you looked at it. But one moment looked a little strange. Neither Kevin nor his mother understood what the unexpected guest was talking about. He was talking about manual muscle testing. He couldn't believe how the assessment of a patient after knee surgery could be so good if the testing was done properly. Such results would be difficult to achieve. Indeed, usually everything happened differently, but the mistress's case should have been considered unique because she has enormous muscle strength. Mason began to throw up his hands and say that he was the doctor here and knew his patients better than anyone. The woman began to be indignant and asked whether the young man personally saw whether her muscles were weak or not. She began shouting to ask if he had worked on a salt farm all his life, as she had done. According to her, the physical therapist who treated her every single day knows her many times better. He completely studied her muscles and, in principle, her body. He knew better where she hurt and how to treat it. There was obvious tension between Mason and his grandmother, which was felt by everyone present. The guy forced himself to calm down because he was talking to the patient, and through clenched teeth he said that he would go look at her chart again. After this, the son of the head doctor of this hospital turned around and demonstratively slammed the door as a sign of his disagreement. The elderly woman continued to be indignant at his trick because such cotton was disrespectful to her. Kevin understood that neither Mason nor Ethan cared about the recovery of their patients. Despite their appearance, they were very similar in character and did only what they were told from above. The main character was not happy with this concept. He did not want to agree to it. The guy will do everything in his power. The main point in his journey as a physical therapist was to protect the daily routine and smiles of his patients. While the guy was thinking about these two unpleasant characters, his phone vibrated and the chief doctor called him. Kevin picked up the phone from the table and was even surprised by this call, because they didn't call him for no particular reason. The man asked the young man to come to him. When they knocked on his door, he allowed him to enter. The director's face did not express any particular emotions. It was difficult to understand whether the news would be good or not so good. 1 year and 3 months have passed since the opening of the special branch. He handed him a paper with a report of revenue for the current month. The profit of their department was exactly half that of the rehabilitation department. Also, the rehabilitation department could provide assistance to up to 40 people, and 6 doctors from the special department provided assistance to 20 people. Kevin, of course, knew that income had increased over the past year, but judging by the report, the figure was unrealistic. All this time, the team of this department did an excellent job with their difficult work. The director realized that it was categorically difficult for the guy to believe in such a result he could be proud of himself. The head doctor, without any embarrassment or flattery, told Kevin that this was his personal merit. But then he added that the department blossomed, and thanks to Ethan's help, the guy did not expect such a turn. Thanks to such talented people, according to the chief physician, the reputation of the special office grew every day. The director asked Ethan. He was worried that his adaptation might be delayed due to cultural differences. But it seems that the guy quickly adapted. The director was happy about this. Kevin confirmed that the guy's skills were indeed outstanding. The man also decided to point out that the new employee had only been in the United States for 3 years. Fragments began to appear before my eyes when this peacock proudly talked about life in the States. Kevin was immediately taken aback by this information because the period was very short, and these antics were ordinary show-offs. A message arrived on the director's phone. The phone made a characteristic sound and a notification appeared on the screen. The man apologized to Kevin. The message came from his son's girlfriend. He shared his impression with the employee about her. The girl was nice. The guy bowed his head. He thought that it was about his ex-girlfriend, but it was not so. It turns out that it was a friend, whom his grandmother introduced him to. They said that she had recently returned to her homeland, having previously studied abroad. Kevin realized that this was not about his ex-lover. He did not understand whether he was being taken for a fool, or they really did not know anything. This, of course, worried the guy a little, but now he needed to focus on work. The director returned to the conversation. He called him in to give him a document, allowing him to undergo a free medical examination as a reward for his success. He could bring family members. The document was designed for 3 people. Kevin thanked him for this gift. An expensive white car drove through the narrow streets of the country's capital, located on the southern side of the peninsula. Mason was driving, wearing his usual blue suit, and his girlfriend was in the passenger seat next to him. I looked out the window especially sadly and asked if the guy was going to return to the hospital. The answer was positive, since he still had a couple of unfinished matters. Because of this, he could not take her home. He suggested that she get to the station on her own. When they first started dating, everything was completely different. Something changed between them. Over time, the attitude towards her became more dismissive. Even dates were limited to movies and dinner. It seems that this was the same boredom. In any case, they needed to find time and talk about their relationship. Suddenly, the steering wheel of the car was sharply twisted so that the whole car jerked quite well. The girl was seriously frightened by such tricks, and began asking Mason if he had gone crazy. The guy didn't understand why she was so angry, because he just changed lanes. The lady didn't understand how it happened. What brought her there? She grabbed her head. The cars were parked almost close to each other. All the roads were clogged with cars. The girl saw a traffic jam ahead and suggested that we somehow move forward, because we would have to stand for a long time. Kevin politely responded negatively to her proposal and suggested that it would be better to wait a little while the cars moved away. The girl didn't like it, but she didn't want to argue. The young people stood still for 10 minutes. It's not clear how much longer they would be. But that was far in the past. The lady didn't understand why she even remembered it. The girl thought again and lowered her head a little down. Suddenly, she discovered someone else's lipstick on the rug under her feet. The traffic light switched from green to red, so the car stopped. The person did not disdain to pick up the lipstick and asked the young man what it was. Mason began to pretend to be calm and said that his grandmother had forgotten the lipstick because he had recently dropped it off, and apparently she had dropped it. The girl opened the tube, looked at the shade, and asked if his grandmother used this. She was not afraid to ask if he had bought lipstick for another girl, and the guy began to raise his voice in response. Mason began to say that everything around her seemed suspicious, but the girl did not want to hear his excuses. She began to proudly get out of the car, at the same time calling her ex. The guy began to ask her to stop. The girl pointedly slammed the door of his expensive car, and without turning around, walked in an unknown direction. After a while, her steps were no longer so decisive she could barely move her feet. Tears flowed from her eyes. It was painful to see such a face on such an attractive girl. She felt at least a little better when she angrily spoke about her impressions of Mason. She did not look around, stared at one point, and muttered to herself. Because of this, she accidentally crashed into someone. She raised her eyes towards the unknown person to apologize for the collision due to inattention. What a surprise it was for her that the stranger was her ex-boyfriend. Kevin noticed tears on her face. The girl began to quickly move away and asked not to say anything, just to go where he was going. Now they were strangers to each other, but, in the guy's opinion, they couldn't pretend that they didn't know each other. She could share anything with him, but no one asked him for help. The person was frankly tired of people like the main character. Memories began to emerge before their eyes, even though they had not been happy throughout the 10 years of their relationship. The girl turned and began to ask in a rude tone if he knew why she decided to break up with him. Kevin, wearing a pinkish hoodie, was yelling at the worker that he needed to move something a little to the left. After some time and aiming towards the middle, they finally managed to hang the poster straight. Suddenly, a girl came up to him from behind, hugged him by the arm, and asked him how things were going. Kevin asked what brought her there. It turns out that his doctor's office was opening that day. She couldn't help but come. An employee, passing by, noted that there was an idyll between the young people, like a married couple. The young man began to deny and say that they were not yet engaged. After that, the girl sweetly asked her boyfriend about what his mood was for today. She talked about the opening of his physical therapy center. Everything seemed somehow unreal. The young people held hands, of course. They doubted whether everything would work out. They were supported by the idea that together they always succeeded. They felt good with each other. 3 months later, Kevin was sitting in his office all alone, reading a book about manual therapy. Hearing that the door began to open, a friendly smile appeared on his face and began to greet the newcomer. It turned out that it was not a client, but his girlfriend in a beautiful milky midi dress and a beige cape. She began to look around the office. There was not even a smell of clients there. Everything looked empty and soulless. The girl ran up to Kevin and asked him to answer honestly how many clients there were that day. The young man answered in a not at all embarrassed voice that there was no one there yet that day. The girl grabbed her head and suggested that they at least find an investor. All the centers in the district function through investments from large companies. After all, then Kevin couldn't even earn money for food. This couldn't continue for long. Perhaps it would be better to close the center. The guy bowed his head and said that not much time had passed since the opening. He had a sweet smile on his face. Even though the company made almost no money for him, Kevin genuinely enjoyed working there at the time. Even though the office was inconspicuous, people still stopped by and suggested they wait a little longer. The girl grabbed his cheek and said that if he continued to be so sweet, then she might fall for it. If he decided everything so seriously, then in this case there was no point in dissuading him. She knew the guy. The girl asked if the young man had eaten anything during the day. She put the container on the table, advised him to eat and read the book again. Kevin did not expect such a nice gift from her. He thanked her and said that he would definitely eat everything. After that, the girl turned around and began to leave. The guy got up from his chair and asked why she was leaving if she had just arrived. She had nothing to answer. She exhaled heavily, trying to find words and not show her mood. The girl denied that she had urgent matters to attend to, so she left. Kevin stood with a container in his hands in the middle of the room and just followed his beloved with his eyes. Soon after that, they broke up, because he was the only one who was happy with everything. He didn't want to know how hard it was for the people around him. The young man didn't even listen to anything, being a good-natured person. He knew nothing about the world. Kevin listened to her monologue, wondered if he had been more competent then, and, if he had failed, if things would have been different. The girl continued to wipe the tears from her face. Now her ex looked quite respectable. He must have gained a lot of experience in this hospital, which he only thought of getting a job at after the breakup. The girl said that she was bad, that she should not be pitied. Her tears were the result of her choice. The place where he was and all the people around him were something that Kevin chose on his own. Unlike the time when he opened the center, based on someone else's opinion, now the guy was doing what he really wanted. She advised him to continue in the same spirit. Every word of the girl struck him in the very heart. She told him what he needed to hear. Previously, Kevin was selfish and was guided by what others said, without listening at all to what those close to him were saying. But the young man himself felt how he had grown during this time. He needed to continue in the same spirit. Kevin returned to the hospital, sat down at his desk, folded his hands in front of him, and leaned his head on them. None of the doctors understood why the head of the department decided to hold a planning meeting before the start of the working day. Ethan asked to quickly tell them what he wanted from them. In any case, in the opinion of this upstart, South Korea's vertical culture was not effective. Their department worked strictly by appointment, otherwise it was impossible to get an appointment. This was exactly the case. Most of their patients were special people of the hospital. Since they worked in a special department, they were attentive to each patient. We listened to their life stories and did what they really needed to recover. Kevin would like to make just such a place out of the special department, and at this thought, he began to glow. Mary admired and was inspired by her boss's proposal. Her eyes also lit up. Ethan thought that the guy just knew how to make beautiful speeches. It seemed to him that he wanted to be the main character. Kevin continued his story. The same applied to the patient who was being treated by them. He asked why she was eager to continue working, despite the constant pain. He asked what the salt farm meant to her. The guy decided that they should understand it themselves. The doctor leaned his hands on the table. His glasses slid a little to the side. He could not believe what the head of the department was about to say. Kevin invited his team to go help at the salt farm this weekend. The guy spoke in a very motivating manner. He even sometimes hit his chest with his palm, which could not but inspire a feeling of some pride. The young man said that of course he did not intend to force anyone, Unfortunately, he did not have a car, so he was looking for someone who could keep him company. Ethan expected anything but such a proposal. He decided that his boss was crazy, because no one wanted to go to this hell in such heat. The young man began to explain to the head of the department that he did not like this method, and at that very second the girl next to him agreed to it. Mary said that she and the head of the department could go together. Ethan looked at her and calmed down. The girl thought that it was good for health. They would be able to help the patient, and also play sports and eat fish, because the farm was located next to the beach. Helen also loved fish, and Sonny had recently gained a little extra weight. Exercise wouldn't hurt him. The guy with glasses agreed with them. It was also important for the patient, and it would be fun. Helen turned to Ethan and asked what he ultimately decided about this trip. But before they had time to finish, the guy ran out of the office and did not give his answer, even though it was already clear. Ethan walked down the empty hallway again, turning his shoulders proudly with every step. The guy didn't understand why Mary agreed to this trip. He assumed it was because of the head of the department. The question in his head was why on earth they should waste their precious weekends on this salt farm for the sake of some old woman. Ethan believed that he was surrounded by extremely strange and incomprehensible people, and tears flowed from his eyes again. The young people did not pay attention to his latest antics and continued to discuss the upcoming trip. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office. The head of the department was surprised by this, and with a characteristic face allowed him to enter. It turns out that it was his previous immediate superior, who remained in his position. Kevin asked the head of the third department of the emergency room what brought him to their special department. The man was bored at his workplace, and he decided to please an old acquaintance with his arrival. The main character outlined their idea to go to the salt farm for the sake of the patient. The head of the third department liked this idea. He asked to take him with him, because physical labor was useful for everyone. The man, according to him, just knew one person who was ideal for physical work. He also remembered seeing a guy crying in the hallway while he was walking into Kevin's office. The young man said that this was a common thing for them, and they were not surprised Ethan liked to cry. The man asked if they understood that this behavior was not normal, but in any case he was less worried about it than about the trip. After the discussion, Mary said that it was time for them to get back to work. Kevin wished the guys a productive day. Kevin said a nice goodbye to everyone, remained sitting in his office, folded his hands in front of him, and began to think. The guy understood that even if he put forward such a motivational speech, this did not mean at all that they would succeed. There was always the possibility that they would cause harm with their inconsistent decisions. But the main character pulled himself together and remembered that treating patients came first. He stood up from the table, resolutely leaned on the table, and realized that this risk was worth it. A smile appeared on his face. The white car was racing along a narrow road surrounded by amazingly beautiful greenery. Kevin got out of the car, looked around the surrounding area, and was amazed by the view. Mary also got out of the car, turned to her manager, and asked him to look at the farm. It looked like a snowfield. The young man could not take his eyes off this joy. He agreed with the girl's comparison. The young people began to take their things from the car, not paying attention to the road left behind. Mary decided to look behind her and saw that the others were also pulling up to this place. Sonny, Helen, and the guy with glasses got out of an expensive blue car. The girl began to wave her hand. Kevin remembered that the head of the third department of the emergency room should also arrive, but he still wasn't there. Helen heard that the man decided to come separately from everyone else. He sent a message that he would be there soon. Before she had time to finish speaking, a black car stopped nearby. The head of the department got out and waved sweetly to everyone. The man had not been to the sea for so long. He was struck by the smell of salt and brought back pleasant memories. Following him, a girl in a dress got out of the car. She did not understand what sea he was talking about. It turns out that the young man told her that they would go on vacation to the beach, and in the end, he brought her there. The man began to pretend that everything was normal and that the salt sea was also considered a sea. The girl became very angry, grabbed the head of the department by the collar, and he began to admit his mistake. But there was nowhere to go. If they had already arrived, then it was worth doing everything that was within their power. Mary thanked the girl for her choice, and she in turn told the young man that this was the last time he got away with it. Kevin didn't pay attention to this argument. He began to think about what they need to do now. His phone vibrated. He took the gadget out of his pocket and looked to see who was calling him. It turned out that it was the guardian of his patient. The young man answered the phone and said that they were at a pre-designated place. The woman said that she would join them later. Since she was late, so that the young people would not stand in the middle of the road doing nothing, she asked her uncle to meet them. An almost elderly man called out to them and asked if they were the doctors who decided to help on the farm. It takes about 20 working days on average to make salt. Kevin listened intently. From the reservoir, seawater flowed into the evaporation pond, where it was converted into a brine solution. After these manipulations, which must be performed in strict sequence, The solution crystallized. The resulting crystals were raked to the edge of the pool. Considerable effort was required to do this. Then it was up to the wind and the sun's rays, so natural salt became sea salt. Sometime after the work, the bodies of the young people were buzzing from overwork. The process required a lot of effort. Sonny thought that if he arched his back again, he would have to make an appointment with them in a special office. The guy with glasses went white in his eyes. It turns out that he did not go to heaven, and his glasses were covered with a thick layer of salt, making it difficult to watch. The girl working nearby didn't understand what to do if everyone felt so bad. She turned to the doctors of the special department and asked if they could compete with the team of the 3rd emergency department. The head of the 3rd department said that they could if they put in a little effort. He knew that Kevin would shine under this atmosphere of agriculture. Helen did not understand how their patient, even after recovery, would engage in such hard work. The young people did not notice how quickly the working day passed. They came to rest in a house nearby. Sonny cried with happiness that the painful day was coming to an end. The guy with glasses behind him simply bowed his head from fatigue. Helen and Mary didn't look tired at all. They were laughing and sipping drinks from a can. Kevin noted that the guys did a great job today, gave it their all, and brought a lot of benefit. The patient's guardian understood that all the work was for the benefit of treatment. But work on the salt farm was quite difficult. Her mother, like the head of the department, were the kind of people who are difficult to understand. Kevin believed that his patient had been farming all her life and surprisingly enjoyed it. Many who see and have seen a woman doing such hard work immediately think and have thought about her stubbornness. But this farm, literally her whole life, all her work was aimed at the benefit of this place. This farm held memories, and they were true treasures for her. The patient began to remember moments from her childhood when she watched her mother work. The woman thanked the young man for this thought. It had never occurred to her. The head of the department's approach to treatment was truly special, as if he was trying to heal not only the place that hurts, but also something more. From now on, she will look forward to meeting Kevin. She trusts him completely as a mother. The young man went out into the street and, looking at the sky, thought about the path he had chosen. However, there was still something missing. He felt like he could find the answer there. Kevin was approached from the side. He turned around and saw Mary, who was asking if something was bothering him. The guy couldn't take his eyes off her. She looked so charming that it took his breath away. Mary stood next to him and leaned on the balcony. Without taking her eyes off him, he said her name again. After hard work, the young people drank a lot of alcohol. They were really having fun. Mary did not understand why the head of the department did not participate in this. He was not used to playing while drinking such drinks, and he had something to think about, so he retired to the balcony, separated from the general crowd. A few days ago, when the main character was walking along the hospital corridor, Mason turned to him. It turns out that he heard from someone that Kevin was going to work on a salt farm. According to the son of the chief physician, after the guy became a physiotherapist, this was the best decision, and he suggested that he move there. Kevin asked to stop saying such things. The decision was made in order to better understand the patient. Mason always thought this approach was nonsense. He just had to pretend and pocket the profits. The main character sincerely wished the patient's recovery and did everything possible for them. The chairman's grandson asked what would happen after caring for the patients. Was the guy going to help everyone who came to the hospital? It was impossible to treat everyone well. According to Mason, this already smacked of hypocrisy. He has to keep in mind that the hospital had its own system, and what the young man did seemed to destroy this system. Then Kevin was outraged, not even by the insults and disdainful attitude. The guy was angry with himself for not being able to object to such statements, trampling on his desire to understand the patient's circumstances. Mary, suddenly for the young man, grabbed his hand. He simply said her name in surprise. In her opinion, during a period of excitement, there was nothing better than walking around the city at night. Without asking for consent, she led him along. She understood that it would become much easier for him. The girl took him to the beach, closer to the sea, and managed to dispel his doubts with her jokes. After a while, they sat on a bench and looked at the incredible view that opened before them. Kevin decided to start a conversation and asked if she was interested in finding out what was eating him. It turns out that the guy is still not confident in his approach to treating patients. Even though he justified his actions as a benefit for his patients, he sometimes thought that his treatment was one-sided. Kevin apologized for suddenly bringing up a topic that was too difficult for dialogue. Every time something bothered her, Mary looked at the night sky and poured out her feelings to it, after which she felt better and could sleep peacefully. As she poured out her experiences to the sky, she asked him to share her worries and fears. No matter how hard she tries, the world does not change. She knows very well that their planet is still full of anger and prejudice. People will use feelings of inferiority and envy as a driving force for bad behavior. But Mary still believed that after all her wanderings around the world, she would definitely be able to find something. An awkward silence hung in the air. The girl was so carried away by the conversation that now they were too close. Mary began to think about what she should do, but her thoughts were interrupted by Kevin, who kissed her. During this unexpected event for everyone, they held hands. The girl asked the head of the third department of the emergency room if this was why he decided to follow her. The main character looked very worried. This was not surprising because the guy was the center of attention. When you see something like this, it was not difficult to guess what was going on. The head of the third department of the emergency room asked if he wasn't cool. He needs to be talked about this every day. The weather was wonderful outside. The blue sky was reflected in the windows of the hospital. The patient did not understand why her daughter made an appointment for her so early, because she was going to watch a show on TV. It will probably be repeated. Then the woman will be able to see it. The doctors asked to bring her as early as possible. They wanted to see her as soon as possible. The woman admired how strange the young people were around her. Well, she was sure that the patient wanted to see doctors, but the patient's doctors were very good. Suddenly, the old woman smelled the painfully familiar smell of salt. Her eyes opened wide. The day she decided that she wanted to live the rest of her life on a salt farm, old people from all over the area tried to dissuade her. They said that she was a girl who had a bright future ahead of her. They said that she would regret her decision and really lost a lot. She gave her youth, time, health to this. But despite the resistance from others, in fact, going your own way is the most important thing and a valuable decision in life. The woman could not believe that the doctors were there. Tears began to well up in her eyes. The daughter bent down and asked what her mother would say to this, whether they got a great gift. The old woman smiled from ear to ear and proudly replied that the gift was really worth it. Kevin was also smiling as he looked at this picture. He was really trying to do his best. The guy realized that it was time to stop doubting his abilities. He needed to trust himself and follow the chosen path. Mary dropped the paper next to Kevin, bent down to pick it up and accidentally met his gaze. The girl began to frantically apologize for this awkwardness, her cheeks turning red at the moment. Kevin began to deny this, saying that nothing bad had happened and there was no need to apologize. He covered his mouth with his hand, also blushed with embarrassment, and realized that he could not look her in the eyes. Mary thought she was crazy, no matter how much she drank. Kissing the head of the department was something out of the ordinary. The young people did not understand what to do next, whether they were dating, but no one admitted their feelings. They had no time to talk as they returned to the hospital the next day. The women opposite did not understand why their attending doctors turned so red at one moment. Kevin began to convince them otherwise, denying that the air conditioner must be malfunctioning. In fact, the patient's daughter wanted to say something to the young people. The grandmother covered her mouth with her hand. The young man couldn't even imagine what exactly they had, it turns out. The main character opened his mouth in surprise. He did not expect that someone would want to give him a gift. Unexpectedly for everyone, it turned out that there were several full bags of sea salt in the room. Kevin could not close his mouth. This was the same salt produced by their company. The guardian thanked the doctor for helping to convey it. The grandmother said not to be shy. There was enough for everyone there. Sonny was sincerely happy, because salt was now expensive. Helen asked if they could really accept such a gift. But Kevin noticed that there were only 5 bags, and there were 6 people in total. The woman also foresaw this. In her opinion, whoever does not work does not eat, of course. This is a metaphor. She pointed to Ethan and said that this lazy young man had not come to help them. Sonny suggested dividing it equally among everyone. Pouring a little out of each bag, it was not for nothing that they said that it was necessary to share. Ethan began to scream hysterically that he didn't need this salt and that he didn't need to add it. Kevin hoped that someday he could become a person who would smile at the people dear to him. A few months later, a familiar voice was heard again at the salt farm who sincerely missed this place. The woman hummed her favorite song, forgetting about everything around her, and her daughter called out to her. The woman asked her to use modern equipment, because otherwise she could get injured again and end up in the hospital. The grandmother cheerfully replied that everything was fine with her, and there was no place for worry in her life. The doctors at the hospital treated her very well, literally got her back on her feet, and her knee no longer hurt. The woman has now controlled herself, and will no longer let her health go to such an extent. Sometimes she will visit the clinic for examination. She now understood that she had to be healthy in order to be with her daughter longer. These words, of course, brought her to tears. It was nice that her loved one had finally put her head to her head. The sweet talk is over. Now they need to do a little more work before the sun goes down. It was raining outside, so Kevin asked everyone to be careful on the way home and thanked everyone. At first, he wondered how he could better treat patients. But then the young man realized that the key to success lies in understanding the patient. A message from his mother came to his phone. He turned on the screen and began to read what he had written. She wrote that they received the results of their examination. Polyps were discovered in his father. She was worried about what would happen to her if something happened to his father. But fortunately, everyone was in good health. Kevin couldn't help but be happy about this. He was able to breathe out. After that, the guy leaned back in his chair and thought that he should buy something as a sign of gratitude. There was a column of steam coming out of the cups on the table, and the man said that it was time for him to undergo a medical examination. Lately, no matter how much the director slept, the fatigue did not go away. He assumed that he had something wrong with his liver. In any case, he was glad that the polyps were detected in advance. Kevin modestly said that it was all thanks to the head doctor. The tea was gratitude. The medical examination was only a small reward for all the work the guy had done. There was no need to thank the director. He thought that gratitude is devalued when you approach the issue too carefully. Some people said that you need to make every effort to finally achieve your goal. It seems that the chief doctor heard something similar when his wife, in tears, asked to do everything possible. Her last wish was to take care of Mason. The man looked away and agreed that the words were good. The head doctor of the hospital and the head of the special office did not move quickly through the parking lot. The principal asked the young man if he and Mason had been friends since high school. Kevin did not give a normal answer. The man asked if his son had talked about his mother. The guy, according to him, did not talk much about the family. The director's wife was ill for a long time after Mason's birth, but he was unable to be with her because of his work at the hospital. Even though he was recognized as a good doctor, he failed to be a worthy father and husband. He felt truly sorry when he remembered those times, and Kevin thought about what kind of person he had to be before becoming a successful physical therapist. He was supposed to become a good friend and son, or perhaps a lover. Silhouettes of loved ones began to pop up in his head. Kevin remembered that kiss again. He couldn't understand how it happened, probably because of the drinking, and no one had asked anyone to date. The chief doctor asked the head of the department if he was okay. The guy said that it might have been the weather. Because of the rain, there was high humidity. The man suggested that the young man was very busy. It was not easy for him to talk about this with other people, but he was quite comfortable with him. Since he still had a lot of things to do, it was unlikely that they would meet again like this, so the director wanted to ask him something. Mason was lonely from an early age. Even though he showed with all his appearance that everything was fine with him, inside he was still a child. The head doctor knew that his son was rude to Kevin. That's putting it mildly. A person shouldn't behave like that. The man was to blame for everything. He understood that it was inappropriate to talk about this, but he hoped that he was not too offended by Mason. Kevin would be lying if he said he didn't resent him, but he didn't hold a deep grudge. Previously, the guy could not tell the director about this, but in fact he was never friends with his son. The main character, unfortunately, will never be able to become his friend, but he believed that his son could change. After all, Kevin was able to become a completely different person after being admitted to this hospital. These words made the chief doctor smile, and the headlights of the car next to him came on. The man put the keys to this car in Kevin's hands and told him to take them for himself. The young man asked if he could accept such a gift from the manager because it was a car. The man knew that the guy went to work by public transport. Initially, he wanted to give the car to Mason, but someone could find a better use for it. After all, it was Kevin who said that every effort must be made to finally achieve the goal. He felt that his gratitude to the head of the department should reach this level. A blue sign appeared in front of the guy. It turns out that he will receive several unexpected offers. The director liked the report on the treatment of the grandmother from the salt farm. He was interested in how enthusiastically they went to this patient's farm. The man asked to accept this machine as support for his treatment methods. If the guy felt awkward, he could pick up the gift later. Since it was raining outside, he was offered a test drive. Kevin agreed to go for a ride only today, thanked and bowed to the director, who asked to be careful on the road. Giving a car to an employee like him may be burdensome, but the guy did not experience any negative emotions. It wasn't that he didn't want to improve his relationship with Mason. Since the director asked him, he wouldn't put too much pressure on his acquaintance. Unless, of course, he was up to something again. Kevin was speeding down the road in his new car. It was even better for the director. He thought that the main character could help Mason. Suddenly, he grabbed his head. A sharp pain pierced him through and through. This unpleasant sensation could be felt even from a distance. When the pain subsided, the man covered his face with his palm and began to move away from what he had just experienced. In any case, the chief doctor was very ashamed. He could not believe that he had problems with neurology. The man understood that he had to wait quite a bit until his son got back on his feet. People were sitting at tables set, some with bottles of champagne and buckets of ice. Ethan believed that the payment should be appropriate if an order had come from above. He would have understood, but he couldn't understand that gesture with the bags of salt. No matter how much he wanted, it didn't work. The guy pretended that this didn't upset him at all, saying that he was already cool. Everyone around him was tired of his whining. No sane person, in Ethan's opinion, would agree to such a thing. The head of the personnel department did not understand why a guy who had only been in the United States for 3 years constantly used English words. It would be better if he worked on improving relationships with those who can help him with his work. It must be difficult for Ethan. According to the head of the therapeutic department, the guy was similar to him in his youth. Then the man was also only worried about achievements. The young man began to say that he was not at all old and not bald. Like the man opposite, he got angry and asked if he knew how difficult it is to cure alopecia. In any case, when people like Ethan tried to figure everything out, they came up with nothing good. He asked how he thought it was possible to play competitive basketball and take care of patients at the same time. The head of the therapeutic department, in a hysterical tone, asked Mason if he knew that the problem was Kevin, saying that he was constantly doing nonsense. The chief doctor's son said that he agreed. Everything had its limit, even his father's actions. For the sake of their hospital, they must get rid of the object of criticism as soon as possible. The head of the Human Resources Department said that Kevin accounted for a significant portion of the hospital's revenue, and the director was favorable to him. The man asked if his interlocutors had ever thought about how to get rid of the guy. At first they were silent, but then they began to throw out options. They could bribe the patient, hide the accident, humiliate him publicly. The man seemed the most adequate of them, and the question of what was wrong with them settled in his head. It had been a year and a half since Kevin had joined them, and as head of HR, he decided to say that the guy was very careful. Outwardly, the young man pretended to care about the patient and behaved like a decent person, but everyone believed that he had calculated all the risks and was planning something. According to the head of the HR department, he was the type of person who should not be taken lightly. If you approach the matter without thinking, then nothing good will come of it, as was the case last time. Mason listened to his speech and aggressively asked what they should do with the young man. The man said that first you need to find out what Kevin is striving for, why he needs it. If his analysis was correct, then the guy wanted one thing: to take part in the award ceremony for distinguished hospital employees, which will take place at the end of the year. Ethan and Mason were surprised by what was said and asked what kind of award ceremony it was for outstanding employees. The head of the therapeutic department asked for a minute, saying that the head of the personnel department himself knew that choosing the best employee of the hospital was a minor event that would take place at the New Year's party. And as a prize, the winner received 500,000 won and additional vacation days. He knew about this because last year he became the best employee of the hospital. Mason didn't understand why he should get hung up on something like this, because it would attract even more attention to himself. The head of the HR department took him at his word, extended his hand with his index finger forward, and repeated the phrase about attention. Step by step, he will increase his value and power, and in the end, he will put the entire hospital under himself. Ethan dropped his fork to the floor and said that Kevin and his followers were already putting on a show. The head of HR asked Mason if he felt this way. For his information, the main character was nominated for the ceremony. The son of the chief physician realized that it was impossible to leave it this way. They had to prevent him from becoming the best employee at any cost. But they were told to make better use of the opportunity to trample him. They only had 3 months. In their opinion, they were the only ones in the hospital who could stop Kevin. People began to gather for the ceremony to honor outstanding hospital employees. For those who worked in the hospital for quite a long time, this event was fleeting. However, the selection of outstanding hospital employees was a major event that attracted the attention of the entire medical industry. Since the hospital was recognized as the best rehabilitation clinic in the country, this event was an opportunity to become famous. Kevin frantically straightened his tie, which slightly interfered with his breathing, and was very nervous. Mary approached the head of the department with a glass of champagne and asked if he was very worried. It was rumored that this year the preparations for the New Year's party were approached on a grand scale. He didn't have to worry too much. It was obvious that he would become Employee of the Year, although the results were not yet known. Mary did not want to listen to excuses. For her, he was already a winner. He would definitely take the prize. She believed in it. Not only the girl believed in this, everyone gathered in this huge hall wanted it. The guy with glasses calculated that since there were 2 candidates, the probability of winning was 50%. Perhaps it would be an exciting battle. Sonny knew that a similar situation would happen, so he brought with him a drug that could calm the mind. Helen asked what and for whom this drug was for. She suggested that it was just for him. He was so nervous his body was on fire. Kevin was very amused by the whole situation. He began to cover his mouth with his hand. The young man asked Mary why they were all so nervous. The girl herself did not pay attention to it. Mason wasn't particularly nervous. He was annoyed by how happy Kevin was and was sipping champagne with displeasure. In any case, he believed that everything was predetermined. The best employee was selected according to 2 criteria. Based on the internal assessment of the work of each employee and employee voting, the results were summarized. They took all possible measures so that Mason could become the best this year. Firstly, bribing the head of the Department of Rehabilitation Medicine, who was ranked second to his father, and influenced the grades. Ethan was his assistant, reporting at the right moments that, as planned, Kevin knew nothing. Mason liked that their plan was going as it should, and told his assistant to continue in the same spirit. The young people persuaded the physiotherapists, who did not like Kevin, and influenced the internal vote of the staff. The son of the chief doctor seriously considered himself a genius. The main character received a message. It said that those who voted for Mason could participate in a drawing for expensive prizes. Kevin realized that no matter how you looked at it, the vote was rigged, and he had a clear desire to bypass it. Even though Mason had spent a decent amount of money, it wasn't a problem for him. There was a reason why it didn't contribute to his exclusion from the candidates. The guy wanted to see Kevin's disappointed face. This time he decided to bring him to his knees. The presenter assumed that the audience was tired of waiting and asked to let him see the winners. The man said 2 names at once. Both Kevin and Mason turned out to be the winner. Everyone was shocked. The son of the chief doctor contorted his unpleasant face. He did not understand how this could happen. The young people stood next to each other. Kevin smiled sincerely, and Mason put on a fake one. Before presenting the awards, they were going to talk about the changed judging criteria. One person was selected through an internal vote, and another was selected through a patient vote. The director applauded sweetly. This decision was made as part of his new policy. Mason was shocked. It turns out that all this was planned from the very beginning to reward Kevin. The main character cheerfully asked his school friend about what happened to him. According to the young man, the head doctor's son looked like the physiotherapist was unworthy of the award. Mason did not respond to this assumption, only with a grin called the second winner a hypocrite. Kevin put his hand on his shoulder, held him there, and asked him to wait. The young man turned around sharply. The main character began to talk about how a lot had happened between them over a long period of time. But then it was a good day. It was impossible not to agree. He wanted them to get along in the future. Mason didn't understand what came over him. He was in no hurry to shake the hand extended to him. He just smiled. Kevin did not understand what was incomprehensible in his actions. He extended his hand for a handshake. The main character wanted to shake hands with someone with whom he would like to establish a difficult relationship. Mason said that the interlocutor said so. He didn't know it himself. He didn't understand why it was. Viewers heard that the young people studied at the same school, saying that old friends had finally met. Mason didn't like the fact that because of the current situation, he wouldn't be able to refuse. The guy didn't know what his enemy had told his father, but he advised him not to expect that his method would continue to work. Mason's father asked the young man for a favor. He wants them to become friends. The young people began to aggressively shake each other's hands. The chief doctor's son said that his father didn't know much. They say the director didn't know that Kevin would one day show his true colors and take over this hospital. From the audience's point of view, there was no visible confrontation between the two men, which was felt, the strength to stand closer. It seemed to Sunny that these two warring people were finally able to make peace, and tears welled up in her eyes. Mary could not take her eyes off this sight. She did not believe in this cute picture for the public. I asked the man sitting next to me if it seemed to him that something strange was happening between the young people. The chairman began to cry, saying that Mason had become a real doctor, and he had a long way ahead of him. The secretary saw that the head doctor was clutching his head, asked if everything was okay. He asked not to worry. After all, his son had such a good day then. The man understood that he could hold out a little longer. The girl understood that even if he pretended to be okay, if he left everything as it was, something irreparable could happen at the end of the event. He would have to tell family members about everything. Mason thought that Kevin must have reveled in his sense of superiority, because he had no idea how hard it was for the people around him. This also applied, of course, to their common ex-girlfriend. The guy believed that he liked her first. The guy believed that it would be better for him to protect her than for her to suffer next to him. The young man was going to do this, but life and fate decreed something completely different. But because of Kevin, everything seemed to go wrong for him. He couldn't forgive it, and he didn't want to. Mason advised the main character to disappear because in this case, everything would return to normal. Kevin bowed his head, looking upset, and said that everything suddenly became clear to him. Despite the fact that the young man so zealously wanted to improve the relationship, the reason he could not succeed was that Mason did not intend to meet him halfway. Kevin was sincerely sorry for the director, but unfortunately, he was not going to tolerate his further antics. Mason asked his interlocutor what he was going to do in this case, whether to fight. The young man turned around and began to leave. He told the guy that he had forgotten something. This was his family's hospital. No matter what Kevin did, nothing would change radically from his actions. Mason was going to mess with him until the very end. The presenter said that everyone was pleased to see two classmates being presented with an award. It turns out that the director of the hospital prepared a speech for the winners, and he was asked to come up to them. The man believed Kevin, even though Mason had a lot to learn. If he gained experience from a good person like him, he would one day become a good person. The director approached the stage. While he was not going upstairs, he simply admired the guys from below. He mentally asked Kevin to take care of Mason. He didn't say it out loud. He began to fall unconscious. A couple of moments later, the man was already lying flat on the ground, and a fuss began around him. Tears flowed from the director's eyes. He turned to his beloved son, saying his name. Mason was terribly scared. Literally, the only remaining parent fell before his eyes. They tried to bring the director to his senses, but it was all in vain. After a while, he was already lying in the VIP ward of the hospital. Next to the bed sat the chairman of the hospital, who was the mother-in-law of the chief doctor, but he became almost her own son. Mason entered the office. An elderly woman ran up to him, began to cry and hug him. The guy said that his father's life was not in danger due to overwork. There was a slight hemorrhage in the brain which developed into a stroke. The elderly woman fell on a chair, covered her face with her hands, could not calm down, and called her son-in-law a fool. The chairman asked the man many times to take care of himself and his health, but they did not listen to her. Her daughter left them, and now the head doctor had gathered. It was hard to imagine what would happen to Mason. The grandson asked his grandmother not to worry. His father, in his opinion, should wake up soon. The guy decided to give away the lipstick he found in the car. It seems the woman dropped it when he dropped her off. The grandmother began to thank him. The tears began to slowly stop flowing. She considered her granddaughter kind. The woman could not understand how this could happen to their good and most beloved boy. The chairman would need to convene the board of directors, so now it was time for her to go. If something happened, they could call her. Mason aggressively clenched his hand into a fist and crushed the piece of paper that was there. The young man could not understand why his father, literally the closest person, did this. The man could not understand how a person who ignored this could be called a doctor. He hid his illnesses and worked until exhaustion. Mason didn't understand what kind of doctor or hospital director he was if he couldn't even take care of his health. The guy thought it was because he was hopeless, so his father decided to rely on Kevin. If he was right, then he had an idea. Mason was going to prove to him that people are not kind for no reason. Outside the office, his entourage was already waiting for him. He told his father to stay there and watch his actions. The first thing Kevin did was jump off the stage when he saw what happened to the head doctor of the hospital. A new quest appeared before him. He had to save the seriously ill patient in front of him. He was not even offered a reward for this quest. If a person was in critical condition in front of him, he would not sit idly by. The young man asked anyone nearby to call A&E. A week later, Kevin sat on the sofa in his department, exhaling heavily, remembering that incident. The guy began to reflect on what had happened, and was sincerely worried about why no news had been heard. The director was in serious condition at that time. He could not believe that he had not noticed his problem, although he was constantly nearby. Suddenly, a tin bottle containing a cold drink was pressed against the young man's forehead. Kevin turned to the person who did this and saw an ever-smiling Mary there, speaking to him. The girl asked if the young man still thought about what happened that evening. She was told that the guy was thinking about the director's well-being. He was very worried about him. Mary sat down next to him and asked him not to worry too much. Otherwise, he would feel bad too. Kevin apologized to Mary for not showing his best side to her lately. After that, the guy stood up abruptly and said that the girl was right. If he worries alone, the problem will not be solved. Surely the director wanted him to do something, and not sit like an oak with arms folded. Helen asked the bespectacled man who visited them if he had made an appointment before the appointment. The unknown person replied that he had definitely not signed up anywhere and asked if Kevin was there. The head of the department happened to be right there. Asked what happened. The girl answered. The man seemed downright suspicious if he didn't come to demand the insurance money. Kevin thought that this was another patient sent by Mason. Several days had passed since the director became ill, and he was already doing dirty deeds. The young man told Mary that he would talk to the stranger himself, and that the rest should mind their own business. Kevin asked to pay attention to the fact that they do not have the right to disclose the amount of the annual salary according to the employment contract. The guy was going to try to prevent him from being caught doing something. They tried to persuade him for some time, to which the head of the department replied that the stranger's neck and shoulders were tense, saying he needed to undergo treatment to prevent the development of the disease. Among the patients sent by Mason, there were no people who would ask questions so openly. The other doctors overheard their conversation outside the door and considered intervening, but decided that they should trust him. An unknown person heard that Kevin's reputation was indeed earned through his abilities. The guy said that just hearing was not enough. He asked to let him show it in action. Kevin learned that the man had difficulty turning his head. and often had pain on the right side of his neck in the morning after waking up. The stranger was surprised. The head of the department asked him to lie down on the couch. He agreed to test his skills. The man did everything he was told. Kevin asked him to turn his head at a certain moment. Through the glasses, the man opened his eyes wide. He did not understand how much power the physical therapist had. Kevin did his physical therapy tricks on the patient. He felt better before his eyes. The guy understood perfectly well that any patient needs proper treatment and attention. Since his case was not so advanced, it was possible to finish it for today if you pull the muscle too much. It will continue to cause problems. He advised him to be careful. The young man, so that the man could understand him more easily, decided to give a clear analogy from life. It was quite difficult to tear a whole sheet of paper, but the situation changed if it was crumpled. In this case, surprisingly, it tore easily, of course. All this could be explained by the laws of physics. To avoid unnecessary stress, care is needed. Judging by the current situation, he can solve the problem by changing his sleep habits. Kevin recommended using a low pillow. The most popular models on the market were often not worth the money. Even though it was not a pronounced symptom, he was able to understand what was hurting and carry out treatment in a short time. The man realized that Kevin was a real specialist. The guy asked him to give something to Mason. If he continues to send people, he will only harm the image he worked so hard to build at the hospital. The stranger did not understand what his doctor was talking about, but the rumors turned out to be true. Kevin was seriously scared when the patient took off his glasses, because he had made a mistake with his assumption. It turns out that the stranger was the administrative director of a sanatorium that is planned to open nearby. The man came there to warn the guy about the upcoming danger that he should beware of. Kevin didn't understand why the director of the other hospital was looking for him, or what kind of danger they were talking about. The director of another hospital unintentionally heard a story about a young man standing across the street. The guy was a fairly famous and capable specialist, but he also had many enemies. The man thought for a long time about what he heard and how to do the right thing, and in the end he decided to tell him. Of course, it's stupid to tell without any confirmation. He checked first. Kevin realized that they were checking him. The director apologized for causing inconvenience and being rude. The man noted that the treatment was truly ideal. It healed literally in an instant. If the young man had problems or planned to change jobs, he could contact him at any time. The director was there to offer him the position of head of the rehabilitation department, but Kevin had unfinished business. The man was amazed that the guy took responsibility for his work. This was a rare occurrence. Since this was his desire, nothing could be done. The director asked him to pretend that he had not heard about anything. Kevin apologized for refusing a good offer, but the director said that he was the one who behaved tactlessly. This was the first meeting with the person who would become the beginning of a new test for the main character. After the meeting, the young man stood with a satisfied look and thought that someday they would meet again. A meeting with the director of another hospital will lead him to unexpected results that will determine his fate and the fate of the hospital. The head of the Department of Rehabilitation Therapy addressed the head of the department with his hands folded under his face. He has temporarily served as director of the hospital on an interim basis, but he intends to handle the affairs of the hospital more thoroughly than before. In other words, he believed that the hospital needed management innovation. It had been several weeks since the administrative director had visited Kevin's office. The person who replaced the director became the head of the rehabilitation department, almost an elderly man. He asked Kevin what he thought was necessary to maintain a leadership position. The guy answered that he needed to be dedicated to his work, serve the people and take care of their health, but his answer was not accepted. They said that money was more important. The main character could not believe his ears. Now such a majestic hospital was led by such an ignoramus. He was shown a graph that showed the period and cost of treating one patient in his department. Kevin, as the head of the entire department, provided inexpensive treatment and completed it in a short time. However, on the other hand, Ethan consistently brought the greatest profit to the hospital, but the main character served the same number of patients. Dr. Ethan deliberately extended the treatment period, which is why his performance seemed high. His words were perceived as if he was missing out on the money that his subordinate earned. Kevin frowned and asked in a rude tone what the acting director wanted to tell him. But, in his opinion, it was more profitable for the hospital for the patient to receive expensive treatment for as long as possible. Kevin decided to leave. Since he was told everything, he was asked to consider that in the future, he must change the policy of providing services. The man also heard that he was contacted by another hospital after the director collapsed. The main character turned sharply at such an announcement and said that it did not matter to him where he heard such a thing. But it was a lie. Mason, who suddenly came up from behind, said that he didn't look very good and asked if something had happened. The guy congratulated the head of the rehabilitation department on his appointment to the position. This was because of a word from the chairman's grandson to the general director. The man apologized for calling Mason. They were talking about the politics of the special department. He was pleased to see the shameless face of a traitor who does not even suspect the mercy that his father showed him. Apparently, the administrative director of that hospital warned him about this. Initially, he did not accept the offer, but apparently, this is just an excuse for them. While the director is not there, they intend to do everything possible to kick him out of the hospital. Kevin tolerated being treated unfairly despite what he was accused of, but he just wanted to make sure that no harm came to the patient. The main character asked if he was deliberately delaying the treatment of patients because of money. And is this what doctors do? Mason asked him to repeat the words he had just spoken, and he was ready to repeat it as much as he wanted. The guy shouted to them and told them that they were not engaged in treatment, but in business he could not hold back any longer. The acting officer said the guy was crossing the line and sweat started running down his face. This also applied to him. Every patient who came to a special office received treatment because they had pain somewhere. The physiotherapists of the special department worked exclusively for the benefit of the patients. The head said that Kevin was making a big mistake. They say there was a hospital there. They were focusing their attention on doctors, not physical therapists. It dawned on the young man what Mason was trying to achieve no matter how hard he tried. Nothing changed. In any case, what the guy was talking about, according to the director, was his punishment. He asked him to behave appropriately. Kevin exhaled heavily, stood up straight, and said loudly that he would accept any punishment. This was because he realized that their hospital was no longer for patients. A few days later, Kevin sat at his desk, holding a piece of paper. After speaking with the acting director, he was issued a disciplinary citation. Kevin was prohibited from taking on new patients until hospital rules were met. Sonny said the physiotherapists in their department made a big decision together. Helen and the guy unanimously said that if the main character is fired, they will follow him. Kevin thanked the young people for their words. They did not expect such a reaction to it, but he believed that it was wrong to make such a decision. Only because of him, he had already submitted his resignation. He got a job at that hospital, thinking that it would become a strong and reliable support for him. But in the end, she became a shackle that shackled him hand and foot and gave him no rest. If the hospital wouldn't allow him to treat patients, then he had no choice but to head to where other patients were waiting for him. The head of the therapeutic department opened the door to Mason's office and he asked what happened. He was asked to look at the person's mobile screen. It turns out that the appointment in a special office was canceled. It seems that word is spread among the patients about the departure of the head of the department, Kevin. They say that they are ready to go to another hospital, if only he would treat them. The man panicked and asked what they should do now. If this continues, the hospital's sales will plummet. But nowhere was it seen that patients changed hospitals for the sake of a physiotherapist. This was a temporary phenomenon. There was no need to make a lot of fuss. In addition, in his opinion, Ethan would do an excellent job in his new position. But the man knew that this was not the case. Despite his hatred of Kevin, he shouldn't have ripped open the belly of the goose that lays the golden eggs. His emotions were so clouded in his eyes that he couldn't see the whole picture under his nose. If things continue like this, their hospital will not have a bright future. Kevin went outside. A black backpack was on his shoulders. The sky was already painted in sunset colors. He looked up at the sky and thought that it was the last time he saw this landscape. The young man met many different people along his path as a physiotherapist. Patients played a significant role in his life, and his colleagues occupied a special place in his heart. Mary ran out of the hospital after Kevin. After shouting to him, she asked if she would meet again. He made this decision himself, so she could not stop him. But the girl had many questions for him. She wanted to ask a lot and tell a lot. First, she asked who she was to him. Kevin clearly did not expect such a turn of events. He thought he would leave peacefully, but here it is. He bowed his head to the asphalt, did not know what to answer. Mary took everything into her own hands, ran up and kissed him. After the kiss, they stood for a while and looked into each other's eyes in confusion. Mary said she didn't think the end of their story had come yet, her eyes full of hope. The girl was going to visit him in person one day, so she asked him to make a decision by then. Make a decision about what the relationship is between them now, because both are some kind of amoebas. Kevin grinned and told the girl that he would definitely think about it in his spare time. The guy began to move away from that place, and Mary stood still and just waved her hand. The future was unknown. He didn't even know what quests awaited him outside of that hospital. However, who he is now was significantly different from his old version. After all, now he had a system and a future. If there is a god, then he would like to ask him why this happened to him. What a possibility the system was talking about. But nothing was certain. It was necessary to cast aside unnecessary doubts. They wouldn't help. Believe in yourself and move forward. Kevin looked at the sky and told everyone to mentally wait for him, because he would return. When he left his hospital, Kevin's new life began. Completely different. The guy was walking from his place of work, where he had just quit, when he received a new message. The administrative director wrote to him and asked him to give him a minute after work. They apologized to Kevin for scheduling the meeting so suddenly, and also at the place of work. The unfamiliar man whom the administrative director brought with him was the director of the sanatorium. The man who came to Kevin's department with questions was his younger brother. He asked to get straight to the point. He had heard a rumor that the young man had left the hospital. On the hospital's website, one could see many requests to cancel appointments due to his departure. A blue sign appeared in front of the guy, on which he was offered to make a deal. The man was sorry that he had inconvenienced him last time. Their sanatorium was no comparison to a hospital. But they were well established, so they had an excellent reputation. They even moved to one of the most prestigious areas of the city. Perhaps this was their last chance. The man asked what Kevin would say to their proposal. They, in turn, would try to fulfill all his conditions. The brother asked the other if it was about the position of a physiotherapist, if he had found someone else. An awkward silence fell between them, the men staring into each other's eyes. They grappled. One asked the other to remain silent, and the latter was surprised that they began to recruit someone without his request. Kevin looked at this calmly, convinced that they were brothers. As they knew, not much time had passed since he was fired, so it would be a little difficult for him to work in a hospital that was located in another city. The main character thanked for the suggestions and was about to leave. The man smiled modestly. In this case, they decided to offer him something else. They planned to open a center at the hospital. The directors of the hospital asked if the physiotherapist was willing to work there. A physiotherapist could not engage in private medical practice. It was illegal. And it was also impossible to use words such as patient and treatment, since treating patients is a violation of medical legislation. Of course, it was possible to take over the management of the center by changing a few words in the name. However, there was a reason why physical therapists, including his, disappeared without a trace. It was all about patients, who are difficult to attract to unpopular medical institutions. The man liked it. They originally planned to open a rehabilitation center, so it would be great if Kevin headed it. They would like the guy to take the work and management completely into his own hands. There was no need for a sign with their name or payment for the premises. The directors also did not plan to interfere with his work. The main character did not understand how it came to this, but he noted that it will not be easy to cope with 10 patients every day alone. However, given the skills and reputation, he could do it. Otherwise, they would not have asked them to join their institution. In addition, the main character will not have to spend money on opening a personal center. He, of course, liked it, but he did not understand why the men were offering such a disadvantageous contract for them. The man rubbed his chin with his hand and noted that they were not philanthropists, but simply believed in his abilities. After all, he took up the post of head of the special department shortly after his arrival at the hospital and showed a worthy result. According to their calculations, he will bring in a profit of at least 100 million won, and by hiring the head of the branch, they will receive a number of benefits. The directors also hoped that with these terms, Kevin would be able to prove his worth. The main character was bribed by the phrase about value. He shook their hands and relied on them. 2 weeks have passed since that day, although he took a break until the end of construction work. But something was wrong. The anticipation of working in the center could not leave him, even while cooking. Since enough funds were allocated for the center, he wanted to equip it to the highest standard. While he was thinking about the best opening date, he received a message from the director. The man asked if Kevin would like to take a look at the premises, furniture, and equipment of the almost completed center. The young man immediately jumped out of bed and began to smile sincerely. He walked with confident steps towards the right place, wearing polished brown boots on his feet. He walked towards his future, and he realized that a new life had begun for him. The guy modestly opened the door and made sure that the construction was indeed almost completed. Only the interior and the sign remained. It was necessary to create a comfortable space in the waiting area so that clients could relax. Although he did not know how many patients would come to the appointment, he estimated where he would place the sling. Even if it was not the final version yet, he already liked this center. Suddenly, they put a hand on his shoulder and asked him not to block the passage. The guy abruptly stepped aside, even a little scared. The stranger asked Kevin who he was, since construction was still going on there, so entry was prohibited. The young man said that he would work there, so he couldn't resist looking inside and apologized for it. The man with a bandana on his head thought about his words. Kevin introduced himself as the director of that center. He was told that the work was almost completed, so he came to have a look. He shook the stranger's hand. He turned out to be a foreman, and introduced his assistant. The man asked if Kevin wanted to go over and take a better look. They started on the floor. It was as if lightning struck the foreman's shoulder. The young man asked if he was feeling well. He considered it chronic, and underwent treatment at a well-known physical therapy center, but it did not improve. Kevin realized that the man was experiencing severe pain in his neck and shoulders, and also had back pain. The main character asked the foreman if he would like to start the massage session right now.